A desolate planet hangs in the void, surrounded by a swirling vortex of cosmic debris. Then, with a thunderous impact, a disaster falls upon it. The world below transforms into a fiery, desolate wasteland, engulfed in an inferno. From the depths of this devastation, a monstrous, multi-eyed head emerges, its glowing red eyes fixed on an unseen target. It was a disaster unlike any other, one that humanity had never before encountered. Amidst the chaos, a single, enormous red eye glows ominously, reflecting the fiery destruction. A vast swarm of winged creatures darkens the burning sky, their forms silhouetted against the inferno. Below, an endless army of grotesque monsters marches across the devastated land, advancing relentlessly. A grotesque, multi-limbed entity, its armored carapace glinting under an unseen light, looms over a devastated landscape. As humanity falls into its greatest chaos yet, overwhelmed by unknown existences demanding, hand over the people if you want to live. Yet, a human official, seated before a holographic display, obstinately declines these impossible demands from the known civilizations. Muttering with a pained expression that the monsters are trying to use humans as food, and such a fate cannot be accepted. These sudden, unknown existences that appeared without warning, humanity simply called them calamities. One such calamity, a colossal, multi-eyed horror, dominates the sky, its sheer scale dwarfing the land below. And in a desperate last stand, humanity even resorts to using nuclear weapons against the overflowing calamities. A blinding flash erupting across the devastated landscape. But it was as if the power of the nuclear weapons were nothing more than a bonfire, leaving the monstrous hordes to march unimpeded through the smoldering ruins. With thunderous impacts, the colossal calamities continued their destructive dance, tearing through the city. Their monstrous roars echoed through the night, as the once vibrant metropolis was reduced to a desolate wasteland. Amidst the ruins, Li Jian could only gaze up at the overwhelming force. Every last sliver of hope now extinguished. And with nothing left to do, he stood as a silent witness to the world's end, as everyone simply waited for death. His face etched with despair, he clutched something close to his chest, the monstrous eye of a calamity still looming in the background. A faint crackle of energy was the only sound left, a final whisper in the desolate silence. Amidst the crumbling ruins, he clutches a small, worn object, his gaze fixed upwards in a silent scream of despair as the world around him crumbles. Then, from the heavens, a blinding light erupts, and they appear. Massive, glowing limbs tear through the fabric of reality, heralding the arrival of colossal, monstrous beings. These were the entities known as the divine gods, the 13 zodiacs. Yet, there were others who wielded their power, blessed by the zodiacs themselves, the revered saints. But even as they used the power of the zodiacs, a 13th human, one who awakened without a system, suddenly appeared, a tearing force in the world. He stands amidst the ruins of a world consumed by calamity, a massive, shadowy entity looming above him, as the weight of his own name, Li Jian, presses down. This was the era of the calamities, marked by the terrifying crimson eyes. And to confront them, they gathered at the Demon Tower, the very lair where such horrors resided. After the arduous struggle, a sigh of relief escaped him, his body utterly spent. But then, a new resolve ignited within him, his form now crackling with vibrant, blue energy, ready to face whatever came next. He moved with newfound power, his legs glowing with the same intense aura, as he prepared to clear the dungeon. This was the path of the saints, a destiny he now embraced. Meanwhile, a frantic voice demanded answers, questioning what had transpired, and why only some had returned. The desperate query echoed through the room. What happened to Korea's hero, Li Jian? A reporter, camera in hand, shudders, as a man in a suit addresses a crowd from a podium. The speaker's voice trembles, uttering Li Jian's name, his hand clenching as the public's perception is revealed that he chose death for humanity's sake. But in a stark flashback, a younger, more rugged Li Jian, with a bandaged forehead and a scruffy beard, grumbles, a pained sound escaping his lips. His expression hardens into a defiant smirk, declaring, "Yeah, this is bullshit." The scene shifts to a chaotic, fiery landscape, as his internal monologue continues, reflecting that though he bet his life, he didn't regret it. The devastation unfolds, with a monstrous figure looming, as he prepares to reveal what truly happened. A deafening roar echoes through the ruins, as a massive, unseen force is finally brought down, its essence erupting in a blinding flash of yellow and orange energy. The ground shatters beneath the impact, leaving behind a defeated, monstrous form surrounded by shimmering ripples of spent power. Amidst the glowing particles, he stands hunched, his body screaming with exhaustion, the massive, purple-hued weapon still clutched in his hand. Looking down at the fallen foe, he mutters, "We barely managed to defeat the Crimson Eyes. Bastards. They really ran off and left me here." His glowing weapon still radiating power, he begins to speak of the immense struggle, but I barely managed to defeat. His words catch in his throat, as his eyes widen in sudden, dawning horror. Blood splatters across his face, and a single, disbelieving word escapes his lips. What? The world around him darkens. as an unseen force violently hurls him backward, his cry of bull, cut short by the impact. Still reeling from the sudden ambush, he curses under his breath. As the realization hits him that one of the very bastards he fought alongside, one who had fled the battle, had plunged a dagger into his back. He was now trapped in this desolate place, with no hope of escape. Above him, a single, malevolent crimson eye glows with an eerie light. He lies broken amidst the rubble, surrounded by these monstrous beings he now considers his large friends. A bitter, bloody laugh escapes him, the word shit, a raw whisper on his lips. His left arm is severed, and even his right arm refuses to obey. Lying there, battered and defeated, he thinks it might be better to simply die. A ragged sigh escapes him, a final, weary breath. His bandaged hand clenches tightly. As a scoff escapes him, refusing to yield to despair. A faint blue glow begins to emanate from his form as he challenges the very idea of his defeat. But the monstrous threat before him only answers with a guttural roar. And Jian Li, now fully enveloped in a vibrant blue aura, raises his blade, ready to meet it. He vows internally that he will not perish here. With a sudden, explosive force, the ground beneath him shatters. As the towering monster and its shadowy minions watch, their red eyes burning in the gloom. A blinding burst of energy erupts from him, fueled by his fierce resolve to avenge the betrayal. As the blinding blue energy erupted, it tore through the darkness, signaling the dawn of a new, terrifying power. Streaks of light surged upward, dissipating into the vast expanse, leaving behind only the lingering echoes of immense force. And through it all, a defiant vow echoed in the silence. Just you wait. A quiet evening settles over a city building, when a voice cuts through the calm, calling out, Jian. The focus shifts to a plate piled high with fried chicken, as a stern command follows, listen to me carefully. Oteksu, his expression serious, delivers a chilling pronouncement, you're going to die tomorrow. Internally, Jian's system registers a new, powerful presence, the Sagittarius Saint, Hugo Otters. He looks at Oteksu, bewildered, asking why he would wish such a fate upon him, while Oteksu simply gasps in response. Meanwhile, another man at the table, seemingly unfazed by the morbid conversation, continues to devour his fried chicken with relish. A system notification flashes, identifying him as the 13th awakened, Li Jian, as if confirming his status. Still calmly eating his fried chicken, he listens as the man across from him clarifies, it's not Oteksu. I'm Hugo Otters. Hugo, understanding the implied surprise, continues, well, I understand why you're surprised, but... Another system message appears, detailing the immense mana he has accumulated, far surpassing even the combined power of the 12 giants. Taking another bite of chicken, Jian challenges him with a smirk. Do you think I'd die? A flicker of surprise crosses Hugo's face, as he processes Jian's audacious response. Then, a calm, almost amused expression settles upon the Sagittarius Saint. Unconcerned by the prophecy or the revelation, Jian simply continues to eat his fried chicken. Meanwhile, a new, ominous presence looms on the horizon, the Demon Tower. From an ancient, skull-adorned gate, a dark and ominous power once surged forth, marking the place where the calamities, entities that nearly annihilated humanity, resided. This all began on Earth, in the 20th century. A monstrous, demonic visage, glowing with malevolent energy, embodied the terror that descended upon the world. As the calamities appeared out of nowhere one day, driving humans into a corner with their overwhelming power. Just when humanity was engulfed in chaos and horror, 12 gods, who called themselves the divine gods, appeared. They promised humans that they would grant them the power to overcome the calamities, and they selected 12 awakened to receive that power, but something unexpected had happened. A 13th awakened had appeared. Unlike the others, this 13th awakened had received no blessings from any god, and to top it off, that awakened was overwhelmingly strong. Their power was immense, and amazing when compared to the rest of the 12 saints. Who is that, you ask? As a vibrant blue aura flares around him, Jian Li declares, that's me. A low chuckle escapes him, his luminous eyes burning with an undeniable power. The figure standing amidst the ruins is unmistakably Li Jian. His companion, Oteksu, expresses his gratitude, acknowledging that thanks to Jian, they were able to conquer the Demon Tower this time. Teksu then playfully warns him not to mention chicken, revealing he'd only bought his fried chicken for 5 lives. Jian, however, simply asks if he isn't sick of fried chicken yet. Teksu then shifts the conversation to otters, admitting he can't get used to their strained relationship. Meanwhile, in a lavish chamber, a guild master declares his intent to eliminate a rival this time, believing it will secure more rewards, while a female figure beside him acknowledges that no matter what anyone says, he remains the strongest. The guild master continues, reminding someone that his guild's debts won't be paid off for at least another year, and that simply being able to stay in the guild is a miracle after 10 years. Back with Jian, a determined expression crosses his face, as he reflects on the world's precarious state, with several countries on the verge of bankruptcy due to the demonic fog. A voice cuts through the air, calling out to him. Meanwhile, Oteksu sighs, explaining the harsh reality of their situation, that they need a significant amount of money to secure any deals. He continues, noting that while these entities might appear respectable, they are, in truth, nothing more than self-serving individuals obsessed with profit. As Jian Li looks down, two ominous, shadowy figures loom behind him, their presence a silent testament to the conversation's gravity. Oteksu's voice persists, a warning in his tone, reminding him that any incident would simply be blamed on their weakness, urging caution. Yet, with a resigned sigh, he concedes, deciding it's time to move forward, regardless of the risks. Jian Li, his expression hardening, internally vows to sever all ties with these exorbitant bastards the moment their financial obligations are met. Elsewhere, a group of hunters traverses a desolate, ruined landscape, their heavy footsteps echoing through the silence. And in another location, a group of officials reacts with shock, one of them barely able to articulate the gravity of what they are witnessing. Amidst the rubble of a devastated landscape, Jian Li, Oteksu, and Hugo Otters stand, their gazes fixed upwards. A voice echoes, revealing the terrifying truth. This is the boss of the Demon Tower. Towering above them, a colossal, horned demon with glowing red eyes and a fiery aura unleashes its monstrous presence, dwarfing the hunters below. His eyes widen, recognizing the ominous, crimson eye, as an overwhelming pressure washes over him, a sensation he hadn't anticipated just from its mere sight. He stares up at the monstrous entity, the ground beneath him cracking with latent energy. The demon lets out a deafening roar, its fangs bared and its crimson eyes burning with destructive power. Its raw power shaking the very foundations of the ruined world. Suddenly, he is violently thrown backward by an unseen force, glowing energy erupting around him. He slams into the ground, creating a powerful impact crater as debris flies. He braces himself, a sudden, overwhelming force slamming into him. The colossal legs of the Demon Tower boss loom, radiating immense power. As a fiery explosion erupts from the point of impact, engulfing everything, the sheer force propels him violently backward. A helpless projectile in the boss's devastating assault. Oteksu and Hugo Otters watch in stunned horror as Jian Li is sent flying through the air. He plummets from a great height, a small, glowing figure against the towering silhouette of the monster, until he crashes into the ground below, creating a massive crater. The impact shatters the earth, sending debris flying. The force of the blow sends him crashing into the ground, tearing a massive crater into the earth. From a distance, a female and male witness stare in horrified disbelief at the devastation. A searing wave of red-hot energy erupts from the impact zone, expanding into a cataclysmic explosion that rips through the landscape. The ground buckles and shatters, consumed by an inferno of raw power, as glowing embers scatter across the scorched earth. Then, from the heart of the raging fire, a colossal, monstrous silhouette begins to rise, its glowing red eyes fixing on the world with malevolent intent. The female witness can only stammer, "Ru, Ru," her face contorted in pure terror. Amidst the shattered ruins, a lone figure cowers, overwhelmed by the monstrous presence looming above. Panic grips the onlookers as a desperate cry echoes through the chaos. "Run away." Even the most seasoned warriors falter, questioning how anyone could possibly stand against such an overwhelming force, urging everyone to flee. Yet, a defiant voice cuts through the fear, muttering, "You guys dare to call yourselves saints?" As a hand, glowing with inner power, clasps another's, a quiet resolve forms, knowing that while the title may not matter, the fight itself does. With newfound determination, he acknowledges the immense challenge, understanding that defeating the Demon Tower boss would be a monumental task. Golden particles erupt around him, his aura flaring with raw power. His eyes glow with an intense blue light, as Li Jian declares his intent. The ground beneath him crackles, charged with his surging energy. He surveys the devastation, the colossal form of the Demon Tower boss looming above the shattered remnants of the city. Its monstrous face contorted in a silent roar, with glowing red eyes fixed on the destruction it wrought. Debris and golden particles drift through the air, remnants of a brutal confrontation. Yet, his thoughts are not on the present chaos, but on a past betrayal, realizing that everything he believed was a lie, and in the end, he had been struck down by a sword and ensnared in a trap. Disoriented, he wonders how much time has truly passed, and what the world outside the tower might be like now. The thought of whether time flows differently within this place compared to the outside world crosses his mind, but he dismisses it, too weary to dwell on such complexities. Instead, a singular, powerful desire begins to coalesce within him, a brilliant blue energy flaring to life around him as he thinks, "I just want to." The blue aura intensifies, crackling with raw power, the sound of surging energy filling the void. It expands rapidly, engulfing the entire space in a blinding, azure glow, his resolve hardening with every pulse of power. He is already in the thick of it, his blade a blur of blue light as he carves through the shadowy forms of grotesque monsters. His eyes, glowing with an intense azure light, remain fixed on the relentless onslaught. He knows he must keep slashing. Because this place is a sudden, sharp intake of breath, a surge of raw power. It's an overwhelming, guttural scream. From the swirling darkness, an innumerable horde of red-eyed creatures surges forward, their forms writhing and clawing. An overwhelming tide of monstrous intent. Yet, he stands firm, a lone beacon of blue energy against the encroaching abyss. Trapped within a special zone that endlessly summons calamities, Jian Li finds himself surrounded by a surging, shadowy horde, their forms indistinct yet menacing as they press in from all sides. One of the grotesque creatures extends a thick, tentacled limb, its shadowy mass rippling with dark energy. Yet, a fierce blue aura flares around him as he stands his ground, a defiant question forming in his mind. Do you think that just this would be enough to kill me? His eyes glow with an intense, unwavering blue light, reflecting the grim determination etched on his face as he vows, just you wait. I'll definitely survive this. His glowing blue eye narrowing with fierce resolve, and tear off the damned heads of those fucking bastards. 20 years passed. And then, much later, amidst the ruins, a colossal, horned monster loomed over a lone figure, who could only stare up in utter disbelief, a desperate cry escaping his lips. He couldn't believe it was happening. The monstrous entity, its voice a guttural rumble, declared with chilling finality that he was the last one left. Terrified and broken, the figure on the ground could only beg, pleading for someone, anyone, to save him. The monster merely shifted its massive form, its horned face twisting into a cruel smile as it taunted, telling him to scream all he wanted. The desperate pleas continued, a final, pathetic cry for mercy. Then, with a sickening impact, silence. He struggles to rise amidst the crumbling ruins, a desperate gasp escaping his lips. Above him, the monstrous entity, its scarred face framed by a skull helmet and eyes glowing with malevolent blue light, utters, "Is this finally over?" A deafening roar of energy erupts from the monster, a blinding wave of blue particles washing over the devastated landscape, sending him crashing back down as shadowy figures with glowing eyes begin to emerge from the swirling dust. Their forms indistinct yet menacing, closing in on his prone body. With a desperate surge of will, he tries to push himself up, his voice strained as he pleads, "Can I finally get out?" But another wave of raw, blue energy engulfs him, the sheer force of it eliciting a cry of, "Wow!" The devastating blue aura continues to expand, consuming everything in its path, leaving only a maelstrom of glowing particles and shattered debris in its wake. Amidst the chaotic red slashes of an unseen attack, the sky above offers a brief, deceptive moment of calm, before the full scale of the urban devastation comes into view. He sprints through the crumbling streets, a desperate plea to run quickly, echoing as he cries out in terror. Oteksu confronts him, his voice sharp with frustration. "I told you not to come here, didn't I?" Jian Li's face contorts in a mix of fear and exasperation. "How could I have known? It was supposed to be a routine mission." The source of their terror is revealed, a monstrous, horned beast with glowing red eyes and sharp teeth, surrounded by its shadowy, red-eyed minions, its presence radiating immense power. Jian Li stares in utter horror, the laughter of despair escaping him. "Ha! We're goners." Oteksu mutters to himself. The fortune teller said I'd meet an unmanageable calamity. He was spot on. Suddenly, a massive, dark claw slams down with devastating force, sending Jian Li flying backward amidst a shower of debris. As Oteksu screams in terror, and Jian Li lies motionless on the ground, dazed and defeated. Surrounded by shadowy, glowing-eyed minions, Oteksu curses under his breath. He thinks that if only Jian Li had survived the demon tower, a calamity like this wouldn't be a problem. Reaching out a desperate hand, the true source of their despair is revealed, a colossal horned monster with glowing red eyes, sitting enthroned above the devastation. A sudden, terrifying roar rips through the air, and Oteksu instinctively throws himself over Jian Li, a desperate gasp escaping him, as a blinding light engulfs them. The force of the impact is immense, shaking the very ground beneath their feet. And he struggles to maintain his grip on the younger man, his face already bruised from the shockwave. The world around them erupts in a cataclysmic explosion, reducing buildings to rubble and leaving a massive crater in its wake. As the dust begins to settle, Oteksu looks down at the unconscious Jian Li, his voice trembling as he calls out his name, wondering what could have possibly happened. A wave of pure horror washes over him, his eyes widening in disbelief at the devastation. He cradles the unconscious body, his gaze sweeping over the devastation, a new, gaping hole now visible in the collapsed tower, as he calls out a name in desperation. But then, a golden light begins to emanate from within the unconscious figure, his form starting to bulk and glow with ethereal particles. The transformation intensifies, golden energy tracing new lines of power across his arm. The golden light swirls violently, engulfing the immediate area in a blinding vortex of power. When the light recedes, he stands alone in the center of a newly formed crater, his form radiating an undeniable, formidable presence. He clenches his fists, a guttural sound escaping him, as raw, red energy crackles around his hands. His voice, now laced with fury, echoes through the ruins, demanding to know how they dared to stab him in the back and push him into such a trap. A dark, green aura flares violently around him, as he unleashes a curse upon his unseen enemies. His eyes, now glowing with an intense, malevolent green light, burn with unbridled rage. Now fully transformed, Jian Li radiates an intense, verdant aura, his eyes glowing with a fierce, emerald light as he reaches out, a menacing presence amidst the devastation. His voice, laced with unbridled fury, echoes through the wreckage, promising a grim fate to those who wronged him. The ground shatters with a deafening impact, sending dust and debris flying into the air. As massive fissures spread across the earth, two men stare in horror at the unfolding catastrophe, one barely able to utter, "What is that?" Towering over the devastation, a colossal monster with glowing red eyes and razor-sharp teeth reveals its terrifying form, its sheer size dwarfing everything around it. One of its massive feet slams down, sending another shockwave through the already fractured landscape, a testament to its destructive power. The two observers can only watch in stunned silence, one whispering, "I can't believe this. This is no ordinary threat. These are the average calamities that even seasoned hunters struggle with, a creature so powerful it swats away other monsters like mere insects." Standing triumphant amidst the broken forms of its defeated foes, the colossal monster surveys its domain of destruction. The colossal monster continues its rampage, its massive form casting an ominous shadow over the devastated landscape. But from the heavens, a figure descends, his dark hair wild, his gaze sharp and resolute. A silent question hangs in the air, a collective gasp from those below. Oteksu and another civilian look up in disbelief, as a faint blue energy trails through the air. The descending figure, Jian Li, plunges downward, a dark, sharp projectile aimed directly at the monstrous threat. He strikes with devastating force, shattering the ground and sending debris flying in a crimson-tinged explosion. The impact culminates in a blinding flash, a shockwave of pure energy engulfing the area. The civilians recoil in terror, one of them scrambling away, shouting in panic, "Wait. Why are you running off? Eek." Amidst the settling dust, Jian Li stands calmly, a faint smile playing on his lips as he muses, then things are all cleaned up now, right?" Amidst the rubble of the city, he lets out a sigh of relief, the immediate danger seemingly past. Nearby, a civilian expresses disbelief, wondering how the monster could have pierced their barrier, while Oteksu muses on the sheer power of the man who just saved them. Looking down at them, Jian Li's thoughts drift to the monster's unexpected strength. Suddenly, a deep rumble echoes, and a crimson energy begins to surge around his head. His features contort, his eyes glowing with an ominous red light as his face twists into a monstrous, feral visage. He looks up, a silent question hanging in the air, as if sensing a new, unseen presence. Below, the civilians scream in terror, realizing the true boss of the dungeon has arrived. One of them frantically urges Jian Li, his voice filled with panic, to hurry and run. But instead of fleeing, a massive, clawed red aura erupts around him, signifying a power far beyond what they've witnessed. The monstrous power erupts with a deafening crash. As his form distorts further, engulfed in a raging, blood-red aura that crackles with raw energy. The terrifying energy coalesces, taking on a menacing, almost demonic visage within the swirling crimson. Nearby, the sheer force of it sends the survivors reeling, their faces contorted in pure terror. A guttural roar tears from his throat, a primal scream of unleashed power. The crimson energy expands violently, splattering like blood across the ruined landscape. It shatters outward, a destructive wave of glowing particles. Another explosive burst of raw, untamed power. The radiant red energy reaches its terrifying peak, engulfing everything in its immense, destructive glow. The immense power he unleashed erupted in a cataclysmic red energy burst, scattering debris and glowing particles across the landscape. The blast intensified, forming a massive, fiery explosion that dwarfed the distant city skyline. In its wake, shattered concrete and twisted metal littered the ground, still glowing with residual, destructive energy. Overwhelmed by the sheer force, Oteksu reacted with wide-eyed terror, instinctively shielding the child he held from the deafening roar. Meanwhile, a close-up on his own eye revealed a deep, unsettling red glow, reflecting the raw power he had unleashed. Now fully transformed, he stood amidst the destruction, his body radiating an ominous aura, hair spiky and wild, skin appearing darker and scaled. The ground around him was completely obliterated, leaving a massive crater while the air crackled with residual energy. He stood triumphantly in the center of the devastation, his transformed body radiating power, as Oteksu and the child looked up at him with a mixture of fear and awe. Still clutching the whimpering child, Oteksu could only wonder, did he protect us? Still consumed by a terrifying power, Jian Li glares down at his opponent, a sneer twisting his lips as he mutters, "You fucking shithead." Before him, a massive, wolf-like creature stands poised, its glowing eyes fixed on him, while a small child watches the unfolding confrontation with wide, fearful eyes. Jian Li's voice drips with disdain, dismissing the beast as nothing more than just a dumb mutt. Then, with a surge of raw power, he pulls back his arm, preparing to unleash a devastating strike. And in a blur of motion, He connects with the beast, sending it rocketing skyward with a command, SIT. The force of the impact creates a shockwave, propelling the creature even higher, before it crashes back down to Earth, leaving a deep crater in its wake. The young witness can only stare, eyes wide with terror and disbelief at the overwhelming display of power. Two figures stare in wide-eyed horror, one of them letting out a choked gasp. The ground shatters under an unseen, powerful impact, red energy crackling from the point of contact. Jian Li kneels amidst the crumbling earth, a faint blue aura still clinging to his form. The sheer scale of the devastation stretches out behind him, a testament to the raw power he just unleashed. He looks down at the wreckage, a quiet question escaping his lips. It's really over this time, right? A soft, white light begins to emanate from his body, his power slowly receding. His sharp gaze sweeps across the ruined landscape, a new thought forming in his mind. From a distance, Oteksu, accompanied by another hunter, confirms with a shout, yes. But as Jian Li's eyes flash with a vibrant green glow, and crackling energy surrounds him, he utters a single, chilling word, go. In a stark flashback, a younger Oteksu, standing beside a similarly youthful Jian Li, questions their next move, wondering aloud where they are meant to go. A carefree, younger Jian Li, with wilder hair and a bright smile, simply states his immediate desire, his thoughts focused on finding some food. Back in the desolate, rubble-strewn landscape, the younger Jian Li remains silent for a moment, his gaze fixed on something unseen. A small laugh escapes him, a stark contrast to the grim surroundings, as if the very disaster around them had called for a hero's return, a destiny perhaps already stirring within him. Despite the devastation, a small kimbap world restaurant stands, its sign glowing faintly, a promise of warmth and sustenance. Soon, a steaming bowl of food is presented, its simple aroma filling the air. Both young Jian Li and Oteksu recoil in a shared gasp of surprise, as if confronted with something utterly unbelievable, a reaction that borders on disbelief. A restaurant owner stares in disbelief, recounting how he had eaten $10,000 worth of food, yet remained hungry, consuming 100 servings by himself. Oteksu, unfazed by the owner's shock, simply asks what he means by holding back, then reminds the owner of his promise to buy him a meal for saving his life, before casually requesting another portion of pork belly. Later, Oteksu confronts Jian Li, his voice rising in frustration, demanding to know his true identity. He presses further, questioning if Jian Li is a disciple, a divine rank captain, and what he was doing wandering around. Jian Li responds with a simple huh, before explaining that he merely came out of the tower and was passing through, leaving Oteksu stunned by the mention of the tower. Still processing the information, Oteksu declares there's something else he wants to ask, stating that Jian Li doesn't seem like a normal person. Meanwhile, Jian Li internally questions why he can sense magic power from Oteksu, a subtle glow emanating from his eyes. Later, Oteksu, with a smirk, faces a police officer and asks if he too is a disciple who awakened with the blessings of a god. Jian Li, his expression hardened, declares that the gods won't help, and questions why he should have to serve those bitches. He stares intently at his reflection in a spoon. Suddenly, a guttural scream tears from his throat as he gazes into a full mirror, his face contorted in horror. Meanwhile, Oteksu, hunched over and visibly distressed, overhears a nearby police officer exclaiming about a warrior screaming somewhere. Back with Jian Li, now composed, he begins to walk, his steps echoing softly. He reaches up, his fingers tracing the skin along his neck and shoulder. Staring at his reflection once more, he realizes with a jolt that his entire body has recovered. A fleeting image of him standing amidst desolate ruins flashes through his mind. Running a hand through his hair, he contemplates how those severe wounds should have been impossible to recover from without risking his strength. Flexing his left arm, he observes its restored form. A hand, palm open, reveals a faint, swirling pattern on its surface. Prompting a voice to question, "What's this mark?" As if in response, the pattern begins to glow with an ethereal green light, coiling into the distinct shape of a serpent. Amidst the rubble, Jian Li stands transformed, his eyes now burning with a luminous blue glow, a powerful aura radiating from his body. A system message appears, confirming the impossible. You've experienced death. Another follows, declaring, you've achieved the impossible. The system elaborates on the consequences of this feat. Your existing abilities will be passed onto a new body. All achievements from the tomb will be converted into experience. Finally, the ultimate reward is revealed. You've generated zodiac skills. All unique skills and traits you used to possess will be transferred and evolved. Rebirth gives free skills. A mysterious, glowing snake-like mark appears on his hand, as a system message confirms he is now able to use the strength of Ophutus. Green energy erupts from his body, swirling violently around him as his eyes begin to glow with an intense, emerald light. His gaze sharpens, the emerald glow in his eyes intensifying with each surging pulse of power. Standing amidst the ruins, a powerful green aura envelopes him, radiating immense energy. The world around him fades into darkness, only to be replaced by a swirling cosmic expanse of green energy and distant stars. His hair now wild and glowing green, he clutches his chest, tears welling in his eyes as the overwhelming power courses through him. Ethereal green trails streak across a hazy, otherworldly landscape, culminating in the piercing, red-eyed gaze of a reptilian entity, the true form of Ophiutus. The very fabric of reality seems to tear, revealing a cosmic void as the strength of Ophiutus begins to manifest, its ancient power taking on a tangible, scaly form. From the swirling green energy, the colossal head of a serpentine entity emerges, its eyes glowing with an ominous red light, a guttural roar echoing through the ethereal space. The green energy expands further, consuming the surroundings in a maelstrom of raw power, a vortex of cosmic dust and emerald light. Amidst this overwhelming surge, Jian Li screams, his body racked with the immense power coursing through him, his eyes and hair glowing with the same vibrant green as the entity he now embodies. The serpentine head of Ophiutus continues its emergence, its red eyes fixed and unblinking, a silent, ancient gaze upon the unfolding chaos. Jian Li's form distorts further, his very essence merging with the green energy, becoming a conduit for the immense power. The Ophiutus entity's body unfurls, its scales shimmering with an inner light, a cosmic serpent taking shape within the void. Swirling green particles and cosmic dust continue to dance around the emerging form, emphasizing the otherworldly nature of the transformation. Finally, the full, awe-inspiring form of the Ophiutus entity is revealed, its roar now a deafening, triumphant cry, as Jian Li's power reaches its zenith. As the cosmic energy of Ophiutus recedes, leaving behind a shimmering trail of green particles, Jian Li finds himself back in his own body, his muscles still rippling with residual power, but a profound confusion washes over him. A guttural cry escaping his lips as he struggles to process the overwhelming experience. His companion, Oteksu, rushes to his side, concern etched on his face, asking if he is all right. Jian Li is held by his companions, his body still trembling from the ordeal, as Oteksu tries to make sense of the situation, recalling Jian Li's strange behavior. He recounts how Jian Li, without warning, stripped off his clothes and ran to the mirror, screaming at something only he could see. Oteksu gestures emphatically, emphasizing the moment Jian Li clutched his head and cried out. A dawning realization washes over Jian Li's face as he processes his companion's words, wondering if the terrifying manifestation of Ophiutus was visible only to him. Oteksu watches Jian Li with concern, remarking on his friend's increasing power. While Jian Li himself looks on in stunned realization, a system message flashing before his eyes. He has become the owner of Ophiutus. As the words sink in, Jian Li looks down at his hands, a new question forming in his mind. Could this be a regeneration skill? He stands on a glowing magic circle, zodiac symbols swirling beneath his feet, as the system confirms his suspicions, granting him super regeneration, a power that restores any damage and reforms his body anew, though with a temporary 50% decrease in physical ability for over 1,000 hours. Now shirtless, his physique more defined and surrounded by a vibrant green aura, Jian Li questions the nature of this new ability, wondering why he hadn't heard of such skills from the other saints. The magic circle continues to pulse beneath his feet, and with glowing green eyes, he realizes another profound change. He can no longer feel the presence of any gods. Regardless of his body's recovery, a chilling realization settles over him, his luminous blue eyes glowing with an unsettling green aura. Now he must decide what his next move will be. His thoughts turn to vengeance, a burning desire to eliminate the saints who fled and slaughter those who betrayed him. A dark excitement washes over him, anticipating the torment he will inflict upon his enemies. His body, now grotesquely muscular and radiating power, reflects the profound transformation he has undergone. Meanwhile, in the outside world, yellow police tape now cordons off a massive disaster site, warning all to keep their distance. Oteksu and another man stare at the ruins, the impenetrable demon tower, now nothing more than a collapsed heap of rubble, a sight that will undoubtedly shock the entire world. They ponder the implications, wondering if the saints or perhaps even the disciples have failed. Oteksu repeats the word disciples, a thoughtful expression on his face as he considers their fate. Observing the aftermath, Oteksu remarks on the sheer scale of the disaster, noting that even high-rank hunters would struggle with such calamities. He ponders, who could have possibly brought down all those monsters in the demon tower? A voice questions if Li Jian could truly have survived, wondering if he has returned. His colleague, looking troubled, offers a non-committal sound. Oteksu admits he doesn't know, sighing as he concludes they must simply wait and see. Outside, a towering building stands under a clear sky. A phone screen displays a flurry of activity. A voice urgently calls out to Yang Wei. A throng of reporters clamors for answers, demanding thoughts on the collapsed demon tower and whether Li Jian has indeed survived. The Aries saint, Yang Wei, stands before a podium, his name and title displayed prominently on a screen behind him. He addresses the gathered crowd, offering a terse no comment to their questions. The crowd erupts in a cacophony of shouts, demanding answers from the Aries saint. Meanwhile, a sleek white luxury car speeds through the city streets, its driver gripping the wheel tightly, a sudden impact reverberating through the vehicle. Back at the press conference, Yang Wei clenches his jaw, the repeated cries of Li Jian from the public clearly getting to him. He raises a hand, attempting to regain control and silence the uproar. Far away, amidst the ruins, a man with glowing blue eyes and spiky dark hair looks up, a single question escaping his lips. You're saying Li Jian is still alive? The collapsed Demon Tower, a structure that had stood for 2 decades, looms in the background, a stark reminder of the recent catastrophe. A voice echoes with utter disbelief, unable to process the news. Oteksu, his brow furrowed, recounts the sheer scale of the disaster, remembering the tens of thousands of monsters, all of them black class, that had swarmed the Demon Tower. To have emerged from that hellscape with only the Crimsonide intact, it was nothing short of a miracle. His hand clenches, the thought echoing in his mind. How could anyone possibly survive such an ordeal? The man had received no blessings from any of the 12 saints, making his rumored survival even more inexplicable. But then, a chilling realization dawns on him. If he truly survived, then everything they had built would crumble. Later, in the confines of his car, Oteksu takes a slow draw from his pipe, his mind still reeling from the implications. A look of sheer panic crosses his face as he realizes the full weight of the situation. Everything will be over. He stares, a profound unease settling over him, as the image of the returning hero, a confident smirk playing on his lips, declares, "Now then." While elsewhere, a new voice, filled with menace, considers the same image, asking, "How about I crush this guy first?" High above the world, a vast expanse of clouds stretches endlessly. As a massive aircraft descends towards a sprawling, modern airport terminal, its sleek design reflecting the sunlight. The colossal jetliner finally touches down, bringing its passengers to their destination. Inside the bustling terminal, a voice echoes, offering a simple, "Welcome." A man in a sharp suit ascends an escalator, his gaze fixed on the view outside, a sense of profound respect washing over him as he considers the privilege of meeting one of the 12 constellations. It's an honor. Turning to face his unseen companion, he introduces himself with a confident smile, "Otters." The man continues his ascent, his formal attire impeccable. As he reaches the top, a system notification confirms his identity as the constellation of Sagittarius, Hugo Otters. Hugo Otters strides forward, 2 agents flanking him, as one asks about the Prime Minister. "He is waiting at his residence," another agent replies, adding that a vehicle has been prepared. The agents watch him, one murmuring, "Wow, he's so dignified," as Hugo maintains a calm, composed expression. He then settles into the back of a waiting car, the door closing softly behind him, and as the vehicle begins to move, he lets out a quiet sigh. He sits in the car, a flicker of annoyance crossing his face as he wonders if it's the persistent reporters again. An incoming call flashes on a screen, the caller's voice remarking on the constant attention surrounding Li Jian's favorites. A grim expression settles on Hugo's features as he considers the long span of time, declaring that it has already been over 20 years. The sleek smartphone remains the focus, its screen a silent testament to the unfolding events. Hugo Otters leans back, his expression now composed, almost serene, as if contemplating a distant memory. A chilling message appears, a stark warning that someone is destined to die tomorrow. Jian Li's face is etched with profound distress, sweat beading on his brow as the gravity of the situation weighs heavily upon him. His hands are clasped tightly, a silent gesture of anxiety and desperation. A menacing figure, with a dark, unsettling grin, holds a charred object, questioning Otaksu's apparent death wish. The chilling message flashes across a phone screen, a direct threat declaring, "Otaksu, you're next." Meanwhile, in a memory of a past conflict, Hugo Otters recalls a time during the Demon Tower raid, where he stood armored, bow drawn, amidst the chaos. He had been tasked with handling the calamities outside the tower at Jian's request, and even then, he had prayed that his prophecy would prove wrong. A pained expression crosses his face, a red mark near his eye, as he remembers his fervent wish for Jian to return safely. His eyes widen in a sudden realization, a quiet gasp escaping him. "What?" The memory continues, a voice echoing his surprise. "What did you say happened to Jian?" The other divine beings who had accompanied him on that perilous journey. They had left him behind, surrounded by shadowy, ominous figures, abandoning him to his fate, and returned with only the head of the Red Eye. Despite the betrayal and abandonment, their achievements were acknowledged. A being unclouded by emotion is capable of gaining immense power and authority, proclaiming their divine status for themselves. Meanwhile, Hugo Otters reflects on a past tragedy, struggling to believe that Jian truly died. His colleague, Yang Wei, dismisses the sentiment, stating that they cannot simply do that for Hugo Otters, despite repeated requests for cooperation. Yang Wei reminds him of the constellation of Cancer, Zhonghui Melong, and the monstrous beings that emerged from that tower, implying the gravity of the situation. He firmly states that the idea of Jian still being alive is utterly nonsensical. With a chilling smile, Hugo offers a solution, suggesting that if his colleague is so worried, he can go look for Jian himself, adding that he won't stop him. He then adds a final, unsettling thought, that if Jian were indeed alive, it would mean only 11 constellations remained. His face, bruised and bandaged, reflects the harsh reality of his situation. Meanwhile, Hugo Otters, still grappling with the implications of their last conversation, finds himself lost in thought. He stares out the car window, the city lights blurring past, a silent testament to the world moving on without him. He muses that no matter how strong Jian might have been, survival would have been impossible, and now, it's simply too late. A flicker of something unreadable crosses his features, a mix of resignation and perhaps something more sinister. Yet, a vision of Jian, his back to the viewer, a mysterious glowing object on his shoulder, seems to challenge that certainty. Suddenly, the quiet contemplation is broken by a voice from his phone, informing him of a call from the Prime Minister. Hugo answers, his tone shifting to one of composed authority, asking what the matter is. Still on the line, he hears the voice on the other end, asking, "You've heard the news too, right?" The Prime Minister's face appears on the screen, his expression grim as he delivers the shocking update, that the Demon Tower has fallen. A gasp escapes Hugo, his hand instinctively rising to his temple in disbelief. He struggles to process the words, a single, disbelieving question forming in his mind. Who is it? Setting the phone down, Hugo mentally prepares himself, thinking, "I'm sorry, Mr. Prime Minister, but if you're going to ask me to do something, I would like to refuse." The Demon Tower, a towering symbol of the government's power and protection, had now collapsed. His annoyance growing, Hugo assumes the worst. If you're planning to use this issue for your election votes. The Prime Minister's voice cuts him off. "No, I'm not talking about that." The Prime Minister clarifies, his tone unwavering. His image on the screen remains stoic as he continues. "According to the report that I just received from the Korean government, this call was just made moments ago." Hugo's eyes widen, a single word escaping his lips in disbelief. His expression shifts to one of profound shock, as he yells, demanding to know if the news is truly real. The driver, startled by the sudden outburst, flinches back. While Hugo urgently commands him to stop the car, a plea the driver quickly acknowledges. The vehicle swerves violently, tires screeching against the asphalt. As Hugo explains that these are the very calls he's been receiving. His phone screen illuminates, displaying a staggering 30 missed calls and a new voicemail, leaving him with a look of deep concern etched across his face. As the screen of his phone displays a flurry of missed calls and messages, Hugo Otters brings the device to his ear, a sense of foreboding settling over him. His expression tightens as he listens, the rhythmic thumping of his heart echoing the gravity of the situation. A voice on the other end begins, simply stating, "Hey." He presses the phone tighter to his ear, his brow furrowed in concentration and growing unease. The voice then utters a name, Oh Taek-soo. As a menacing, shadowy figure with glowing red eyes manifests in his mind's eye, the voice continues its chilling pronouncement, "I will find you." Hugo's eyes widen in horror, a cold sweat beating on his forehead as the threat escalates. "And I will kill you," he defiantly shouts back, his own voice trembling with a mix of fear and rage. The mysterious caller simply responds with a mocking, "Good luck." As the call abruptly ends, Hugo is left reeling, the chilling realization dawning on him. This voice, it can't be. He stares, a single question echoing in his mind. Is it actually Jian? Meanwhile, an authoritative voice cuts through the tension, demanding the car be turned around immediately. "We're going back to the airport," he insists, his subordinate quickly complying. As if on cue, news spreads of a disaster-class hero's return. The city hums with activity, oblivious to the unfolding drama. Elsewhere, a familiar figure smirks, noting how Oh Taek-soo has grown. He muses that the man has learned to ignore his calls, but promises a reckoning. Sitting across from Oh Taek-soo, he asks who has been calling him so many times, a knowing look in his luminous blue eyes. He holds the smartphone, a device he finds utterly fascinating, as he learns that it's now 2025, 20 years after he entered the tower. And the world has become a better place, a place where he can use this small device to access the internet, and even watch the news. His eyes widen in surprise, realizing this is his first time using such a device, capable of so much. Curiosity piqued, he wonders if he can read articles about himself, about Lee Jian. And indeed, news articles about him are already popping up as he taps the screen. The screen fills with search results for his name. A quiet "ho" escapes him as he begins to scroll through the comments section. The opinions are sharply divided. One user, Queen Doctor, dismisses him as useless, claiming the 12 Saints defeated the Red Eye, while another, You Sold Level, argues that if he had been present, all lands would have been reclaimed, praising him as the best working alone. A third, Song Ji-jong, echoes the sentiment that he is useless compared to the 12 Saints. The debate continues, with You Sold Level asserting that Led from America beheaded the Red Eye, prompting Carrot for shaking to question if it wasn't Lee Jian who took him down. As he scrolls through the online forums, Jian Lee's expression hardens, a comment about him not doing that shit, sparking a flicker of anger. His eyes widen in disbelief, a silent exclamation escaping him as he stares at the screen. A surge of frustration washes over him, the comments questioning who truly defeated the Red Eye and accusing the 12 Saints of inaction, fueling his growing rage. Taking a deep breath, he tries to compose himself, muttering to himself that this anger is unproductive. His gaze sharpens, a thoughtful expression replacing his earlier fury as he continues to delve deeper into the digital rabbit hole. He finds a post questioning if he truly abandoned the 12 Saints at a critical wall released from America, alongside a claim that he agreed to donate all his properties to them to save humanity. Tapping the screen, he wonders aloud if those supposed donations were ever actually honored. Another preview appears, mentioning the 12 Saints who returned from the demon, adding another layer of mystery to the narrative. The final post delivers a shocking blow, claiming that he, Li Jian, had died and passed all his properties, including his house, to the 12 Saints to save humanity, leaving him utterly bewildered by the conflicting accounts of his own life. A furious roar escapes Jian Li, his luminous blue eyes blazing with raw power as he declares his intent to tear apart those who wronged him, vowing, "I will rip their bodies apart piece by piece." But the initial surge of fury soon gives way to a more profound distress, leaving him hunched over in anguish. As he sits, the question weighs heavily on his mind. But what should I do? His gaze hardens once more, reflecting on the bitter truth of his past betrayal, even as he acknowledges the absurdity of his current predicament. Even though I know I shouldn't have trusted them, how could I have known I was going to be betrayed? If I go around telling people that I'm Jian Li, they'll think that I'm crazy. A quiet resolve settles over him as he decides to bide his time. I should stay quiet for now and take care of those who betrayed me one by one. Later, in a bustling restaurant, a companion across the table offers a curious, But Jian Li remains lost in his thoughts, his hands resting on the table. Suddenly, a stark digital warning flashes across the screen. Someone is watching him. His luminous blue eyes narrowed, a crimson aura swirling around him as he processed the sudden, unsettling shift in his surroundings. This was it, the moment he had been warned about. As he turned to leave, the crimson energy still clinging to him, a younger man called out, "Ah, Hyung, where are you going?" Ignoring the plea, his sandals hit the ground with a soft thud, his resolve unwavering. Suddenly, the air shimmered, and massive, fiery dragon-like entities materialized, their forms crackling with intense heat and light. Jian Li looked up, his expression grim, as the glowing figures dominated the sky. He recognized the distinct, fiery visage of one of the creatures, a household god, as they were known. These household gods were godly entities, controlled by the divine gods, and he wondered if they were the underlings of Ares. A system message then confirmed his suspicions, revealing that the household gods were creating a barrier belonging to Ares, a process that was decreasing the power of other divine gods and requesting a tribute. Jian Li's luminous blue eyes burn with fury as he mutters a curse. A powerful blue aura erupts around him, his voice cutting through the air as he condemns the divine gods for their actions. He strides forward, his thoughts seemingly consumed by the unfolding situation. Suddenly, a voice pierces the air, calling out his name. He snaps his head up, a surprised exclamation escaping his lips. Elsewhere, the city hums with activity, two civilians walking through the bustling streets, one remarking on the constant chatter surrounding the recent events. The other confirms, adding that he is indeed everywhere in the news. Their conversation continues as they move through the crowd. A knowing smile plays on the woman's face as they share a glance, clearly enjoying the unfolding drama. A golden pin, emblazoned with a prominent 4, glints sharply. Suddenly, a voice filled with urgency cuts through the air, warning of those people from the formidable Gemini group. Nearby, two men gasp, their eyes wide with alarm. A man with a stern mustache and a woman beside him exchange looks of bewildered surprise. As the crowd parts, three imposing figures stride forward, their path leading directly towards Jian Li, who stands with his back to them. A younger man, his face etched with fear, desperately calls out, urging him to run, to avoid an argument with such dangerous individuals. Ignoring the plea, Jian Li's luminous blue eyes narrow, his expression hardening into a fierce glare. One of the approaching figures, the mustached man, steps forward, his gaze challenging, demanding to know what Jian Li is staring at. Around his neck, a heavy gold chain, intricately designed, rests against his collarbone, a silent symbol of his affiliation. Amidst the rubble of a devastated street, a man clutches a child, both overwhelmed with terror, as a desperate cry echoes, "We're screwed." Meanwhile, a man with wild, spiky black hair, a golden ring glinting on his finger, casually exhales a plume of smoke, his expression hardening with a cold, arrogant fury. Jian Li, his own face contorted in a silent scream of rage, challenges him internally, daring him to approach if he truly feels angry. A companion, a man with neatly swept back hair, steps in, gently restraining the enraged Gemini group member, suggesting they simply leave and avoid dirtying his hands. The Gemini group member glares back at Jian Li one last time, uttering a dismissive insult before turning away. As they walk away, the companion remarks on the hobos who ruin life for everyone, a sentiment the Gemini group member echoes in agreement. Jian Li, still seething, ponders the public's affection for the weakest of the saints, questioning if their very status as saints might be a lie. An unseen voice commends Jian Li for controlling his anger, revealing that the departing figures are from the Gemini group and are of a higher rank. As the tension lingers from the previous encounter, Otexu offers a friendly wave, a a slight smile playing on his lips. But the wild-haired Gemini group member, his face contorted in a sneer, shouts a derogatory insult, a red aura of anger flaring around his head. His hands clench tightly, the red energy crackling around his fists. His companion, looking slightly exasperated, interjects, questioning the harsh language. Ignoring the interjection, the wild-haired man's eyes glow with a fierce blue light as he doubles down on his insult, his face radiating an intense, almost magical aura. His hands remain tightly clenched, the blue energy now visibly swirling around them. He finishes his thought with a final, contemptuous word, leaving no doubt about his disdain. With a deliberate step, a member of the Gemini group confronts Oteksu, his voice sharp as he demands, "Say that shit again." Meanwhile, Jian Li walks along, his footsteps echoing softly. Hugo Otters, looking down with disdain, dismisses the hero regulars as having not even a drop of mana from. He continues to walk away, a red umbrella visible as he moves. Suddenly, Hugo is violently struck, his body spinning uncontrollably through the air. The force of the blow lands with a heavy impact. Still reeling from the sudden, brutal assault, he cries out as shattered fragments erupt around him, leaving Oteksu to watch in stunned disbelief, while the other Gemini member observes with a detached gaze. The impact leaves Hugo disoriented, his vision blurring. But then, a hand reaches out, glowing particles swirling around it. As Jian Li's form is enveloped in a brilliant, ethereal light. His eyes snap open, burning with a luminous blue intensity, a faint smirk playing on his lips as power surges through him. He simply utters a single word. "You think I wouldn't notice what you're doing behind me?" he challenges, his form now radiating a brilliant golden light. The Gemini member barely has time to register the words, as a sudden, blinding flash erupts, and a powerful strike descends. He cries out, thrown backward by the sheer force of the impact, his face contorting in shock and pain. The other Gemini member and Oteksu watch in stunned silence as the first Gemini member stumbles, clearly dazed. Jian Li takes a deliberate step forward, prompting the second Gemini member to exclaim, "Middle of the street." Amidst the fresh devastation, Jian Li sits, his expression a mix of confusion and disbelief as he processes the recent events. He wonders how his opponents could have survived, thinking they would have been dead with a mirror. Meanwhile, Oteksu and Hugo Otter stare in utter shock, unable to comprehend the display of power they just witnessed, exclaiming, "Then he made those high-ranked disciples with only his finger." Back in the rubble, Jian Li's gaze sharpens, his thoughts still consumed by the battle. He looks around the destruction, a question mark hanging over his head, as if searching for an answer to the lingering strangeness of the encounter. Among the shattered remnants of the environment, a large, dark mass of debris lies scattered. Suddenly, a pale hand, adorned with a ring, reaches out to grasp a small, glowing golden artifact. Jian Li, still sifting through the debris, looks down, his eyes fixed on something on the ground. The hand, now holding the artifact, belongs to a Gemini member who reflects, "I knew it felt weird hitting him. Isn't this a divine artifact?" The golden artifact, a coin-like object, glows softly in someone's grasp. His companion, still processing the implications of its existence, questions if only saints are meant to possess such divine items. The younger man, surprised by the query, asks if he truly wasn't aware of that. A deeper history unfolds, revealing that humanity nearly faced extinction decades ago due to a great catastrophe, and only survived thanks to the divine gods and the saints they chose. However, with the entire world too vast for just 12 saints to protect, they gathered followers and created divine cadres. These individuals, awakened by power granted from the saints, are known as disciples, capable of wielding immense power in battle. The saints, chosen by the divine gods, are the heads of a celestial hierarchy, their power ranked proportionally to their divine influence. Below them, the strongest disciples form the divine cadres, each led by a divine captain, while the 10 stars are considered potential candidates for sainthood. This immense power, the very essence of the divine, originates from the faith of the disciples themselves. The selected disciples then receive gifts directly from the gods, a profound connection that grants them extraordinary abilities. Meanwhile, a Gemini group member stands poised, his expression intense, as a voice calls out to him with urgency. Look over there." Oteksu points with wide eyes, his gaze fixed on something beyond their immediate view, and the Gemini group member turns his attention to the unfolding spectacle. Before them, a colossal, fiery creature manifests, its form resembling a majestic dragon, its scales glowing with an intense, ethereal light. The Gemini group member watches, captivated by the sheer power emanating from the beast, a silent awe settling over him. The narrative delves deeper into the divine hierarchy, revealing that the households of wealth and greed, specifically Aries, find enjoyment in the current chaotic situation. They are entities that desire the spilling of blood, claiming they will protect humanity, yet ultimately, they are all the same. A sudden realization dawns on Oteksu, who gasps, oh no, as the full weight of the divine's true nature settles upon him. Meanwhile, the Gemini group member, his face contorted in a mix of fear and anger, declares that these entities are like the shadow of the divine gods. The shadowy, fiery form of the creature looms large, a silent testament to the immense power at play. The Gemini member continues, his voice strained. Opposing them is the same as opposing the divine gods. He urges, hurry and do as they want. Oteksu remains silent, deep in thought, while the Gemini member's agitation grows. A dawning horror spreads across Oteksu's face as he finally connects the dots, muttering, I was wondering why Yang Wei's goons were in this place like this. The Gemini member's eyes glow with a fierce, green light as he clenches his fists, his anger erupting. So they were trying to fill their stomach like that filthy bastard? For God's sake, he mutters, a furious red aura swirling around him. His leg blurring with incredible speed, a surge of light blue energy propelling his attack. As he screams, he hasn't changed at all. The powerful strike connects with a deafening quang, sending a shockwave of blue energy rippling outwards. A heavy kung echoes through the air. As the blue blast slams into Jian, who is engulfed in a crimson glow, the impact forcing him back with another quang. He cries out, a pained quake escaping his lips. As the force of the blow sends him flying, a final, choked cook, leaving him. The city skyline stretches out, seemingly untouched by the chaos that just erupted. Yet he clutches his arm, a pained groan escaping his lips as the residual force of the attack courses through him. The vibrant red energy, which had just struck him, now dissipates into the air, leaving behind only faint, glowing particles. Standing amidst the fading light, the Gemini group member sneers, demanding to know how anyone would dare stand against him. He turns his back, confident in his display of power, his hands resting on his hips. A chilling realization dawns. The household gods of Ares, once thought to be protectors, have fled the scene. Jian Li looks around, his companion beside him, both observing the vanished barrier and the lingering destruction. He reflects on the encounter, acknowledging that the man he just faced is clearly no ordinary person. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the air, calling out, Han Jimin, and a startled reply, why yes. The Gemini group member looks down at the defeated figure. As his companion speaks of the fallen opponent, the companion's words echo, questioning the earlier assessment of the man now lying broken on the ground. His style identified as a disciple of boxing, part of the legendary divine arms and legs. The conversation shifts to the Gemini group itself, an elite force of influential figures, rumored to hold significant power within the country. As his companion seems to ponder the implications, while the Gemini group member dismisses it with a cynical remark about their wealth. A smirk plays on his lips as he points out the obvious opulence of their opponent, noting that everything the defeated man wears is clearly high-end brand-name clothing. Meanwhile, in a different setting, Han Jimin stands silently before an older man, listening intently. A wide, menacing grin spreads across the face of one of the Gemini group members, his eyes gleaming with dark satisfaction as he revels in the spoils of a recent victory, proclaiming that looting times are the best. Oteksu and Jian Li finally arrive at their destination, the former exclaiming that they've made it. Looking up at the apartment building, Jian Li points out his own residence, noting the second-level apartment with no lights on. Oteksu then gestures towards his own neighborhood, just a short distance away. As they continue walking, Oteksu expresses his profound gratitude for being saved, promising to treat Jian Li to a meal at his home. Jian Li simply looks down, a subtle, knowing smile playing on his lips. A question mark hangs over his head, as if pondering the true meaning of the offer. Oteksu, now looking tired and a bit annoyed, asks if Jian Li is going inside, admitting his own sleepiness. Jian Li, however, immediately sees through the thinly veiled attempt, accusing him of trying to mooch off his hospitality. After the previous night's events, Jian Li finds himself reflecting on his physical state, his gaze falling over his newly defined musculature. He turns, admiring the transformation in his reflection, a quiet escaping him. A subtle smile plays on his lips, a testament to the rigorous training and battles he'd endured. The light catches the contours of his abdomen, highlighting every hard-earned line. Suddenly, a voice cuts through his thoughts, declaring, amazing. Hyung, you look really amazing. Oteksu stands nearby, eyes wide with genuine admiration, repeating, you look really amazing, as Jian Li lets out a small, embarrassed laugh. He glances down at his own physique, a hint of surprise in his voice as he asks, oh really? Still admiring his friend's transformation, Oteksu muses on how handsome he himself would be if he possessed such a physique. Jian Li, however, seems to catch something in the air, his expression turning serious. He looks up sharply, questioning what could be causing such a disturbance. A massive, glowing-eyed insectoid monster suddenly descends into the room, prompting Jian Li to wonder aloud why a calamity would appear in his own home. Without hesitation, he unleashes a powerful, blue-glowing punch. The monster disintegrates into dust, and Jian Li gives a casual thumbs up. He then turns to Oteksu, remarking on how easily he dispatched the creature, noting that even professionals struggle with such foes. Oteksu, still reeling from the sudden appearance and swift defeat of the monster, cautiously asks if Jian Li might be attracting such calamities. Jian Li dismisses the idea as nonsense, explaining that it simply means something within the house is drawing them in. He realizes the monsters are appearing because of the evil artifacts he possesses. Examining a statue, he recalls acquiring these items directly from a dungeon, believing them to be harmless. But now, the truth is undeniable. Even though they aren't weapons, he understands they are still cursed by the same dark energy. A frustrated sigh escapes him, as Oteksu recoils in shock from the revelation. Jian Li then holds up a grotesque mask, his voice sharp with irritation. Hey, listen up, he commands, explaining that this mask is a cursed artifact that devours its buyer. The mask itself seems to leer, its dark, empty eyes reflecting the ominous nature of its curse. He then points to a watch, revealing it to be a musical box that steals personal information, while Oteksu looks on in disbelief. These items are not just cursed, they are designed to inflict harm. The thought of countless such items being sold to people, causing calamities for others, fills him with growing rage. He can feel his anger rising from the sheer injustice of it all. His eyes begin to glow with an intense blue light, and faint, glowing particles emanate from his form, a clear sign of his escalating fury. The monstrous calamity looms overhead, its massive form casting a terrifying shadow as glowing particles drift down from its destructive presence. Stumbling away from the wreckage, he clutches a small, dark object, his mind reeling from the realization that these cursed items are causing such widespread devastation. A desperate plea escaping his lips to just throw them all away, his anguish turning into a guttural cry of pure frustration. Later, holding a small boy protectively, he faces another man, who looks on with a questioning gaze, uncertain of the situation unfolding before him. Now dressed in a red hoodie, he stands with a grim resolve, the other man still observing him intently. As they stand in a doorway, a pair of shoes neatly placed on the floor beside them, the man finally breaks the silence, demanding to know his identity, just as a luminous blue glow begins to emanate from his eyes. His expression darkens further, the blue light in his eyes intensifying, and ominous black marks begin to spread around them. A powerful blue aura erupts around him, crackling with raw energy, the black markings now stark against his skin as his power fully manifests. As they walk away from the building, the man still enveloped in his vibrant blue glow, the other man lets out a surprised gasp, clearly taken aback by the display of power. The scene shifts to Ares' divine cadre, specifically Yang Wei's residence, where a grand, ornate building stands as Oteksu reacts with a stunned, "What?" The news hits him hard. The household gods have been defeated in Korea. He turns, walking away in disbelief, the words echoing in his mind. Have disappeared. Looking up, his shock turns to a desperate question. Who on earth could do something like that? A moment of intense contemplation settles over him, his expression hardening as he processes the impossible news. The household gods, fiery, multi-headed lion-like spirits, are known to be the direct subordinates of the divine gods, and no awakened individual would dare to chase them out. With renewed resolve, he issues a command. Find out if they've got any clue. A young man with reddish-brown hair looks intently at his companion, who simply asks if he needs to be in one. The red-haired man presses further, asking if he follows a god, or perhaps the 12, to which his companion dismisses the notion, stating he follows neither. A slight smirk plays on his lips as he considers the idea of a production class, wondering if that's what he's been awarded. The red-haired man, still seeking answers, then asks for his name. Without hesitation, he states his name, Li Jian. A look of mild annoyance crosses Jian's face, as if the question itself was beneath him. Suddenly, a young boy confronts him, accusing him of trespassing into their home and breaking all their divine artifacts. The boy's face is filled with indignation as he demands to know how Jian could then tell him his name. As if in response to the boy's outrage, a powerful, armored figure, glowing with an ethereal blue light, manifests with a resounding crackle of energy. A young man, radiating a vibrant blue aura, screams in fury, demanding to know how anyone dares to impersonate Li Jian. His face contorted in rage, he continues his tirade, emphasizing their presence in what he considers sacred ground. Enveloped in the crackling blue energy, the young man stands amidst the wreckage, his voice echoing a dire warning about what is to come. As his eye glows with an intense, ethereal light, he activates a powerful ability, the gaze of a god. This is Cheon Sungjae, a disciple of Gemini, an awakened of A rank, known by his formidable awakened name, the Punisher. His arsenal includes potent abilities, such as the S rank, Witch Burning, and the A rank Seal of Perpetual Snow. With traits like Genius, Foresight, Persistent Aggression, and Willpower, all contributing to a learning effect of 200%, it's clear why an observer remarks on his incredible feat of summoning a high-rank entity at such a young age. A confident smirk plays on his lips, as he acknowledges that his genius trait is indeed well-deserved. A guttural roar escapes Cheon Sungjae as a blinding blue aura erupts from his form, debris scattering around him. An unseen figure shouts a desperate warning, urging someone to flee, reminding them that Sungjae is not only an A-rank disciple of Gemini, but also a fanatical devotee of Li Jian. Meanwhile, Sungji's power continues to surge, blue energy swirling intensely around his outstretched hand. His eyes glow with an unwavering, fierce blue light, a silent declaration echoing his resolve. He will not die. The observer's voice cuts through the rising energy, a grim reminder that playing with such immense power can have dire consequences. With a sudden, explosive burst, the blue energy around Sung Jae intensifies, radiating outward. His eye, now a vortex of pure, glowing blue, reflects the immense power he is channeling. The force of his own ability pulls Sung Jae downward, drawing him into a swirling blue vortex amidst the crumbling debris. Then, a colossal impact of blue energy erupts, signaling the full manifestation of his devastating skill. Amidst the fresh rubble of a destroyed building, a figure lies prone, letting out a pained groan. Nearby, a brown-haired man and a spiky red-haired man stand, the latter anxiously questioning. Hyung, Sung Jae isn't dead, is he? The brown-haired man attempts to reassure him, patting his back and murmuring, "Oh, he's fine probably." A subtle expression of relief washes over the brown-haired man's face, though a hint of lingering concern remains. The red-haired man, however, remains utterly traumatized, his eyes wide and a string of drool hanging from his mouth. Still visibly shaken, he declares his intention to go to sleep, promising to only wake up when it's time to eat, letting out a tired yawn. The brown-haired man watches him leave, as a door stands slightly ajar, revealing a glimpse into another room. Moments later, both men are on the floor, looking up in stunned silence as the protagonist, clad in dark armor, stands imposingly in the doorway. He stands on a glowing pedestal, his form radiating an aura of immense power, a true hunter ready for battle. Amidst the smoldering ruins, a figure stands overlooking the devastation, a voice exclaiming in disbelief at the sheer scale of it all, while another confirms, "I told you, Sung Jae is a Legion." Nearby, Oteksu, clutching a small figure, rants passionately, his words a torrent of fanaticism as Jin Woo tries to reason with him, calling him a fanatic for his obsession with Legion. Oteksu, eyes wide with fervor, declares, "Don't you dare. My Legion collection is filled with my life's work. I have more than 1,000 of them. Let me at least cut their heads off. They make me uncomfortable." He clutches the small figure tighter, his voice rising to a wail. "Arg. My Legion figure." Jin Woo, exasperated, tries to pull him back, shouting, "No, stop. You crazy fucker," to which Oteksu simply retorts, "I'm not crazy." His fervent declaration echoes, "Fucker, I'm Legion." Oteksu's face contorts in a primal scream, his obsession reaching a fever pitch. The scene shifts to a quiet street corner, where a modern coffee shop stands, seemingly untouched by the recent chaos. On a nearby screen, a news anchor reports, "Here is the next piece of news. Yesterday afternoon, 2 Gemini disciples were humiliated by a suspicious individual. According to witnesses, the suspect." An urgent alert blares through the mart, signaling a calamity that is no drill, as panic ripples through the crowd. With the order to evacuate all ordinary civilians immediately, people rush to escape the unfolding disaster. The source of the terror is revealed, the monstrous Spider Queen, whose sudden appearance causes the danger rank within the mart to escalate dramatically. Its multiple glowing red eyes fixate on its surroundings, mandibles stained with fresh blood, a testament to its destructive power. The Spider Queen lets out a deafening roar, its massive form dominating the ruined landscape. As the monster's presence becomes undeniable, the remaining civilians are gripped by sheer terror, their screams echoing through the chaos. The danger within the mart, now confirmed to be the Spider Queen, has been officially regulated to a red zone, a declaration repeated for emphasis. Amidst the widespread destruction and debris, the mart stands as a desolate red zone, its fate sealed by the monstrous presence. The emergency escalates to a full red zone as the monstrous Spider Queen bares its fangs, its maw a cavern of destruction. A civilian, caught in the chaos, clutches his head, overwhelmed by the sheer terror of the unfolding calamity. But a blur of motion, a streak of light, cuts through the darkness. With incredible speed, a figure surges forward, leaving trails of luminous blue energy in its wake. Jian Li, cloaked in a vibrant blue aura, moves with decisive force. He closes the distance in an instant, delivering a devastating blow. The Spider Queen's monstrous maw distorts from the impact, black tendrils of energy erupting from the force of the strike. The civilian, still reeling, looks back in stunned disbelief at the sudden turn of events. As he stares up, a voice from off-panel warns him, "Kid, you should watch where you're going." Jian Li stands, observing a distant building, as a voice mentions that some Ares operatives are attempting to bury the entire structure. The building itself looms under a blood-red sky, an ominous presence. Elsewhere, a man with a smirk and fur-lined jacket reveals that Wang Wei is personally coming, leaving them no way to stop him. Jian Li, still focused on the building, considers that the Spider Queen who appeared there is something they couldn't even subjugate, which explains why those guys are desperately trying to hide the truth. The building remains under the crimson sky, while the voice continues, noting that it would be troubling if any information about them were to leak. Meanwhile, a bald man, Min Sung-hoon, issues a command, reminding someone that an item was lent to them and urging them to hurry up and retrieve Jian Youngjae. Jian Li, hearing the implications, questions, "You mean just us two?" His luminous blue eye glows with intense resolve. The city streets remain bustling with ordinary people, oblivious to the unfolding events. As the previous moment of intense focus gives way to action, he plunges into a cavernous space, where massive, multi-legged spider-like creatures and their smaller kin infest a landscape of ruined structures, all entangled in thick, glistening webs. Enveloped in a brilliant blue aura, he descends with blinding speed, delivering a devastating strike to a colossal, red-glowing creature. The force of the blow sends the creature's head recoiling violently. Meanwhile, Min Sung-hoon stands with a composed expression, his gaze steady. A slight furrow in his brow suggests a question as he asks, "Why? Is there a problem?" His eyes, piercing through the darkness, hold a quiet intensity. A subtle smile plays on his lips as he confidently replies, "No." His words echo with absolute certainty, affirming, "There's no problem at all." A figure lies amidst the rubble, eyes wide with disbelief, struggling to comprehend how anyone could have survived such an ordeal. His voice barely a whisper, Min Sung-hoon asks if it truly is Lee Jian standing before him. Standing tall and unyielding, his muscular physique evident even amidst the destruction, Jian looks down with an almost arrogant confidence. A sharp gasp escapes Sung-hoon, as Jian confirms that he is indeed back. A slight smirk plays on his lips as he adds that the details of his return are secondary. He surveys the devastation around him, noting that even their headquarters must be in ruins, wondering what truly transpired. Sung-hoon, still reeling from the shock, can only think that such a complete restoration is beyond the capabilities of even high-rank realizers. Amidst the desolate ruins, a soft, ethereal blue-green glow emanates from Li Jian as the system confirms that the conditions have been met, and the skill gifted has been unlocked, all thanks to a thanksgiving prayer. His eyes now burning with an intense blue-green light, he considers his next move, a chilling thought forming in his mind. Standing over a kneeling, ancient figure, he proposes to test his newly acquired, gifted skill. The sheer power emanating from him causes the god Ares to whimper in astonishment, desperately questioning how Li Jian could still be alive. A pained gasp escapes the deity as he trembles, exclaiming that such an impossible feat cannot be real. With a flurry of curses, the god Ares begins to dissolve, his form scattering into countless particles of light. Li Jian watches the remnants of the screaming deity disappear, the god's final, desperate question echoing in the air. What the hell? Why is a god disappearing? A faint smirk plays on his lips as he muses. Perhaps it's because from the very beginning, he's quite happy, as it only makes the god feel the same pain he once endured. His face then settles into a wide, unsettling grin, a smile full of chilling mercy. The air still reverberates with the aftermath of immense power, a silent testament to the destruction that has just occurred. Into the ruins of what was once a structure, three figures in dark suits cautiously step, the ground trembling faintly beneath their feet. One of them, a man with light hair and dark glasses, surveys the utter devastation, questioning what could have caused such widespread destruction. The scene before them is one of absolute ruin, with massive chunks of debris scattered across a vast, pulverized expanse. The light-haired man stares intently at a particular spot, his expression hidden behind his shades. A golden glow emanates from his eyes as he senses a familiar, potent energy lingering in the air. His gaze falls upon a colossal, glowing crater, and a name escapes his lips in disbelief, Yang Wei. His companions exchange worried glances as he continues, convinced that this level of destruction could only be the work of Jian, though the sheer scale of it is almost unbelievable, leaving them to wonder if something is terribly wrong. He can still feel Yang Wei's energy emanating from the site, yet it feels far too faint, prompting him to wonder aloud if the individual could truly still be alive after such an event, and just what truly happened here. As the lead investigator, Min Sung-hoon, surveys the devastation, a faint golden aura begins to shimmer around him, growing in intensity. With a powerful surge, he unleashes his full might, commanding his subordinates to fall back as the golden light engulfs him. His team, clad in dark suits and sunglasses, watches on, their faces unreadable as the energy expands. The golden energy explodes outward, tearing through the already ruined landscape with devastating force. As the dust begins to settle, Min Sung-hoon stands amidst the expanding ring of destruction, surveying the aftermath of his own power. He descends slowly through the falling debris, his form a dark silhouette against the lingering golden haze. Touching down with a soft thud, he adjusts his jacket, the golden energy still faintly clinging to him. His expression hardens, a vein throbbing in his temple as he mutters, "Li Jian, that bastard seriously?" Still fuming, he glances at a subordinate who holds up a crudely drawn sign, its message reflecting the collective sentiment, "Shitas Suckhead." Under a vast, clear sky, a new objective begins to unfold. He approaches a magnificent, classical building, his presence a stark contrast to its serene grandeur. A thought crosses his mind. So the divine artifact that Yang Wei stole from me is in here, right? His gaze sweeps upwards, taking in the scale of the interior, a determined glint in his luminous blue eyes. Inside, a golden statue of a bald, elderly man stands prominently displayed, its ancient form radiating a subtle, powerful aura. The artifact, a bust of a deity, seems to hum with latent energy, its golden surface catching the light. A scoff escapes him as he stares at the opulent display, muttering, "Huh, that bastard. He's so obsessed with looking rich. He's showing off his wealth like this." He stands amidst other visitors in the grand hall, his focus solely on the golden relic. A faint, almost imperceptible glow emanates from his eyes as he thinks, "I can smell my divine artifact over there." He moves through the opulent museum, his gaze sweeping over the various displays. But as he observes the ostentatious collection, a scoff escapes him, wondering about the sheer number of fakes on display, noting that the clothing styles seem outdated and the weapons clearly artificial. Suddenly, his expression shifts, a flicker of recognition crossing his face. His attention is drawn to a simple display case, where a single, unassuming toothpick rests, identified by a plaque as a toothpick used by Li Jian. His hands press against the glass, a faint blue glow emanating from his eyes and fingertips, as if confirming the artifact's presence. A possessive thought echoes in his mind, "My precious bitch." With a sudden, resounding impact, he walks away, leaving behind two startled onlookers, a woman clutching her bag and a man in a jacket, who turn in shock towards the source of the disturbance. Immediately, a piercing alarm blares through the museum, its red light flashing urgently. The museum guards, a disciplined unit in dark suits, receive their orders to converge on the area. He stands amidst the chaos he created, observing the growing crowd of security personnel. As sharp, jagged spikes erupt from the ground around him, a voice barks, "Raise your hands." The guards press in, their collective voice demanding, "Put down the item and surrender peacefully." A thoughtful hum escapes him as he considers their words. With a defiant smirk, he replies, "I don't wanna," green energy beginning to coalesce around his hand. His power surges, vibrant green particles swirling around his outstretched palm, the energy erupting forward with potent force. As the green energy surged from him, black tendrils of power lashed out, swirling around his form with increasing intensity, coalescing into a formidable, shimmering barrier. Then, as quickly as it appeared, the vibrant energy dissipated, leaving him standing amidst the calm. A small, pink, gelatinous creature suddenly appeared in his hands, startling him with its unexpected presence and a series of surprised exclamations. The creature, now glowing softly, introduced itself as Lime, revealing itself to be a divine artifact whose moral had been unlocked through the skill creation workshop. Simultaneously, a system message confirmed that he had met the conditions to unlock the creation workshop skill, establishing a 1.5 square meter space and its default scope. Holding the now scarf-clad Lime, he navigated a new system menu, which explained that the creation of the imprinting skill would grant him the traits of a mudball. A wide smile spread across his face as he held the small creature, now adorned with a koi fish emblem, a sense of satisfaction washing over him. He stands before a display, a small, pink creature perched on his shoulder, as the energy from the divine artifact begins to flow. A smirk plays on his lips, knowing it would be difficult to leave empty-handed. Meanwhile, a hand reaches for a door, a crimson glow seeping from the crack. Before a sudden, violent force erupts from within. Yang Wei, witnessing the chaos, wonders if he is already too late. A panicked crowd flees past him, screaming in terror. He covers his mouth in shock, realizing an explosion has occurred. As he turns to run, a chilling thought crosses his mind. Is Jian Li finally getting serious? Amidst the chaos, his eyes widen in disbelief, a gasp escaping him as the full impact of the explosion registers. Yet, through the dust and panic, Li Jian strides forward, a faint smile playing on his lips, the pink mudball Lime clutched in his hand, completely unfazed by the destruction around him. Seeing him so calm, Yang Wei's shock turns to fury, his voice raw as he screams the other man's name. Unperturbed, Li Jian continues his casual advance, debris scattering with each step. The hunter's nonchalance only fuels Yang Wei's indignation, who sarcastically wonders if this destruction is his friend's idea of a reunion. He demands to know why Li Jian didn't come to the guild first, questioning his priorities after such a long absence. Closing the distance, Yang Wei grabs the younger man by the collar, shaking him roughly as he scolds him for his apparent disregard for his own well-being. Li Jian's smile falters slightly. Still shaking him, Yang Wei presses for answers, reminding him of past instructions, while Li Jian lets out a frustrated grunt. Yang Wei's mind races, recalling the sheer force of the explosion, a perfect dropkick that had leveled everything in its path. And yet, here he stands, completely unfazed, still wearing that same hoodie, as if nothing of consequence had occurred. His gaze falls upon the small, pink, gelatinous creature resting on the table, a gasp escaping him as he processes its familiar form. It's Jian's divine artifact, the slime. A dawning realization washes over him. Could this creature truly be the source of such immense power? He turns to the young man, his voice laced with disbelief and frustration, demanding to know why he shows no remorse for the chaos he's caused. Overwhelmed by his emotions, Yang Wei grabs Jian by the collar, shaking him violently, his desperate plea echoing through the room. But the young man simply turns, his footsteps receding, leaving the confrontation unresolved. Still reeling from the destruction and Li Jian's indifference, Yang Wei grabs him by the collar, shaking him with a desperate plea, demanding to know if he is truly the Jian he once knew. Despite the physical assault, Li Jian remains utterly unfazed, his expression unchanging as he endures the man's outburst. With a dismissive gesture, Li Jian pushes Yang Wei away, sending him sprawling to the ground, before calmly walking off, leaving the frustrated man behind. Just as Li Jian turns to leave, a blinding golden light erupts from above, and a new, powerful presence manifests. The god of Sagittarius, Apollon, has appeared. His golden eyes glow with divine energy, radiating an overwhelming aura. The newly arrived deity gazes down at Li Jian, his voice echoing with authority as he speaks his name. The golden light around him intensifies, his presence dominating the space. With an air of profound significance, Apollon addresses Li Jian directly. As he fully materializes, a brilliant golden light emanates from him, illuminating the debris-strewn landscape and casting long shadows over Li Jian, Yang Wei, and the small, red slime creature at their feet. Towering over them, the god of Sagittarius, Apollon, stands in his full, divine glory, his form radiating an overwhelming golden aura that dwarfs the mortals below. Li Jian stares up at the imposing deity, a single thought echoing in his mind. Why is he showing up here? A blinding, golden light erupts, radiating immense power. From within its depths, a figure begins to materialize, his long, wavy golden hair flowing around him as he lets out a pained groan. His eyes remain closed for a moment, bathed in the ethereal glow. Then, they slowly open, revealing irises that shimmer with the same golden light. Yang Wei and Min Sung-hoon watch, stunned, as Apollon fully manifests before them. A complex, golden pattern flares, marking the completion of his arrival. Apollon stands tall and imposing, his divine aura radiating outwards. Yang Wei, recovering his composure, demands to know why he has appeared. He stands before them, a golden aura shimmering around him, while Min Sung-hoon stares in awe. A system message appears, identifying the figure as Apollon, the divine god of Sagittarius, and stating his purpose, to verify the identity of Li Jian. As Apollon raises a hand, his golden energy intensifies, prompting a furious reaction from Yang Wei, who questions the god's intentions. Yang Wei pulls Min Sung-hoon protectively behind him, his anger flaring as he demands to know why Apollon would target someone he doesn't even know, reassuring Min Sung-hoon that he will be fine. Min Sung-hoon, still trembling, asks about payback, as Yang Wei declares his intention to make Apollon pay for his actions. Enveloped in a menacing red aura, Apollon, the divine god of Sagittarius, looms over the scene, a chilling chuckle escaping him as he declares his intent to kill. But before he can act on his words, Yang Wei points a furious finger, a palpable glare radiating from him. The god, still in his demonic form, recoils slightly, expressing his shock and anger at losing his world and all his relics. Nearby, a startled woman flinches, calling out a familiar name, wondering if Jian is truly present amidst the chaos. Ignoring the god's outburst, Yang Wei winds up a powerful punch, declaring his intent to land a single, decisive blow. With blinding speed, his fist connects, a sickening impact sending blood splattering through the air. Meanwhile, Min Sung-hoon, accompanied by Lime, breathes a sigh of profound relief, confirming that Jian has indeed arrived. Apollon, now in his human form, clutches his cheek, reeling from the unexpected blow, acknowledging the sheer force of the hit. Standing together on a grand staircase, Yang Wei questions the theft of a relic, while Jian simply responds with a thoughtful hum. He casually mentions being chased, prompting a bewildered response from his companion. As he begins to unseal a large, ornate bag, Min Sung-hoon's eyes widen in disbelief, realizing the implications of the contents, but Jian simply confirms his audacious act with a proud grin. His friend, however, is far from impressed, grabbing him in a fit of exasperated fury. Meanwhile, a group of stern-faced men in dark suits discuss their target, confident in their ability to apprehend him, dismissing him as beneath their skill. Two of them continue their conversation, one expressing concern that their target might be more formidable than anticipated, while the other dismisses the notion, believing no one could match their leader's power. Suddenly, a swift, brutal strike connects, sending one of the men reeling from the impact. The attacker recoils, a look of utter shock and confusion spreading across his face. A grim expression settles on Yang Wei's face as he senses the shift in the air, a chilling confirmation that it has arrived. With a thunderous roar, a colossal, beast-like entity, wreathed in crackling red energy, tears through reality. This is no mere monster, but the legendary household god of Ares, the beast of riches, Pishu. Its very presence signals a dire warning. All riches and relics may now be taken. The towering deity looms over the devastated landscape, its form radiating immense power. Waves of crimson energy ripple outward, a testament to its destructive arrival. Amidst the rubble, Jian and a younger man named Teksu gaze up in horror, realizing the household god of Ares has appeared. Panic etched on his face, Teksu urges Jian to abandon the items stolen from Yang Wei and flee. But Jian, calm amidst the chaos, simply instructs Teksu to stay still. He stands resolute, a confident declaration escaping his lips. I'm a man with a plan. A soft, cheerful sound emanates from his companion, who smiles up at him, ready to assist. But then, a low hum begins, and Lime's eyes ignite with a fierce, crimson glow. The air around them crackles with building energy, as a vibrant red aura erupts around Jian, enveloping him completely. Behind him, Lime expands dramatically, its glowing eyes now massive and radiating power. Jian's hand glows with the same intense red light, a determined smirk gracing his lips as his own eyes burn with the fiery hue, ready for whatever comes next. With a swift motion, he draws a sword, now radiating the same potent red energy, its blade shimmering with power. Jian holds Lime, contemplating the immense power he's about to unleash. Acknowledging that using it against a household god in this state would be tough, but he grips a simple knife, ready for the challenge ahead. A vibrant green cyan aura erupts around him, crackling with raw energy as he stands amidst the ruins, a newly formed, glowing sword now clutched in his hand. He looks down, a question echoing in his mind about the true nature of this surging power. The ground beneath him fractures and glows, unable to contain the sheer force radiating from his transformation. A determined expression settles on his face as the sword in his grasp solidifies, its ethereal glow now more focused and potent. The green cyan energy continues to swirl around his form, a visible manifestation of his awakened strength. His hands tighten around the hilt, the blade now fully transformed into a divine weapon, imbued with the combined powers of the Master Mage and the Snake Constellation. The sword itself hums with newfound power, its edge sharpened to an impossible degree, its inherent strength amplified far beyond its original form. He studies the system window, which now reveals the core of his power has been strengthened, making the household god's weak spots visible and a path to victory clear. A new skill has been acquired, and a confident smile spreads across his face as he declares, the 13th sense. The monstrous Pishu, however, seems to sense the shift, its glowing red eyes narrowing as it growls. I can clearly see it, the weak spots of that bastard. With a surge of green cyan energy, Jian leaps into action, his divine blade arcing through the air as he shouts, all right, then let's wreak havoc. The weapon slices through the oppressive atmosphere with a sharp, resonant clang. Pishu watches the incoming attack, a strange understanding in its voice as it acknowledges, that's right, Jian, it was always you who had to strike first. From a distance, Teksu, Yang Wei, and Min Sung-hoon observe the unfolding battle, Teksu reflecting on the protagonist's unwavering spirit. You always managed to defeat all the challenges that were thrown at you, even if it appeared to be reckless. A hopeful grin spreads across his face as he urges, go get him, Jian. Jian's attack connects with a resounding impact, striking the massive paw of Pishu. From a distance, Teksu cries out his name, his face etched with concern as he witnesses the fierce exchange. Another powerful blow lands on the beast's limb, but the household god retaliates swiftly, crushing Jian beneath its colossal foot. What are you screaming about? He retorts. That's unbearably loud. Despite being pinned, his eyes glow with fierce determination as he challenges. Then, isn't it my turn now? The colossal Pishu lets out a guttural growl, its massive paw shifting, its entire form radiating pure, unbridled fury. He moves with a burst of speed, a vibrant green aura flaring around him as he closes the distance. But the colossal beast, Pishu, lets out a guttural roar, its maw wide open, glowing with an ominous red light. The sound echoes, a primal challenge. A system warning flashes before Jian's eyes, alerting him that Pishu, the beast of riches, is now activating its unique abilities. The beast roars once more, its red energy intensifying. The warning clarifies that Pishu is actively draining the surrounding area, sucking up all the riches in its vicinity. As the beast glows with an infernal red light, the ground around it cracks and crumbles, debris flying as its absorption ability takes hold. A scoff escapes Jian's lips, his expression hardening. He mutters, TCH, you wouldn't have been beaten up if you'd have stayed still. With renewed determination, he prepares his own counterattack, his eyes glowing with a fierce green light as his aura flares once more. He moves with blinding speed, a teal aura flaring around him as he closes the distance, a voice echoing in his mind, demanding to know what could possibly be screaming so unbearably loud. Still in motion, he curses the beast, the sheer stench of its presence nearly overwhelming him. His luminous blue eyes lock onto the monster's form, a sudden insight into its characteristics catching his attention, and he resolves to land a direct hit, just once. With a surge of power, he unleashes his snake ability, a concentrated burst of teal energy striking true. The attack connects with a violent impact, shattering the beast's defenses and sending fragments of teal energy and dark tendrils exploding outwards. The teal energy continues to bore into the creature, intertwining with its shadowy tendrils. Expanding and intensifying within its form, the attack builds to a crescendo. Finally, with a deafening crack, the accumulated force erupts in a devastating explosion of light and shadow. The beast lets out a pained, guttural roar, its monstrous maw wide open, revealing rows of sharp teeth amidst the lingering dark tendrils. The force of the attack continued to erupt, a blinding flash of green energy and debris. As the initial impact began to dissipate, leaving trails of emerald light in its wake. Yet, another wave of destructive energy, now tinged with a furious red, pulsed outwards, sending nearby observers reeling in terror as debris rained down around them. Through the chaos, Jian stood, his luminous blue eyes fixed on the devastation he had wrought, the lingering green energy still clinging to Pishu's form. A moment of stunned silence followed, revealing the true scale of the impact, a massive, winding trench carved deep into the earth, buildings reduced to rubble, and the landscape utterly ravaged. Witnessing the apocalyptic scene, Oteksu could only murmur, "All that power." He can only stare, utterly bewildered by the sheer power displayed, muttering that it's the same as when he was in his prime. The landscape around them lies utterly ravaged, a testament to the devastating force unleashed. A system notification confirms the impossible. A household god has been taken down. As Jian turns away from the destruction, another message appears, indicating his divine god experience points have risen. His expression remains calm as the system presents him with a choice. Would he like to keep Pishu, the beast of riches, as his household god? Meanwhile, Oteksu, still reeling from the display, questions aloud how Jian could possess the ability to control household gods, wondering if he himself is a divine god. A hand reaches out. As Jian stands triumphantly over the heavily damaged Pishu, both figures still crackling with residual energy. His vibrant green aura continues to flare, a clear sign of his immense, lingering power. As the dust settled from the devastating attack, the massive form of Pishu, the beast of riches, began to shimmer and shrink. Its once towering presence diminished rapidly, until it was small enough to be held in one's arms. The system confirmed that Pishu, the beast of riches, had decreased its size to be hugged by its master. Jian now held the miniature creature, its red eyes still glowing faintly, as Oteksu watched in disbelief, a simple "oh" escaping his lips. A wide grin spread across Jian's face as he declared, "Hell yeah, since he's the beast of riches, I'll be able to store all my treasures." The tiny Pishu, however, seemed to protest, muttering, "I'm not a storage unit." The implications of a household god becoming one's own were profound, leaving observers to wonder what price had been paid for such immense power. Another system message appeared, offering Jian the next step. You can give a name to Pishu, who has become your household god. With an expression of pure delight and a mischievous glint in his eye, Jian loudly proclaimed his chosen name, Piggy Bank. Both Oteksu and Yang Wei could only stare in utter shock, their faces a mixture of awe and bewilderment at Jian's unconventional decision. A modern, two-story house stands quietly under a clear sky, its clean lines suggesting a comfortable, if somewhat isolated, existence. Inside, a pained scream escapes Jian Li, his eyes glowing faintly blue, as Oteksu complains about the unbearable noise and the stench of a fat bastard's foot. Teksu continues his tirade, lamenting someone stuck in the tower for 2 decades, unable to protect his wife, now a fat bastard unworthy of being called a hero, a sentiment that elicits a pained groan from his companion. Shifting the topic, Teksu then wonders if he'll be able to mooch off at his friend's house, who simply states that he lives alone and Teksu can stay as long as he needs. Realizing he might have said too much, Teksu quickly tries to backtrack about the mention of a wife, while Jian Li attempts to cheer him up, clarifying that he isn't divorced. Cutting off the awkward conversation about his marital status, Teksu quickly changes the subject, asking what truly happened to his friend in the tower. He then suggests keeping the protagonists return a secret from Sunghoon and Wei, since they are known fanatics of Li Jian. He begins to explain, a long and sorrowful tale unfolding. He recounts how he was betrayed, stabbed in the back, and then ensnared in a deadly trap. The place itself was a nightmare, swarming with countless calamities, and to make matters worse, even more began to appear. Among them, the terrifying Crimson Eye, which had been dead, had also inexplicably returned to life. Teksu, shocked, questions the impossible resurrection, but Jian Li quickly clarifies that the Crimson Eye itself wasn't the true problem. He eventually managed to subdue the flickering monstrosity, but the real threat was far more insidious. The actual issue wasn't the Crimson Eye, but the administrator of the tower, a being capable of reviving dead calamities. He recalls managing to escape the tower, barely clinging to life, a story he had already shared with Oteksu. His journey culminated in the defeat of the tower's administrator, a victory achieved only after expending every ounce of his strength. Yet, a lingering thought persists. The administrator wasn't even present during the initial calamities. He had later vanquished those monstrous calamities, but the reason for their inexplicable return to life remains a mystery. One thing is certain. The individual who betrayed him possessed intimate knowledge of the Demon Tower's intricate structure. Only that traitor could have orchestrated his entrapment within a tower teeming with countless dangers, having already known its every secret. Now, a new resolve hardens his gaze. He intends to forge equipment specifically designed to overpower his betrayer, acknowledging that he must start from scratch to achieve this. He needs to create the perfect tools to exact his revenge. With a surge of green energy, he initiates the process of creation. A system window materializes before him, announcing the activation of his creation workshop at level 0, a summoned workshop capable of crafting anything. The system immediately begins searching for suitable materials. Considering the vast array of possibilities, Jian Li ponders the materials he could use to create his divine artifacts. A system window appears before him, listing various components like a unified essence and a Spider Queen's etchment of calamity, along with a note that many other artifacts could be created from these. Holding a glowing orb, he considers his options. A mischievous thought crossing his mind. Perhaps he should just throw everything in and see what happens. As he makes his decision, a small, wooden horse materializes before him, and a system notification confirms that the creation of a divine artifact has begun. Outside, a magnificent, glowing workshop manifests, radiating a powerful aura. Moments later, the wooden horse transforms into a vibrant, fiery steed, its form crackling with energy, and a new rule is revealed. Only the owner of the artifact's name can possess its magic power. Holding the newly forged artifact, Jian Li marvels at his creation, exclaiming that he has successfully crafted a divine artifact using another artifact. However, his enthusiasm quickly wanes as he observes its appearance, muttering that for a high-grade equipment possessing an ego, it doesn't look particularly cool. He glares at the man beside him, a scoff escaping his lips as he thinks about the unbearable stench of his companion's foot, while the other man questions his loud outburst. With an exasperated roar, he demands to know how anyone could seriously ask such a question, given the immense mana and time he invested. His companion, Oteksu, simply sighs, admitting he should have anticipated such a reaction. Still stewing in frustration, Jian Li laments his amazing desire and the belief that he was a genius for creating a divine artifact, only to be disappointed by its lack of respect or aesthetic appeal. A single tear rolls down Oteksu's cheek, reflecting his deep distress at the protagonist's dramatic outburst. Attempting to steer the conversation, Oteksu suggests that their next move, depending on Jian Li's actions, should be to deal with the Saint Bastards. Holding up a small, golden ram-headed chest, Jian Li questions how they can achieve that if the Saint Bastards don't come out on their own, wondering if he should be the one to draw them out. The golden chest, radiating a soft glow, is revealed to be the ram, divine artifact of Ares, the safe of the Golden Fleece. Meanwhile, Min Sung-hoon reviews the artifact status, noting that only its owner can use it, and that the artifact itself is making a request to its owner, prompting him to wonder why Jian Li would claim he couldn't use it. Oteksu mentions that he heard the Sagittarius Saint had no money, prompting him to bring funds, but Jian Li, looking annoyed, quickly dismisses the idea. Instead, he gestures emphatically towards the golden, ram-headed chest, the safe of the Golden Fleece, declaring, "I'm not poor." This divine artifact, capable of multiplying materials and creating other artifacts, also makes requests to its owner. Min Sung-hoon, observing the artifact, states matter-of-factly, "There's no one here who can activate it." Jian Li, looking exasperated, retorts, "You can't even use this." He corrects himself, clarifying that he is the Sagittarius Saint, not the Aries Saint. Sung-hoon simply acknowledges this with a quiet, "Right." He then muses, looking thoughtful, "I think you can use it though." Sung-hoon apologizes, suggesting they will have to find another method, though he admits he has already sent a declaration of war to the Aries constellation. Jian Li, looking away in disbelief, can only stammer, What did you do to which place?" A figure, unseen from the front, complains about the unbearable loudness of someone screaming, before adding a disgusted remark about a fat bastard whose stench nearly killed them, as a man with light hair furiously demands to know what was sent to the Aries constellation, calling the sender a crazy bastard. Meanwhile, in Korea, the stately blue house stands under a clear sky. Inside, Min Sung-hoon sits at a large conference table, dismissing his colleagues as retards for their inability to handle even a single spider. Oliver, a man with dark hair and glasses, sits across from him, expressing concern that they might be humiliated if they don't find another way. An unseen voice addresses Sung-hoon as the Leo Divine Cadre Captain, urging him to mind his words. Sung-hoon, however, remains focused on the Spider Queen, wondering aloud if the dead Lee Jian has somehow returned. Oliver sternly warns him not to cross the line. The unseen speaker then adds that the Leo Divine Cadre Captain is too obsessed with the hero stories of Lee Jian. As the Blue House grapples with the fallout of the Spider Queen's death, a new figure emerges, identified as Choi Sung-hyuk, the Gemini Divine Cadre Captain. He questions the official story, demanding to know why anyone would believe Russian subjugation hunters were responsible for the Spider Queen's demise, especially after they went all the way to Russia only for her to die. Oliver, standing opposite Min Sung-hoon, explains that even the Russians are baffled by the situation, and his own subordinates are equally confused about who truly killed the Spider Queen. Ignoring the confusion, Sung-hyuk declares with absolute certainty that it was Ares who killed the Spider Queen, thanks to the sacrifice of an S-rank disciple. A faint purple aura emanates from Sung-hyuk as he speaks, his expression unwavering. Min Sung-hoon, hooded, reacts with surprise, his eyes widening at the revelation that Ares possessed such a capable individual. Sung-hyuk's gaze intensifies, a dark humor in his voice as he states, "I'd love to meet that person. I guess I'll have to look for them in the stomach." The purple energy around Sung-hyuk flares, his words hanging heavy in the air as Min Sung-hoon and Oliver listen intently. Oliver clenches his jaw, a frustrated thought crossing his mind. Damn it. When did the Blue House become a den of thieves? He stands before a superior, his voice urgent as he reports. President Nim, something big happened. Meanwhile, another official watches a screen intently, a special report flashing across it, detailing a package received at the broadcasting station. Inside the package were pictures of a familiar figure, someone they assumed to be Yang Wei. But the accompanying short message, "I'm back," was the true shock, as handwriting analysis confirmed it was a 99% match to the supposedly dead Lee Jian. The news sends Oh Taek-soo into a frantic state, his face contorted in disbelief as he screams, "Hey!" He turns to Lee Jian, who calmly checks his phone and relays the chilling details. A war declaration. I'm asking them to prepare. Help lines to be cut off. Oh Taek-soo clutches his head, the implications sinking in, questioning. You killed Yang Wei is already a known fact. Why would you announce that? His world seems to turn upside down as he struggles to process the impossible truth. He's not. Both men are left in stunned silence, their faces reflecting utter shock as the reality of the situation dawns on them. A voice cuts through the tension, demanding to know the cause of such an unbearably loud outburst, while Oh Taek-soo, overwhelmed by the news, feels as though the very stench of a fat bastard's foot has nearly killed him. Then, with a flourish, the subject of the recent uproar is revealed. Tada, this is Yang Wei. Yang Wei himself appears, his expression a mix of surprise and confusion. As Oh Taek-soo's shock gives way to unbridled fury, his voice raw with disbelief. Ah-huh, Lee Jian, you King bastard. Meanwhile, Lee Jian stands poised, his hands crackling with luminous blue energy as he conjures a complex, glowing cube, the air around him shimmering with power. His abilities are then detailed, revealing his constellation skill, Creation Workshop, which allows him to create anything, an eye that sees all, granting him insight into the true nature of things. Further skills include Eye of the Mind, which allows him to see through lies and illusions, Recovery, for rapid healing, Eye of the Soul, to perceive the flow of mana, and Eye of the World, enabling him to see the future. A pained groan escapes Yang Wei, as he desperately cries out, pleading to be released from his unseen tormentor. Meanwhile, Jian Li stands with a menacing grin, explaining that he can now restrain Yang Wei's soul, drawing power from the echoes of their recent battle. Suddenly, a small plush toy lets out a piercing shriek, its voice filled with anguish. Jian Li holds the toy, dismissing its cries, and directs attention to something else. He looks down, revealing the knife that had been plunged into his back. Holding the plush toy, he explains that it was this very weapon that led him into a trap. Meanwhile, Yang Wei is shown holding a glowing blade, questioning if it's a weapon that flows from to his death. Yang Wei examines the glowing knife, its intricate engravings suggesting it's far from an ordinary blade, as a voice in his mind confirms that if he was truly stunned, it certainly wasn't his own doing. Meanwhile, Jian Li holds the plush toy containing Yang Wei's soul, which mockingly declares it will go check how cold the water is. Jian Li then suggests they drop by the Divine Artifact store for a bit. The plush toy, still embodying Yang Wei's soul, questions the destination. Jian Li explains that Asher mentioned seeing that particular engraving somewhere in the store. A satisfied smile spreads across Jian Li's face as he holds the plush toy. He then casually requests some clothes. A voice offers him anything from the closet. Finally, Jian Li addresses Yang Wei's body, leaving him to guard the house as slave number 2. He pauses at the doorway, a question hanging in the air. From inside, a woman's exasperated voice cuts through the silence, demanding he return immediately. Her frustration is palpable as she continues to yell. Meanwhile, a desolate, ruined landscape stretches out below, a swirling vortex of dust and debris marking its eerie silence. A massive, skeletal structure looms in the distance, as heavy footsteps echo across the barren ground. A group of men in dark suits advances steadily through the ruins, their determined strides carrying them deeper into the desolate expanse. One of them observes the strange structure, concluding that neither the Aries saint nor any divine energy is present. Elsewhere, a man with pale hair smiles serenely, water dripping from his fingertips as if conjured from thin air. In a luxurious bath, a young woman wonders aloud where someone has gone. Her identity is then revealed as the Aquarius saint, Sophie Marty. Meanwhile, in a sleek, modern office, another woman, sharp and composed in a business suit and sunglasses, reflects on her difficult situation, feeling isolated as the last remaining saint, with another one seemingly working against her. Back in the bath, Sophie Marty continues her search, questioning the whereabouts of a certain bald piggy. An attendant cautiously suggests that the recently returned Jian Li might be responsible for kidnapping someone named Dong Wei, causing Sophie Marty to ponder the possibility. Elsewhere, a man in an opulent chamber bursts into uproarious laughter, his mirth echoing through the grand hall. Suddenly, a surge of vibrant blue energy erupts around Sophie Marty, her eyes widening in shock as she utters a single word, sister. The blue aura intensifies around her, her expression hardening with anger as she dismisses the situation as a bad joke. Her sister, the woman in the suit, remains stoic, a subtle sound of impact or tension accompanying her stern gaze. Still reeling from the previous revelation, Sophie Marty hears her sister's sharp exclamation before quickly apologizing for an unnecessary remark. Her sister dismisses the apology, explaining that she too will be attending the divine artifact auction and must sell off the artifacts she had been saving for the drachma auction. As Sophie Marty remains submerged in the bath, she reacts with wide-eyed surprise to the news that other saints have also applied to participate in the drachma auction. A close-up of her mouth reveals her utter shock as she exclaims, "What?" The scene then shifts dramatically to the exterior of a building, its sign proudly proclaiming it to be Lions GYM. Inside, two men stand amidst the gym equipment, one with a focused expression, the other observing. The observing man hesitantly addresses his companion, muttering, Stephen Nim. Stephen, a powerfully built man, continues his intense workout, lifting heavy weights with unwavering determination. He snaps, his voice cutting through the air, demanding to know what the unbearable noise is about, then complains about the fat bastard whose foot stench nearly killed him. A look of pure irritation crosses his face as he flexes a powerful arm, then shifts his weight, his muscles rippling. A sinister chuckle escapes him, his eyes gleaming with anticipation as he realizes it's finally appeared. His grin widens, a predatory glint in his glowing golden eyes, revealing the formidable physique of Stephen Marker, the Leo Saint. Meanwhile, a shimmering, crackling portal materializes, pulsating with raw energy. The very source of the earlier complaint, a foot clad in a simple sneaker, now resting near the powerful saint. He finds the teleportation convenient, though it's usually an expensive service. But for their affiliates, it comes free of charge. Their destination, the Divine Artifact Store Complex, looms ahead. Stephen offers a word of thanks, acknowledging the help in securing an S-rank interview. Richard dismisses it as nothing, then casually asks if Stephen knows the man who defeated the Spider Queen. Meanwhile, in a different setting, a determined voice insists on scouting him, offering any necessary support. Richard glances at his phone, a message from Richard Boss displayed, prompting Stephen to inquire if his boss is still bothering him after the incident, to which Richard replies with a hesitant, that's. He recoils from a foul odor, muttering about the unbearable stench of some fat bastard's foot, before declaring he won't fight against mere insects. Activating a new skill, he summons Janice's Desire, a powerful ability that can call forth either a red soldier of sadism or a blue soldier of masochism, each with random effects. Meanwhile, Stephen and Richard continue their conversation, with Stephen asking if the item was rusted at the time, to which Richard replies that he fixed it, warning that the effects are a little different now, so he shouldn't be surprised later. Stephen thanks him for now, as Richard looks up at the grand building before them, wondering if this is the place. They have arrived at the location of the SS rank appraiser, a magnificent, traditional structure standing tall. As they ascend the steps, the appraiser inside looks up, his eyes widening in surprise. He can hardly believe someone of their caliber would appear in such a place. A hush falls over the crowd as a radiant presence approaches, drawing gasps of admiration from onlookers who whisper about her unparalleled beauty. Her arrival is heralded by a retinue of stern, suited figures, their forms shimmering with a subtle, golden glow, creating an aura of immense power around her. At the center of this procession, a woman moves with serene grace, her own form radiating a soft, ethereal light, each step deliberate and poised. It is none other than the saintess, Sophie Marty, her gentle smile belying the immense spiritual power she wields. As she makes her way through the building, she expresses a desire to leave some divine contacts at the appraiser's office before the upcoming auction, a task she clearly considers important. The appraiser, caught off guard, apologizes profusely, explaining that he currently has an appointment. This news visibly irritates the saintess, who internally fumes at the audacity of someone else occupying the appraiser's business during her visit. The appraiser nervously addresses her, but Sophie quickly composes herself, deciding it's all right, and suggesting they simply look around the area for now. As the grand doors of the appraiser's establishment loom ahead, a voice questions the identity of the powerful individual within. Stepping into the opulent foyer, Sophie Marty and her attendant are greeted by the appraiser himself. The sheer prestige of the place is palpable, with the appraiser's rank and the cost of his services both rumored to be SS rank. Among the displayed artifacts, a divine contact item is prominently showcased, confirming the nature of Sophie's visit. As the appraiser addresses Sophie and her attendant, Oteksu stands nearby, his gaze fixed on the display. His curiosity piqued by the divine contact, Oteksu questions the appraiser, wondering if he created the item or has a connection to Li Jian. The display case clearly labels the item, identifying the appraiser as Jin Myung, a Virgo affiliate SS rank. Observing Oteksu's intense interest, Jin Myung internally notes the man's clear admiration for Li Jian. Without waiting for an answer to his previous question, Oteksu presses Jin Myung further, demanding to know his relationship with Li Jian. As the appraiser processes the intense questioning, he can only manage a bewildered, "Why?" Oteksu, however, continues, explaining that most people are unaware of Li Jian's true nature, given his fame for combat. He then clarifies that Li Jian is also a legendary producer. The appraiser's thoughts race, recognizing the artifact before him as a divine contact, a genuine piece of Li Jian's handiwork, unlike the countless counterfeits he'd encountered. Oteksu, observing the appraiser's reaction, remarks on his extensive knowledge of Li Jian, to which the appraiser readily agrees. A subtle blush crosses Oteksu's face as he reveals his own connection, identifying himself as a disciple who received Li Jian's favor. The appraiser's eyes widen in utter disbelief, a single, shocked what, escaping his lips. Jianli ponders, I don't remember ever taking on a student though. He hums thoughtfully, a slight frown creasing his brow. Addressing someone, he remarks on their impressive skill. Considering your skill level, you're a direct student. Your skill is quite impressive. I was almost fooled. Oteksu, enraged by the comment, shouts, Shoo, I'll punch this con man in the face. A hand, presumably Jian Li's, holds out a notebook, its pages filled with intricate script. He calmly asks, why don't you take the notebook I gave you? Oteksu's eyes widen in sudden recognition. Be the newbie that chased me around China? He was being a pain in the butt, but he was bothering me. But he truly had a knack for items, even providing useful information. A sudden realization hits him, as he recalls thinking he had lost it, only for this bastard to have stolen it. The item in question is a notebook, its pages filled with barely legible handwriting, appearing to be a sketchbook of ideas for recovering precious items. Oteksu muses that it's his own hit list of information, gathered out of curiosity after his reawakening, but considers that since Jian Li is an S-rank hunter, some valuable insights might still emerge from it. Jian Li, holding the notebook out, casually asks if he's right about something. He then offers it to Oteksu, telling him to take it as well. Feigning surprise at Oteksu's interest, Jian Li repeats his earlier thought about the notebook being stolen. Suddenly, the sleeping notebook glows with a vibrant green aura, reacting to its owner's magic power and revealing itself as an artifact created by Ephemeris. Oteksu is utterly stunned, recognizing it as a hungry storing divine artifact and marveling at a skill he has never witnessed before. As a strange, glowing device is held, a voice echoes with annoyance, wondering why someone is screaming so loudly, finding it unbearable, and then cursing a fat bastard whose stench nearly killed him. Meanwhile, inside a grand hall, a young staff member, tray in hand, urgently calls out to a colleague, exclaiming that something has happened, prompting a confused huh in response. The younger man then reports to an older, mustachioed supervisor, who demands to know what's wrong, only to be told that the Saintess is outside. The supervisor, clearly annoyed, mutters under his breath about why everyone gets so flustered over the Saintess. He then turns to the younger staff member, his expression stern, questioning, Saintess? Outside, Sophie Marty descends gracefully, her white robes flowing around her as glowing particles shimmer in the air. The older supervisor looks on, bewildered, wondering why these people are getting at him. Sophie Marty, serene amidst the commotion, reflects that this always happens whenever she goes out. Among the excited crowd, Richard observes the scene, acknowledging that while he hears this every time, the resulting chaos is a complicated matter. Sophie Marty, her back to the appraiser, declares that waiting any longer would be a waste of her time, and she intends to speak with him directly. The appraiser, however, internally grumbles about her, acknowledging that she's there to buy divine artifacts at a high price for their auction funds, but wonders just how long she expects them to wait for her, as Sophie Marty insists that it's only natural for him to treat her this way. He silently curses her audacity, wishing he could see the face of this arrogant woman. Sophie Marty continues her stride, her elaborate robes flowing behind her. Her expression shifts, a hint of surprise or concern crossing her features. Nearby, Richard watches the unfolding scene, his gaze fixed on something just out of view. A vibrant bouquet of white roses is presented. Sophie Marty, now facing forward, accepts the flowers, a determined thought forming in her mind. She needs to return. The darkness of the cavern suddenly gives way to a pair of luminous, reptilian eyes. As a colossal serpent reveals its massive head, its forked tongue flicking menacingly. Its gaze intensifies, a malevolent red glow emanating from its pupils. And Sophie Marty's face contorts in sheer terror, her eyes wide with horror. She collapses to the ground, hundreds of serpents coiling around her, as Richard rushes forward, calling out, Saintess, are you all right? He recoils, sensing the immense magical power that just erupted, a force so overwhelming. It feels as if countless venomous creatures are now swarming around her, their scales brushing against her skin. The sheer mass of intertwined bodies creates a suffocating, living prison. And with a surge of desperate resolve, Sophie Marty determines she must leave this place immediately. She cries out, her voice filled with a desperate plea, as if overwhelmed by an unseen force. Meanwhile, in a different location, Oteksu observes the situation with concern, wondering if the Saintess is feeling unwell, given her sudden distress. At the same time, Jian Li, a figure affiliated with the Zodiacs, has fearlessly confronted Ophiuchus, an encounter that has sharpened his divine power by 35%, transforming it into godly energy essential for its use. He clenches his fist, a faint blue glow emanating from his hand, a stark reminder that if his divine power ever reaches zero, his Zodiac will lose its influence. and a prolonged state of depletion will leave him severely weakened. Back with Teksu, he casually mentions that he just added a new disciple to his column, a fact that Yang Wei seems unaware of. Teksu then clarifies, asking if Yang Wei doesn't know Sophie Marty, the saint of Aquarius. The name echoes in Jian Li's mind, causing him to react with a surprised gasp, uttering her name in disbelief. He recoils, a sharp pain piercing his head as he hears the name, wondering what could possibly be so loud. A scoff escapes him, thinking of the saintess and the unbearable stench of her presence. He had been curious about the saintess for a while, but now, he finds himself unable to recall her face. If he were to categorize her, she would be nothing more than fishbones, pests, and garbage. She is merely a pest, and he cannot even consider her human. He doesn't understand why people consider her the pinnacle of compassion and self-sacrifice, when she's clearly just a cruel, selfish person. Meanwhile, Oteksu turns to Yang Wei, confirming his knowledge of Sophie Marty. Yang Wei explains that the government had to step in due to the fact that Sophie Marty's divine power was stolen, and with that excuse, other saints were also targeted. Oteksu's expression darkens, realizing that these individuals dared to touch the one he considered his own. He continues, questioning the casual use of the saintess's name and wondering if they are truly acquainted, while in the background, a scoff escapes Jian Li, who internally curses the fat bastard for the unbearable stench. Dismissing the notion, Oteksu asserts that she knows him well, as they are best friends. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit alleyway, the sister saint rushes forward with Richard, her voice filled with concern as she asks if the saintess is all right. Elsewhere, a dark intensity fills Jian Li's eyes, a silent question forming in his mind. Do you really want to die? The saintess, tears streaming down her face, struggles with a fragmented thought. Damn it. Why did Li Jian have to? As a faint blue glow emanates from his hand, Jian Li's thoughts race, urging himself to leave back now, yet acknowledging the overwhelming magic power he senses, wondering if dying would be better than this. Beside her, the sister saint observes the saintess's fading consciousness, a silent question of passing out, forming in her mind. The sister saint questions Yang Wei, asking if he intends to return to the previous district, a place where they had already suffered significant losses. He responds with a firm, no. Yang Wei then clarifies his stance, stating that he has changed his mind. Meanwhile, a memory or vision of Sophie Marty surfaces, her eyes glowing with a fierce determination as she commands, just kill them all. She continues, reflecting on a past incident where they had to give up their items, and how that brought them back to this point. Her expression hardens as she adds, you're gonna bring back fools. Sophie Marty then speaks of her own power, questioning if she should use it to protect the central district. A brilliant, golden symbol of power flares against a cosmic backdrop, as a voice challenges, are you saying you can't follow my orders? Sophie Marty's face is etched with resolve, her gaze unwavering as the symbol's light reflects in her eyes, a silent testament to her conviction. Her form glows with an ethereal light, a testament to the power she wields, as a voice echoes, there's no way I couldn't. Kneeling before the radiant saintess, Oteksu affirms, the saintess's will is the will of the gods. Sophie Marty stands tall, her presence commanding, surrounded by shimmering, glowing water. The declaration echoes once more, the saintess's will is the will of the heavens. Oteksu remains in a posture of deep reverence, his hands outstretched in supplication within the luminous pool. A more stylized vision of Sophie Marty appears, her form radiating with divine energy. Her ethereal robes flow around her, as if she is one with the glowing water. Oteksu's kneeling form is reflected in the luminous surface, his devotion unwavering. Suddenly, the scene shifts to a tiled room, where a hand reaches out, as a voice questions, where's this water leaking from? He looks down, a scowl forming on his face as a loud, unbearable noise assaults his ears, quickly followed by a stench so foul it nearly overwhelms him. The sprawling city hums with activity, its vast stadium a silent sentinel against the urban landscape, as countless lights glitter across the buildings in the fading twilight, leading to the vibrant glow of neon signs that illuminate the commercial districts. Amidst the bustling streets, Jian Li walks alongside Richard, who casually sips from a cup as they navigate the crowds. Suddenly, Richard's expression shifts from relaxed to one of utter disgust, his eyes widening as he recoils from something unseen. He lets out a surprised, almost offended sound, wondering aloud, what? A peculiar puddle of water lies on the pavement, prompting a question about its presence when the sky is clear. Yet, there's something more to it, a faint, unsettling sensation, almost as if mana emanates from its depths. Richard, standing over the puddle, looks down with a mixture of surprise and unease, while Jian Li observes his companion's reaction. His brow furrows in confusion, a soft, ethereal glow beginning to emanate from the water below him. Richard recoils sharply, a look of profound disgust twisting his features as the water's glow intensifies, Jian Li still watching the unfolding scene with a keen eye. The mysterious liquid swirls with vibrant blue energy, particles rising like shimmering dust. Richard stumbles backward, clutching his face in revulsion, unable to bear the sight or perhaps the stench of the transforming puddle. The glowing blue water continues to churn and ripple, its form becoming more defined. Finally, from the shimmering depths, a distinct humanoid shape begins to emerge, its face and arm coalescing from the liquid. Richard stares up at the sky, his mind reeling, wondering what could possibly be happening. His hand instinctively goes to his chest, a look of utter disbelief etched across his face. A horrified cry escapes him. As the chaos spreads through the city streets, with others, including Jian Li, also looking up in shock and confusion. Questions ripple through the crowd, wondering if this is some kind of event. High above the commotion, a mysterious figure with long, dark hair watches the unfolding scene from a rooftop. Her gaze fixed on the sky. Her eyes glow with an ethereal blue light as a massive, glowing humanoid form begins to coalesce behind her, a voice declaring, replication. The newly formed entities, it's revealed, are merely A-rank disciples. High above the city, the mysterious blue-haired figure continues her work, her power so immense it draws a shocked observation. She's not even an A-rank, yet she can down an elephant. Below, amidst the chaos, Jian Li groans. What are you screaming about? That's unbearably loud. He adds, oh, this fat bastard. The stench of his foot nearly killed me. Meanwhile, on the ground, a woman in sunglasses and a suit, accompanied by another guard, calls out, hey, Saintus guards. The guard beside her looks on, confused. Richard, his face contorted in anger, shouts, cancel it right now. Sister Saint responds with a dismissive smile. Everything is being done as per the Saint's order, so do not complain. The guard beside her reacts with a surprised, what? Sister Saint's resolve hardens, believing, all this is the will of heaven. Her eyes glow intensely behind her sunglasses as a narration box confirms, divine artifact activation. A blinding flash of light erupts, radiating immense power. A sudden, desperate cry of "No!" echoes through the air. As Jian Li's hand glows with an intense light, reacting to the overwhelming energy now flooding the area. From high above, the city lights twinkle beneath a spreading aura of power. As the divine artifact at its center unleashes a blinding pillar of light into the heavens. From the swirling energies, a colossal, ethereal form begins to coalesce, taking on the shape of a majestic water dragon, known as the Jumangang. This magnificent entity, also called the Water Chalice, continues to grow, its translucent body shimmering with countless glowing orbs. Finally, the immense water dragon fully manifests, its presence dominating the sky. Standing before the newly formed entity, Sister Saint declares, all right, I'll now go to the next stage in the divine artifact activation ritual. She calmly declares her intention to activate the divine artifact, her voice cutting through the rising tension. As the artifact responds, a torrent of water erupts, pulling him down into its depths. While the Sister Saint watches the unfolding event with an unreadable expression. Caught in a violent, swirling vortex of luminous blue, he curses, realizing the suddenness of his predicament. He knows he must escape this watery prison quickly. His hands glowing with a desperate blue energy as he pushes against the crushing currents. His eyes burn with the same luminous blue, a silent plea to hold on before consciousness slips away. The water continues to churn violently around him. As he desperately kicks out with a foot, also engulfed in a vibrant blue glow, trying to find purchase. A moment of silence hangs in the air. As a soft, almost imperceptible sound of water begins to fill the space. Oteksu looks up, his gaze fixed on the swirling blue energy that now dominates the area. The sheer scale of the phenomenon is immense. Its power palpable as, beside him, Yang Wei also watches, a thoughtful expression on his face. A strange, suspicious mana lingers, its presence undeniable. Oteksu's eyes narrow, taking in the full scope of the unfolding event. A sharp, glowing blue dagger is held menacingly close, its ethereal light casting an ominous glow as a voice calmly states. I have no ill will against you, but the Saintess is displeased because of you. Sister Saint continues, her tone unwavering. Tell me to kill you. Yang Wei, caught off guard, can only think to himself, if you don't want my blood spilled needlessly, don't do anything stupid. The Saintess's representative then produces a small, golden, rectangular item, shifting her approach from threat to negotiation. She offers a deal. But if you apologize for betraying the Saintess and buy our spiritual items at a high price, I'll put in a good word for you to the Saintess. Meanwhile, Oteksu finds himself enveloped in a swirling blue aura, his expression one of deep concern as the magical energy pulses around him. He questions the bizarre situation. Is it normal for people to swing around knives in public? His eyes widen in disbelief, reflecting the escalating tension. Confronting Sister Saint, who still holds the glowing dagger, Oteksu remarks, in my time, no one ever threatened to use weapons outside. As the confrontation continued, the tension in the air was palpable. Sister Saint, still holding her glowing dagger, demanded, oh, please have them pay for the damages. Oteksu, however, quickly interjected, that dagger is a divine artifact. It can't be broken with only his hands. Ignoring his words, the Sister Saint's eyes flared with an ominous red glow as she snapped, I told you not to move. Yang Wei flinched, his face contorting in fear under the sudden, intense pressure. As Sister Saint unleashed a torrent of swirling blue energy from her dagger. sending Yang Wei reeling backward from the sheer force of the magical assault. The blue energy coalesced, taking on the fearsome, serpentine form of a dragon. And Oteksu, watching the escalating display, simply affirmed his intent to intervene. Yap! With a decisive move, he brings his foot down, shattering the ground with a burst of icy blue energy, leaving the target stunned. Then, grabbing the man by his collar, Oteksu demands to know if he understands the effort involved in such a strike, before declaring it a satisfying blow. From a distance, the Sister Saint observes the unfolding scene, her expression hidden behind dark glasses as she notes the S-rank hunter's single skill, confirming her expectations. Meanwhile, Oteksu's thoughts turn to the subdued man, recognizing the inherent danger he poses. He resolves to eliminate him here and now, ensuring the Saintess receives the crucial information. The Sister Saint, her hand beginning to glow with an ethereal light, challenges him, wondering if he can block her next move as well. Blue energy crackles around her hand, forming intricate magical symbols as she channels her power. From the ground, a construct begins to rise, forged from high-purity mana. It takes the form of a majestic, glowing creature, an orange-rank summon known as the Water Wolf. She stands amidst the swirling vortex of blue energy, her summoned water wolves coalescing into fierce, glowing forms around her. Each beast radiates an intense, ethereal glow, its sharp teeth and powerful jaws ready to strike. Observing the spectacle, Oteksu mutters, "Goddamn pest, she's giving me a feast after quite a while." As the summoned creatures solidify, he glances at Yang Wei, who looks on in wide-eyed shock. Without hesitation, Oteksu grabs the man by his collar, addressing him. "Hey, Jin Hyung." His grip firm, he reminds him of their earlier conversation. "You told me I could do anything I wanted, right?" Then, with a cold resolve, he produces a knife, declaring, "I'll be taking these for now." With a swift, decisive motion, Yang Wei is plunged into a dark, swirling portal, his body plummeting into the abyss as shadowy tendrils reach out to engulf him. The ethereal forms of the orange-rank water wolves shimmer into existence, their translucent bodies glowing faintly in the dim, watery expanse. Suddenly, a flurry of knives slices through the spectral creatures, their forms dissolving into splashes of water as Jian Li exclaims, "Wow, these knives are great." With each defeated foe, a system message flashes, confirming the acquisition of new data, including the Oblivion-calling water chalice. He continues his relentless assault, tearing through the remaining summoned beasts, scoffing, as expected of that pet's dogs. These materials are A rank and up. A wide grin spreads across his face as another notification appears. What a score I'm getting from just coming to get something appraised. The last of the water wolves dissipate into swirling currents, leaving behind a chaotic, dark void. Jian Li stands amidst the fading echoes of battle, his eyes burning with a fierce, emerald glow, dark energy coiling around him as a primal roar escapes his lips. The system registers another gain, a mirror of replication fragment. This is followed by a cascade of new skills and traits, emotionality without feelings, obsession towards foes, tenacious grit, and a cryptic, toxic experience. Having just secured a decisive victory, Jian Li surveys the aftermath of the battle, a sense of triumph washing over him. Meanwhile, in a different location, the Saintess receives the shocking news that her summoned beasts have been utterly annihilated, a development she finds almost impossible to believe. Back with Jian Li, his eyes glow with an intense, luminous blue, reflecting a fierce determination. His expression hardens, a challenge forming on his lips as if to ask, is this truly all the challenge the world has to offer? A vibrant, teal energy crackles around his hand, a testament to the raw power surging within him. The Saintess, now seeing a monstrous, shadowy visage of Jian Li in her mind's eye, acknowledges the terrifying truth. He is far beyond her capabilities. A cold dread settles over her as she realizes that confronting him would mean certain death, a chilling certainty that forces her to reconsider her options. Turning away, she begins to retreat, a defiant resolve hardening her spirit despite the fear, vowing that he will not escape the consequences of his actions. He looks down, a flicker of annoyance crossing his face as he questions the source of the deafening screams. Dismissing the commotion, he muses that for all the talk of fear, this situation isn't scary at all. Meanwhile, Yang Wei stares in disbelief, utterly bewildered by his companion's casual attitude amidst the chaos. The reason for the uproar becomes clear as he realizes the Aquarius disciples have just launched an indiscriminate attack. Barely escaping the initial assault, he acknowledges the narrowness of their escape. In the snowy, ruined landscape, robed figures of the Aquarius disciples stand amidst glowing magical effects, their assault leaving a trail of destruction. A thought strikes him, wondering if these are the summons created by the Saintess herself. A massive, glowing white wolf-like beast confirms his suspicion, though he scoffs at the idea of using such a production-class summon as mere material. As the summoned beast looms behind them, Oteksu urges them to move, insisting they must escape before more of the creatures arrive. As the chaos of the attack continued, a voice cried out, urging them to wait. Oteksu, his gaze fixed on Jian Li and Richard, couldn't shake the unsettling memories of the recent battle. He vividly recalled the sight of both monsters and hunters, bleeding profusely from their wounds. That demonic expression, that battle filled with madness, it was all too fresh in his mind. Then, a realization struck him, and he gasped, wondering if the man before him could be Li Jiao. Before he could say more, a hand with a faint blue glow swiftly rose to silence him. It was Jian Li himself, his finger pressed to his lips, signaling for quiet. Oteksu's eyes widened in surprise, his expression a mix of shock and recognition. He moves through the facility, making a mental note to return for certain materials. His hand glows faintly as he continues, indicating he has another task in mind. He descends further, a polite farewell echoing behind him. The space he just left now appears empty. Soon, he is walking away, leaving the building behind. He finds himself overlooking the sprawling city, the night sky a canvas above him. A sigh escapes him as he gazes at the urban landscape, pondering the world's relentless challenges and his own choices. His thoughts are interrupted as Richard approaches, drawing his attention. A subtle smile plays on his lips, acknowledging Richard's observation of his rapid growth. He recoils sharply, a grimace twisting his features as his eyes glow with an intense green light. "What are you screaming about?" he mutters, the sound unbearably loud to his enhanced senses. "Oh, this fat bastard," he thinks, the overwhelming stench of a foot nearly killing him. The city lights begin to twinkle as evening descends, casting a warm glow over a quaint cafe. Inside, an array of tempting desserts, from vibrant gelato to rich cakes, awaits. Jian Li savors a spoonful of gelato, a soft smacking sound accompanying his enjoyment, then turns to his companion, urging him to indulge. "Hey, Sungjae, the gelato here is good. Damn good. Eat as much as you want." He continues to enjoy his own treat. While Sungjae, though appreciative, voices a slight concern. "That's fine by me. But, is that really all right? This place is pretty expensive." Despite his worry, he too begins to enjoy the delicious dessert. In a desolate, ruined landscape, Jian Li stands, his gaze fixed on a crouching woman who declares this isn't the end of their struggle. Later, holding a glowing blue insignia, he reassures himself that after dealing with the immediate threat, he'll find a suitable place to utilize its power. The mysterious object, an insignia, holds a secret. It can be used as a card, capable of storing the skills of other gods. Back at the cafe, he expresses his concern to Jian Li, remarking on the gelato's exorbitant cost and joking that it might come back to bite them later. Still eating, Richard lets out a small groan, his worry about the price lingering. Suddenly, Jian Li looks up, startled, as a tall, imposing man in a suit approaches their table. Richard, mid-bite of his gelato, also registers the unexpected arrival, his eyes widening in surprise. The new arrival is none other than Divine Cadre Captain Choi Sung-hyuk. Divine Cadre Captain Choi Sung-hyuk approaches the table where the two are seated, politely asking if he might join them. Richard looks up, a flicker of surprise crossing his features, as he recognizes the man as the Divine Cadre boss who had been assigned a specific task. Introducing himself as Choi Sung-hyuk, the Gemini Divine Cadre Captain, he extends a greeting, prompting Jian Li to inquire if he is the person Sung-jae had mentioned earlier. Sung-hyuk confirms with a simple, "Yeah, why?" He then explains that he'd heard about an incredible acquaintance who had managed to defeat the Spider Queen, a feat that even Yang Wei had failed to accomplish. A subtle smile plays on his lips, as Jian Li, unfazed, asks what that has to do with him. Sung-hyuk then reveals a small vial, explaining that scouting remarkable talents is part of a cadre captain's job. He watches Richard continue to eat, a subtle smile playing on his lips. Richard, startled by the implications of their conversation, looks up, asking, "Scout, what are you going to give me, huh?" Choi Sung-hyuk leans forward, revealing, "One of Liu Jian's divine objects will be going up for auction soon. There's no rush, so how about we take our time while managing this auction?" He watches Richard intently, arms crossed, gauging his reaction. A sudden thought crosses Richard's mind, his hand clenching slightly as he wonders, "Are they going to steal my belongings?" He looks up at Choi Sung-hyuk, a small, worried sound escaping him as he asks, "Huh? My belongings?" Choi Sung-hyuk smiles, a hint of amusement in his eyes, as he declares, "I don't have anything to lose, so I'll go with you. Is the auction house ready?" Richard, though agreeing, mentally scolds him, "Wipe that smirk off your mouth first." Choi Sung-hyuk, now on the phone, confirms with a slight smile, "No, I'm afraid not. Given that this is one of Liu Jian's famous divine artifacts, it will be auctioned off at the greatest auction house in the sky." He explains, a slight smile playing on his lips, as the name of the place is revealed, Drachma. This is the wealthy fortress city, Drachma, floating thousands of feet in the sky. A breathtaking vista unfolds, revealing a sprawling metropolis built upon colossal floating islands, its gleaming spires reaching towards the heavens. At its heart, a magnificent structure dominates the skyline, its crystalline architecture reflecting the light from above. The city is surrounded by a vast expanse of clouds and smaller, scattered land masses, creating an ethereal, almost otherworldly landscape. From below, the central auction house rises majestically, a beacon of power and wealth against the pale sky. Its intricate design features multiple levels and delicate, glowing accents, a testament to advanced engineering and magical prowess. The magnificent floating city of Drachma, renowned for its great auctions, gleams under the sky. Inside, a woman with long, light purple hair, dressed in an elegant white gown, sits with an air of profound boredom, tapping her fingers impatiently. Her delicate feet, adorned with intricate jewelry, resting idly. She continues to tap, her expression unchanging, until a voice cuts through the silence. Hey. She swirls the ice in her glass, the clinking sound echoing the tension. As a scarred man, puffing on a cigar, warns her, if you're just going to be shaking your corner, then you'll only be making the alcohol taste bad. His shirt collar is open, revealing a muscular chest. She retorts, her eyes narrowed. Take a man who can't even make a deal with a woman, but I'll make a deal for him. Still focused on her objective, she knows that the man who rose above even Li Jian is the safest place to be. Seated with an air of undeniable authority, Stephen Marker exudes a quiet power. His polished shoe rests casually, a small detail hinting at his meticulous nature. As the conversation continues, the woman hears him dismissively state that the weapon of Leo is not something they should even think about, referring to it as the Saint of Leo. Rising from her seat, she hears him question, where are you going? Unfazed, Stephen Marker simply tells her that it's none of her business, instructing her to just sit there and wait. She pauses, considering his words, before reminding herself to stay calm, knowing that this is Drachma, and there's no way the man she seeks isn't here. Her eyes widen slightly as she notices something off-panel, a sudden realization dawning on her face. Her eyes widen slightly as she processes the name, Hugo Otters? Meanwhile, the man himself strides confidently through a grand hall. His thoughts already on the task at hand. What great timing for a valuable customer to have arrived. A faint smile plays on the unnamed woman's lips as she observes the unfolding scene. A quiet geez escapes her, a subtle acknowledgement of the situation. Meanwhile, Oteksu continues his search, his primary concern being the whereabouts of Jian. The unnamed woman, however, has her own theories, figuring that Jian would have come running, given the abundance of expensive items here. Oteksu stands, hands on hips, still surveying the area with a determined expression. Suddenly, the unnamed woman's attention is drawn to something in her hand, her expression shifting to one of profound surprise. A woman with long, wavy purple hair, her expression a knowing smile, greets the man before her, asking if he has been well. Her gaze falls upon a distinctive golden star-shaped brooch pinned to his dark coat, a clear identifier for Hugo Otters. The man, taken aback, recognizes her in turn, uttering her name with a gasp of surprise. Sophie Marty. Turning his head away, Hugo expresses his difficulty in locating someone, remarking, it sure is hard to get a hold of him. Sophie, however, remains unfazed, her confident smile unwavering as she asserts, you can't win against me either. For so long, you've hidden behind the face of the saints, but you've. Hugo, looking down, counters her with a question of his own, wondering if her confidence stems from a lack of disciples, before dismissively telling her to leave, stating, or could it be because, unlike us, you don't have any disciples? Go away. I don't want. Her light blue eyes glow with an intense, almost ethereal light. As Sophie's smirk deepens, challenging him directly. Are you going to ignore me and do whatever you want? Well, if you do so. Hugo turns his back, his voice laced with a chilling warning, reminding her of his past losses. You might lose your children just like you lost your wife. Sophie Marty's voice, laced with feigned surprise, cuts through the tense air, asking, oh my, she isn't dead yet, is she? She continues, her words a venomous assault. She might as well be. What can you do when your family is falling apart due to an incompetent head? A chilling smile spreads across her face as she concludes, right? Without warning, a torrent of searing flames erupts from her, engulfing the space between them. The inferno slams into Oteksu, his features twisting in a silent, agonizing cry as the orange energy courses through him. The magical assault culminates in a violent explosion, sending debris scattering. The sheer force of the blast tears through the surrounding architecture, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. As the smoke clears, he remains, still consumed by the relentless, burning magic. The magical assault continued to rage, its explosive force tearing at the very ground. Engulfed in searing flames, Oteksu screamed, his voice raw with pain and fury, demanding, I told you to go away. Yet the devastating impact persisted, shattering the earth around him. Unfazed by the chaos she wrought, Sophie Marty watched, a faint, serene smirk playing on her lips as she idly touched a small, glowing pendant. Her hand began to glow with a soft blue light as she spoke. Phew. Please hold your temper. You have to, after all. A hint of mockery in her tone, she continued. I'd have thought you'd forgotten the truce we agreed upon 10 years ago. Meanwhile, from a hidden vantage point, Jian Li watched the unfolding cruelty, a single tear welling in his luminous blue eye. Back in the fray, Sophie Marty's power surged, her hair and eyes glowing with an intense blue aura as she challenged. Shouldn't you be more aware of your status as half a saint? Enveloped in the shimmering energy, she rose slightly from the ground, her robes flowing around her. still floating above the fray, she dismisses him with a single, contemptuous word. Her form now fully enveloped in a brilliant, swirling blue aura, Sophie Marty unleashes the full extent of her power, vibrant magical particles dancing around her. With blinding speed, a focused blast of energy streaks towards Oteksu. The impact sends shockwaves through the ground, shattering the very earth beneath him as the blue magic erupts. Oteksu's face contorts in a mixture of pain and disbelief, the force of the attack overwhelming him. He is thrown violently backward, his body recoiling from the relentless assault. Another explosive burst of energy erupts, further devastating the area around the struggling man. From a distance, Jian Li watches the brutal display, his expression etched with deep concern and a hint of anguish. His hand clenches into a tight fist, the silent gesture betraying his inner turmoil. He hears a voice call out his name, a sharp, familiar sound that cuts through the air. He turns, a look of surprise crossing his face, uttering a small, questioning sound. Standing before him, a man with a knowing smile greets him, asking what he's doing there. The man admits he was worried, fearing Jian might cause another mess, prompting a bewildered response from him, who questions if the concern is genuine or if the man actually likes him. The man quickly dismisses the notion, telling Jian not to joke about such things. A look of exasperation crosses Jian's face, a silent hell. Escaping him, his thoughts drift to a familiar figure, a woman in robes, wondering if she's destined to appear everywhere he goes. He then mutters to himself, a small, embarrassed laugh escaping him, as he considers the possibility that she might actually like him. The name echoes with a certain weight, Li Jian. He is known as the 13th Saint, widely considered the strongest. Yet, for Sophie Marty, her feelings are complex, confessing, "I've always hated Li Jian. No, I was scared of him." She recalls his scarred, intense face, remembering that his aggressive personality doesn't forgive anyone who rubs him the wrong way. And she can still feel the weight of his cold eyes that always seem to look down on her. The memory shifts, transporting her back to a pivotal moment, 20 years ago, one day. A powerful impact shakes the very foundations of a grand, ancient hall, as a figure crashes through the ceiling, sending debris scattering. The sudden, violent intrusion leaves a momentary void. Before the chaos fully registers with the onlookers, one of whom cries out in alarm, recognizing the falling man as Li Jian and desperately urging others to intervene. A young woman, her expression a mix of shock and fear, watches the scene unfold, a faint humph escaping her lips. Meanwhile, in a different, more serene setting, a woman awakens abruptly, her eyes wide with terror as she perceives the unfolding events as a descent into the abyss, pleading for it to cease immediately. Her hand clutches at the bedsheets. As the light from a nearby window casts long shadows across the room. Later, Li Jian, now heavily bandaged and looking disoriented, sits up, a silent, aggressive thought of "fuck off" echoing in his mind as a concerned woman looks on. He turns his gaze forward, his luminous blue eyes piercing through the bandages as he demands, "What is the meaning of this?" A figure in white robes stands defensively, her voice echoing with a stern warning, demanding to know how anyone dared trespass into this sacred space. Her hand extends, a faint red energy shimmering as she pleads, "Please leave." But a sudden impact sends her recoiling, a blue aura flaring around her as she cries out in shock, "Kayak!" A dark, menacing energy emanates from a clenched fist, a chilling question hanging in the air. "Do you really want to die?" Later, the injured Li Jian, his head heavily bandaged, is held by Sophie Marty, who explains with concern that his arms and legs could have been amputated, a grim reminder of the peril he faced. Her expression shifts to one of desperate confusion as she demands, "Why are you doing this?" But Li Jian, his eyes blazing with fury despite his injuries, retorts, "Are you really asking me that? I sent you to the realm that the people injured by the calamities. So why are you fooling around here?" He yells, his voice raw with indignation, accusing her, "All because that damn woman was protecting you." Sophie Marty recoils again, letting out another cry of surprise, as Li Jian, his anger unwavering, commands her, "You're the one who said you would treat them. Hurry up and go save them." Li Jian's grip tightened on Sophie, who struggled against him, demanding he release her. She lashed out, questioning his concern for those who die, asserting they should be grateful for their sacrifice for humanity. Her voice rose, challenging if he dared look down on saints, especially when they were already facing criticism for being useless. She vehemently denied any intention of cleaning up messes, her words cutting through the tense air. A beat of silence followed, then a stark realization dawned. What? Li Jian's expression, though obscured by bandages, hardened with renewed resolve. Sophie, meanwhile, recoiled, wiping away a tear, lamenting her ruined makeup for an upcoming interview. Still pleading for him to release her. Her hand is gripped with such brutal force that a gasp escapes her lips, the pain immediate and overwhelming. The man holding her captive simply states, "You almost broke my hand," as if her agony were an inconvenience to him. Her face contorts in a furious snarl, her patience completely shattered by his callousness. Dragged unceremoniously across the floor, she struggles against the relentless pull, her body limp with distress. His voice, cold and dismissive, echoes in her mind, declaring that a pest, like her, wouldn't understand human words and needed a beating to get her shit together. Eventually, she finds herself in a room filled with strange, glowing artifacts, the air thick with an unfamiliar energy. A final, desperate curse escapes her lips, before the world fades to black as she passes out from the ordeal. Even in unconsciousness, her thoughts are consumed by the rude and irrational man, Li Jian, and the sheer audacity of his actions. She jolts awake with a choked cry, only to find Li Jian looking down at her, his voice dripping with condescension as he asks if she's sleeping quite soundly. Pest. The rough ropes bit into Sophie Marty's wrists, holding her fast to the wooden chair. Her body was still weak, her mind reeling from the ordeal, leaving her utterly helpless against her captor. Li Jian stood over her, a silent, menacing presence, his gaze unwavering. A raw scream tore from her throat, her anguish manifesting as faint blue particles around her, a desperate cry against her torment. Far from the confines of her prison, a magnificent, towering structure gleamed under the light, its grand architecture hinting at power and mystery. Back in the room, Li Jian's voice cut through the silence, asking what she was screaming about, calling it unbearably loud. But Sophie Marty, despite her bonds, met his taunt with fierce defiance, demanding her immediate release. Her bound hands trembled with the force of her anger, as she continued to challenge him, questioning his audacity. Li Jian, seated, complains about the unbearable noise, remarking on the stench of Oteksu's foot, while Oteksu simply agrees. Meanwhile, Sophie Marty, bound to her chair, seethes internally, refusing to accept her predicament and vowing that things won't be the same as they were decades ago, a faint crackle of energy hinting at her resolve. Her resolve hardens as she plans to distribute acidic fluid from her hand to melt the ropes binding her. A faint glow emanates from her bound hands, the magic beginning to activate, as Li Jian stands silently behind her. She mentally dismisses the restraints as useless against her abilities, wishing she could steal mana. Before her plan can fully unfold, a swift hand clamps down on her wrist. A sharp cry of pain escapes her lips. Li Jian's voice cuts through the air, mocking her obvious attempts at trickery. With her attempt thwarted, Sophie Marty remains bound, while Li Jian stands over her, and Oteksu watches from a distance. Still holding her hand, Jian Li calmly questions the acidic sensation he feels, as Sophie Marty, enraged by his nonchalance, lashes out, calling him stupid. She declares her acidic protection skill activates whenever someone touches her body. A vibrant green aura flares around her as she imagines the acid melting his entire body, starting from his hand. She believes this to be Aquarius's strongest protection skill, a formidable defense. But his hand remains completely unharmed, prompting a dismissive thought from him about the skill's true power, as her own melted flesh instantly recovers. Sophie screams in utter frustration, demanding to know what just happened. She realizes her skill was not only ineffective but also instantly healed, rendering it a broken ability. He then looks down at her, ready to discuss everything that has transpired between them. A smirk plays on Jian Li's lips as he looks down, while Sophie Marty, clearly distressed, pleads with him, recalling his earlier threat of 50 hits to Oteksu. Unfazed by her pleas, he slowly raises a hand. A faint glow emanating from his palm as he declares, "It's all over." Oteksu cries out in pain, recoiling violently from an unseen strike. Sophie Marty observes. Jian Li then grabs Oteksu by the collar, adding that everyone gives him a reason to act this way. Teksu, still dazed, wonders if he's imagining things. As the system interface flickers before him, Jian Li registers a new notification. Divine status has been unlocked. He wonders which divine god status he is now increasing, noting that his current divine status is at 50% and requires charging. A wave of surprise washes over him, his brow furrowing in confusion at the unexpected development. Unaware of the internal turmoil he's experiencing, Sophie Marty stands nearby, her back to him, as he looks down at her. Her expression shifts to one of utter bewilderment, her eyes wide and unfocused, as if she's just witnessed something profoundly unsettling. Turning his attention back to the glowing interface, he continues to absorb the new information. He scratches his head, a puzzled expression on his face, muttering, "Divine status? Explain it to me again." The system clarifies that divine status is a godly power for manifesting and maintaining a divine god's power, and crucially, that it can be stolen from the disciples of other divine gods. He continues to absorb the system's revelations, learning that if divine status ever drops to 0, the corresponding zodiac loses its power, potentially leading to death. This new information sparks a thought. Could he also gain divine status by defeating others? He wonders if this power was dormant, explaining why he hadn't gained it from past encounters. A massive, ethereal serpent, a celestial zodiac, looms above him, its presence confirming the gravity of his new abilities. A smirk plays on his lips as he realizes the immense potential, confident that he can grow even stronger. Suddenly, his internal musings spill out. "Shouldn't you ask her about the dagger as well?" he mutters, seemingly to himself. Yet Sophie Marty, standing nearby, flinches at the unexpected question. She remains silent, her back to him, as he continues to process his thoughts aloud. "She wouldn't dare to stab me," he ponders, then adds. "Besides, I found some guy who tried to bite the dust, so it's easier. Sophie, kneeling now, looks up, her expression a mix of confusion and fear, murmuring, "Ah, I see." As he turns to walk away, his thoughts continue to escape. So you just wanted to torment her? Sophie remains on the ground, bewildered by his words. His hand instinctively reaches into his pocket, perhaps for the very dagger that sparked his earlier contemplation. He answers a call, a slight frown on his face as Oteksu watches him, asking if he's getting a phone. Teksu then explains that he needs to head to the auction house, and will leave the rest to him. He suggests that Jian can just throw away the trash in a trash can somewhere. Jian Li, already walking away, replies that he'll contact him once this is over. Teksu, left behind, lets out a frustrated shout, his voice echoing through the space. He ponders aloud what he should do with her, as Sophie Marty stands nearby, looking utterly bewildered. Meanwhile, Jian Li continues his departure, the door swinging shut behind him. The door clicks into place, and Teksu turns to Sophie, asking if she forgot something, his expression still one of exasperation. Bound tightly to a wooden chair, a figure with light blue hair struggles against his restraints. He looks down at the captive, his voice laced with disbelief, wondering why this particular individual was involved. His brow furrows in a mix of anger and frustration. The name Stephen Marker escapes his lips, a question hanging heavy in the air. The man stands over the bound captive, his presence imposing, while the captive remains silent, offering no answers. A grim determination settles on his face. He then utters another name, Hugo Otters, as if confirming an identity or a connection. A golden aura begins to emanate from him, his eyes glowing with intense power as his patience wears thin. His golden aura still flaring with barely contained frustration, Oteksu demands to know what Stephen was doing there. Stephen Marker finds himself face to face with a woman whose long, light brown hair cascades around her, her expression unreadable. Meanwhile, Oteksu arrives on the scene, a wry smile playing on his lips as he recognizes the familiar presence. He muses that it has been a while since he last encountered Sagittarius. His eyes glow with a subtle, golden light, reflecting his inner thoughts. The woman, turning her attention to the newcomer, acknowledges that this is hardly the time for pleasantries. Oteksu then reveals the reason for her presence, stating that Aquarius has requested an alliance. The woman, now identified as Aquarius, confirms her intentions, explaining that she has business in Dragonia. Oteksu questions Stephen Marker's presence, who calmly replies that he came for an auction. The item in question is none other than one of Li Jian's divine artifacts, set to appear at this very auction. A surprise sound escapes Oteksu as he processes the news of Jian's divine artifact being auctioned. Stephen, a smirk playing on his lips, asks if he truly hadn't known. Oteksu dismisses it, claiming it would be beyond his means anyway, before addressing Stephen by his alias, Leo. Stephen's expression hardens, the casual smirk vanishing from his face. Oteksu continues, his voice laced with accusation, reminding him that he never truly acknowledged Jian's strength, always feeling inferior. Yet, despite that perceived inferiority, he still diligently collects the divine artifacts that Jian creates. Oteksu's final challenge hangs in the air, asking if he truly believes he can create artifacts as powerful as Jian's. The tension in the air is palpable, drawing a sharp gasp from an onlooker. Suddenly, Stephen Marker unleashes a blinding burst of golden energy, sending debris flying in every direction. The force of the impact sends Oteksu recoiling, electrical discharges crackling around him. As dark, fiery energy crackles around him, Stephen's fury is evident, just as an observer notes that he always loses control when Li Jian's name is mentioned. Stephen continues his aggressive advance, golden energy trailing in his wake. Engulfed in crackling golden power, his eyes glow with fierce intensity. He extends a hand, channeling the raw energy. A powerful golden energy vortex swirls around him, a testament to his unleashed might. Despite the overwhelming display, Oteksu, also known as Hugo, stands his ground, retorting, "Don't act big." The golden energy around him erupts, crackling with raw power. "You're nothing but a half-wit," he snarls, the words laced with contempt. His voice rises, a furious warning echoing through the space, "And don't keep talking about Jian in front of me." With a sudden, violent motion, he seizes Oteksu's head, his hand glowing with the same fierce golden light. The power surges around Stephen, a blinding vortex of golden lightning. A primal roar escapes him, his form consumed by the overwhelming aura. "I'm now stronger than him," he declares, his voice distorted by the unleashed power. "Those Gemini bastards are buying up all of Li Jian's items," Oteksu reveals, the urgency in his tone palpable. He glares down at the man on the ground, demanding to know what he just said. With a sudden, forceful movement, Stephen Marker grabs Oteksu by the collar, declaring that he shouldn't have let a fool like him linger. As Oteksu recoils from the impact, he manages to gasp out a plea, telling his assailant to do as he pleases with Aquarius. Standing over the defeated man, Stephen questions if he's there to take him away, before a thought solidifies in his mind. They will seize all items related to Li Jian and make him pay for everything he's done. A smirk plays on his lips as he adds, "That includes Sagittarius," offering this as advice from a former comrade. Elsewhere, Sophie Marty smiles, acknowledging the unfolding events with a hint of gratitude. A moment of silence hangs in the air. Suddenly, a sharp sound echoes, and Li Jian's eyes widen in shock, his face contorted in distress. He clenches his jaw, muttering a curse under his breath. A grimy, scarred hand rests against a surface, hinting at recent struggles. He stands alone in a dimly lit, vast chamber, his form silhouetted against the faint light. The towering spires of the drachma auction house pierce the sky. Inside, its opulent halls stretch upwards, adorned with intricate architecture. The modern facade of the building gleams under the light. A private VIP room awaits. Then, a voice booms, Gemini. The auctioneer, with a wide grin, declares that the divine item will go to Gemini this time. The crowd in the auction hall erupts in a resounding yes, as the next session is announced after a short break. He finds himself in a lavish VIP room, surrounded by bottles of expensive alcohol, a wide grin spreading across his face as he declares the spoils are all his once more. From a plush couch, Otetsu watches him, a satisfied smirk playing on his lips, offering congratulations and assuring him that he can do as he pleases. The hunter acknowledges the gesture, grateful not only for the VIP room, but for the freedom to indulge. He smiles, holding up a bottle. As Otetsu explains that it's only natural for someone with his talent to receive such treatment, while a red-haired man standing nearby expresses his disbelief at the sheer cost of the VIP room. Tetsu dismisses the concern, telling his subordinate, Sungjae, that the cost is secondary to the importance of the guest. Sungjae, however, is clearly distressed, apologizing that he didn't bring the corporate card and lamenting the exorbitant bill for the alcohol. He reluctantly agrees to the situation. While the protagonist settles comfortably onto the couch, bottle in hand, thoroughly enjoying the unexpected luxury. Otetsu, leaning back with a smirk, remarks on the previous conversation. That's quite a trick, isn't it? Since when? He continues, it looks like you're a little drunk, so I paid for it in advance. Jian, holding a glass, observes the scene. While Tetsu muses, he looks young, but he's trying to mess with my head already. Sungjae, standing beside Tetsu, thinks to himself, if I make good use of him, then what I just paid meant nothing at all, right? Tetsu's voice carries, referencing a monstrous figure. But this is the super rookie who killed the Spider Queen. Jian glances up as Tetsu offers. All right, since we've had enough drinks. A soft purple aura begins to emanate from him as he leans forward. Shall we talk about the main topic? He regards Jian with an intense gaze. I think very highly of you. I'm sure you have the potential to be an S rank or above. The purple energy around him intensifies slightly. If you also obtain the blessings of our saint, Ares, then... Still considering the offer, Jian questions the nature of the mind-dominating fog that others are unable to perceive. He clarifies that it doesn't force trust, but rather makes one instinctively sniff out lies, a subtle yet powerful influence. Meanwhile, a deeper truth is revealed. The one who becomes the successor of a saint will also become one of the 10 saints themselves. With a wide, confident smile, Otetsu assures him that there's even more to gain. He gestures grandly, offering not just wealth, but also honor. His hand sweeps over a table laden with symbols of prestige, emphasizing the tangible rewards of such a position. He continues, his voice rising with conviction, promising the strong authority of the great Ares saint, all for free. Extending his hand in an inviting gesture, Otetsu urges him to accept, to become one of the disciples of the great Ares. His hand remains outstretched, awaiting Jian's decision. A booming laugh erupts from him, echoing loudly through the opulent room. His mirth continues, leaving Otetsu to simply stare, bewildered by the unexpected reaction. Still laughing, he muses internally, wondering if this is truly the time to accept such an offer, to become the subordinate of a poor divine lord. His eyes glow with an intense, almost manic energy, the laughter still twisting his features. Otetsu, observing the unexpected outburst, thinks to himself, recalling how kind the young man had been just moments before, and wonders why he's suddenly so angry, deciding he needs to change the topic quickly. He attempts to interject, believing there must be some misunderstanding. Just then, a hand holding a document appears, as a voice apologizes for the interruption, announcing the arrival of the purchased auction items. Otetsu's expression shifts to one of pleasant surprise, welcoming the timely arrival. He gestures warmly to the female assistant, inviting her to enter. As the assistant approaches, presenting the purchased auction item and its certificate of authenticity, Otetsu listens intently. He dismisses the certificate as mere bullshit, while Jian Li accepts the item with a calm demeanor. Turning to Jian Li, Otetsu questions if he has perhaps acquired his own divine relic. Holding up a golden artifact, Jian Li reminds him of his earlier promise to buy anything he desired. He observes the item closely, noting that while he wasn't specifically looking for it, it appears to be a quite useful divine artifact. Otetsu, still perplexed, wonders aloud how someone else could possess access to Jian Li's divine relic, especially after his own encounter with it. Suddenly, the golden artifact in Jian Li's hand erupts with a blinding flash of golden energy and crackling lightning. Jian Li cries out, overwhelmed as the immense power surges through him, the artifact glowing intensely. Oteksu and Shion Sungjae look on in stunned disbelief as the energy continues to radiate from the artifact. A powerful golden light erupts around him, transforming his appearance as a deep, resonant voice echoes through the space, demanding to know, who dares to lay his hands on my items? Suddenly, a blinding flash of electric energy erupts, crackling with immense power. The sheer force of it sends Jian Li reeling back, a cry of shock escaping his lips as he struggles to comprehend the sudden assault. He looks back, his expression a mix of surprise and confusion, as Oteksu and Cheon Sungjae stand nearby, their attention also drawn to the disturbance. But it is Oteksu who seethes with a furious yellow aura, his face contorted in rage as he demands to know who dared to touch what was his. His eyes glow with the same intense yellow energy, the power within him surging uncontrollably. With a clenched fist, the electrical power crackles around him, ready to unleash its fury. A concentrated burst of yellow electricity then explodes outward, filling the space with its raw, untamed force. Jian Li is caught in the surge, his body enveloped in the vibrant yellow glow of Oteksu's unleashed power. Oteksu offers a strained apology to Stephen, while Cheon Sungjae stands silently nearby. He explains that the newcomer made a mistake, and he will ensure it is returned without further issue. All that's required is for the item to be admitted and returned. Stephen, however, dismisses the apology with a condescending smile, thanking him for his time and adding that it's quite fortunate he doesn't have to spend a penny. The casual dismissal ignites a furious spark in Oteksu's eyes, his expression twisting into a snarl. He challenges Stephen, demanding how he could possibly think he'd get away with laying hands on what was rightfully Dive Cadre Captain Choi Sung-hyuk's. As his rage boils over, Oteksu begins to crackle with potent yellow electrical energy, his body becoming a conduit for raw power. He screams in fury as the electrical discharge intensifies, the narration noting his intention to use his actions as an excuse. Suddenly, Jian Li appears, his voice cutting through the escalating tension, demanding that Oteksu stop his bullshitting. Oteksu gazes down at his prize, a smug satisfaction playing on his lips. He declares his victory, offering to sell his newly acquired item for an exorbitant sum, a challenge in his voice. Across from him, Stephen's face hardens, a flicker of anger in his eyes. But then, a laugh bursts from Stephen, acknowledging the audacity of the man before him. Oteksu's bravado crumbles, his eyes widening in shock as he realizes the true identity and power of the man he just provoked, muttering Stephen's name in disbelief. Stephen, still smirking, appreciates the unexpected courage. Without warning, Stephen lunges forward, seizing Oteksu by the collar and lifting him effortlessly, the smaller man gasping in pain. Just as Stephen's grip tightens, a hand clamps down firmly on his arm, halting his aggression. Jian Li stands behind him, his voice calm yet firm, suggesting an introduction is in order. He declares his introductions are always deadly, his hand already crackling with power, causing Stephen to recoil. The energy around his hand intensifies, threatening to shatter. Stephen, angered by the words, dismisses the threat as minor, though a voice notes his slight agitation. As expected of a Leo, specialized for combat, his own golden energy flares around his hand. His battle spirit, a magnificent lion, manifests behind him. Oteksu, witnessing the display, murmurs Aquarius. Jian Li, undeterred, warns Stephen to continue his aggression until he is torn to pieces. Then, with a deafening impact, his scaled arm collides directly with his monstrous, clawed hand. Standing victorious over the defeated Stephen, who lies on the ground with a glowing core nearby, Jian Li remarks on his opponent's temper. As the dust settled from his own battle, a new, overwhelming force erupted, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "What are you screaming about? That's unbearably loud." He then muttered, "Oh, this fat bastard. The stench of his foot nearly killed me." A blinding yellow aura flared, as Oteksu delivered a devastating kick. The impact sent Stephen hurtling backward, crashing through the structure with explosive force. The sheer momentum of the blow continued to propel him through the air. Stephen, disoriented and surprised, scrambled away from the scene. Observing the aftermath, Oteksu reacted with a surprised, "Shit," before adding, "He really destroyed him." A confident smirk played on his lips as he declared, "It was quite fun. You can spend the rest of your life comfortably in a hospital." Suddenly, Oteksu was right in front of him, gripping his face, prompting a confused, "Huh? What are you doing?" With a surge of his own luminous energy, Jian Li glared, "Are you showing off in front of me?" Stephen, reeling from the unexpected attack, can only utter a bewildered, "What is this?" The skill had undeniably landed a direct hit. He glares, his voice dripping with contempt. "Did you really think you could attack with teleport? Can't you see? You have no brain and no eyes." Stephen, still struggling to comprehend, scoffs, "Skill rock will break. Did you think the skill that I made would work on me?" Oteksu's voice cuts through the air, sharp and accusatory, reminding him, "You begged me to teach it to you, saying you needed it to save people. But it looks like you're only using it to show off your power." Nearby, Jian Li watches the exchange, his luminous blue eyes glowing faintly with an inner power. His hand, resting casually, still pulses with a subtle, teal energy. Stephen, defeated and desperate, can only stammer, "How do you? Who are you?" In a completely different setting, a man with a warm smile addresses a waiting crowd. Everyone, thank you very much for waiting. The voice of an unseen announcer echoes through the grand hall, declaring the imminent start of the auction's main event, as Jian Li stands amidst the opulent surroundings. Suddenly, a large, imposing man with a scarred face approaches him, questioning if the item he holds is another shine mine. The man grips Jian Li's shoulder firmly, stating he has many questions, but the auction takes precedence. He then instructs Jian Li to take good care of the pendant he possesses. With a final word, the imposing man turns and walks away, promising to return once the auction concludes. Left alone, Jian Li collapses to the floor, visibly shaken by the encounter. Meanwhile, a man in a crisp suit observes from a distance, pondering how Jian Li managed to dodge an attack and redirect the saint's power, deeming it impossible even for himself. Suddenly, the large man reappears, leaning in close to Jian Li, his presence overwhelming. Jian Li's eyes widen in a mix of shock and confusion, a silent question forming in his mind. Who is this man? The auctioneer's voice booms through the hall, announcing that the time has come for the highlight of the evening. He promises to reveal the artifact everyone has been anticipating, then asks if anyone remembers the Berlin incident from 2 decades prior, a calamity that struck Germany. The incident was a complete pandemonium, a chaotic event that melted all weapons and armor. Even the 12 saints were unable to clear it at the time, leading to the failure of all calamity subjugation attempts. But then, at that critical moment, the hero Li Jian appeared and defeated the calamity. The auctioneer continues, promising to reveal the artifact that Li Jian used, as a man in the audience grins, believing it is finally within his grasp. His hand reaches out, almost grasping the legendary weapon he has seen in his dreams. Deep within the calamity zone, a desolate landscape of jagged rocks and twisted earth stretches out, permeated by an ominous, glowing energy. Strange, ethereal chains shimmer with the same eerie light, their presence a constant, unsettling hum in the air. As the hooded figure steps further into the unknown, a voice announces their entry into the very heart of the calamity. 4 days have passed since Li Jian first ventured into this perilous zone, yet those observing from afar remain unable to confirm his status or what truly transpires within. He has not emerged, and while some saints managed to escape the calamity's edge, they could not linger due to the potent poison permeating the air. Those still outside can only promise to report any new developments, as they cautiously approach the ominous boundary. An armored saint, standing beside Li Jian, questions their ability to proceed, his voice laced with concern. The glowing chains continue to bind the desolate landscape, prompting the saint to wonder how Li Jian managed to enter this place at all. Frustration mounts as he grapples with the reality that he cannot even enter the calamity, while Li Jian battles within, seemingly without a divine blessing, leaving him to question the vast difference between them. Is it merely power or the loyalty of subordinates that truly defines strength? Stephen wonders, questioning what he himself might be lacking, when suddenly, a voice announces that Li Jian is approaching the entrance. The saint's eyes widen in disbelief. Meanwhile, a lone, hooded figure strides through the desolate, corrupted landscape, a faint aura of power shimmering around him. Stephen can only stammer out a shocked, drawn-out syllable. As the figure emerges from the twisted forest, the cry goes out. Everyone, it's Li Jian. He has returned alive, having succeeded in defeating the calamity that everyone else believed impossible to overcome. The hero has truly returned, his luminous blue eyes shining with resolve. Looking down, Stephen sighs, realizing that all the achievements have been stolen by Li Jian yet again. He stands armored, a weapon in hand, a grim realization dawning on him. Addressing an unseen subordinate, he commands them to prepare for withdrawal, his voice firm. When questioned about his own weapon, he dismisses it, declaring he no longer needs it and they can have it. As he and his armored companions depart, he proclaims to have found something far superior. The object of his attention is a rugged figure, wielding a massive, crude yet powerful-looking weapon, its form radiating raw strength. This is precisely what he believes he lacks compared to Li Jian, a true equalizer. A determined grin spreads across Stephen's face, his eyes alight with newfound purpose. He recognizes it instantly, a legendary weapon. It is none other than one of Li Jian's 8 great divine artifacts, now within his grasp. A powerful, crude artifact, radiating an intense golden glow, is presented to the world. An announcement declares it to be the strongest divine artifact ever used in the Berlin Wolf dungeon, as Stephen and another man observe it through a protective barrier. Stephen's gaze remains fixed on the relic, a question forming in his mind. Then, a surge of recognition washes over him, confirming his suspicions. He finally sees it again, Li Jian's divine artifact, the very thing he believes will make him the strongest. The display case, now empty, still glows with residual energy. Far above, a magnificent, towering structure pierces the clouds, its spires reaching towards the heavens. Under the vast, star-dusted expanse of the night sky, a monstrous, dragon-like entity with glowing red eyes manifests, prompting Li Jian to exclaim about its unbearable loudness and the nearly suffocating stench of its foot. As he approached the imposing structure, a grand edifice of intricate design, Stephen could feel the air thrumming with an unseen energy. Deep within, a monstrous, dragon-like entity, wreathed in dark, glowing tendrils, stirred, its presence a palpable force that resonated directly with him. He could feel it. This was it, the very essence of Li Jian's divine artifact, a swirling vortex of blue and purple energy that pulsed with ancient might. Reflected in his eyes, the artifact's power seemed to call to him, a silent promise of strength. He could feel it. A majestic, white dragon-like head, intricately carved, rests on display. Oteksu gestures towards it, explaining that this is one of Li Jian's 8 great divine artifacts, the strongest used in the previous incident. Jian Li listens intently, his expression unreadable as he takes in the revelation. The air crackles with anticipation, as if something momentous is about to be unveiled. A sinister smile spreads across Stephen's face, his eyes glinting with a dark amusement. And then, the true artifact is revealed, the strongest bone club. A woman with long, flowing white hair, clad in a white dress, wields the formidable weapon, poised for attack. A resounding cry echoes through the space. As Oteksu gazes upon the legendary divine artifact, the Big Bone, a relic he'd only ever heard of in history books. This was truly the greatest divine artifact, both in its historical significance and its immense utility. And Jian Li, witnessing its presence, questions who could possibly be its owner. Meanwhile, Oteksu and Stephen observe from a distance, with Teksu lamenting that they're merely watching it be taken away at leisure. Yet, a mysterious figure, now holding the formidable bone club, calmly states that it is indeed something she used to wield long ago. She pauses, a hint of something unsaid lingering in her words. Suddenly, Stephen grabs Oteksu's arm, silencing his protests with an urgent demand to talk later, as he's busy. The woman, now on a call, dismisses the young ladies as impatient, promising to contact the other party later as she's quite busy dealing with these kids. Jian Li recoils, his eyes glowing with irritation, as an unbearable stench and loud commotion assault his senses, making him wonder what the source of the racket could be. Meanwhile, at a bustling auction, a poised auctioneer announces the start of bidding, opening with a staggering $1 million for the mysterious item. The crowd immediately responds, with bids quickly escalating to $5, then $10 million. The numbers continue to climb at an astonishing rate, reaching $30, then $50 million as the frenzy grips the hall. Back with Jian Li, his status window flashes repeatedly, displaying a rapid and continuous increase in his famed stat, confirming the auction's impact. He acknowledges the item's legendary status as the likely cause of the bidding war, but questions how someone like Oteksu could possibly manage to run a club with such an artifact. As an image of Oteksu appears, Jian Li muses that perhaps he wouldn't be able to, hinting at a deeper reason behind his own unique capabilities. The world of divine artifacts is vast, filled with ornate crowns, powerful weapons, and countless fragments, each imbued with ancient power. And among them, the creations of one legendary figure stand supreme. For every divine artifact he crafted is considered the absolute pinnacle of its kind, making anyone with an interest in such relics desperate to acquire them. This obsession is particularly true for the Leo Saint, Stephen Marker, who is known for his relentless pursuit of these treasures. He has been systematically collecting all of Li Jianwu's divine artifacts from across the globe, and though his power is overwhelming, deterring most from interfering, his singular focus remains on these legendary items. It's truly unfortunate that all of Li Jianwu's artifacts have now become part of Stephen Marker's vast collection, a thought that weighs heavily on the young man. He tries to reassure himself, knowing that all the profits from these sales are deposited into a bank account managed by the government. But the idea of such immense profits going into his own bank account is startling, regardless of who ultimately owns the artifacts. The sheer scale of the transaction leaves him utterly stunned, as a single artifact is auctioned for a staggering $80 million. Still reeling from the revelation of the artifact's worth, Jian Li watches the screen, a single item valued at an astonishing $100 million. But the numbers continue to climb, soaring past the initial estimate. The sheer scale of the transaction is almost incomprehensible. Elsewhere, Stephen Marker, the Leo Saint, watches the same auction unfold, his eyes widening in surprise alongside his associate. A determined expression settles on his face as he descends a grand staircase. His resolve hardening, he declares his intent to acquire the item, no matter the cost, even if it means a full $1 billion. He considers the possibility of an even higher bid, wondering if $10 billion would be enough to secure such a prize. The final bid is confirmed, a staggering $1 billion, a number that echoes his own fierce determination. As the auction for the divine artifact reached its climax, Jian Li sat beside Oteksu, his gaze fixed downwards, a silent tension gripping him. The auctioneer's voice boomed, asking if anyone would bid higher, and Jian Li clenched his fists, a desperate plea escaping his lips, while Stephen Marker watched on, impassive. Again, the question echoed through the room, and Jian Li, now wearing 3D glasses, remained visibly distressed, the Leo Saint still a silent observer. Finally, with no further bids, the gavel fell, sealing the deal. The announcement confirmed the sale, the big bone artifact going for an unbelievable $1 billion. Meanwhile, in a quiet hallway, a janitor pushed his cleaning cart, asking his colleague if he'd heard the news about the billion-dollar sale. His colleague, leaning against the cart, responded with disbelief. $1 billion isn't an amount you just throw around. The first janitor sighed, lamenting how ordinary people like them work their entire lives for a fraction of such a sum, hoping someone would eventually challenge the system. Both men stood in thoughtful silence, contemplating the vast disparity of wealth they had just witnessed. He recoils, overwhelmed by a sudden, unbearable noise and a foul stench, demanding to know what is happening. His face contorted in disgust, he insists that whatever caused this disturbance retract its presence immediately. Meanwhile, the auctioneer's voice rings out, announcing Stephen Marker as the new, proud owner of the big bone artifact. A wave of cheers erupts from the crowd, as Stephen stands tall, basking in the glow of his monumental acquisition. The onlookers celebrate his success, acknowledging this as another significant step forward for the renowned Leo Saint. But the celebration is abruptly cut short as the big bone artifact itself begins to crack, emitting a chilling, resonant sound. A powerful, destructive force erupts from its core, shattering the very ground and structure around it. Stephen and the entire crowd recoil in utter shock, their triumphant cheers turning into cries of confusion and disbelief as chaos unfolds. From the epicenter of the destruction, a swirling mass of dark, ominous energy begins to consume everything in its path, glowing with an eerie blue light. The auction hall erupts into pandemonium as the big bone artifact unleashes a torrent of dark, swirling energy, the crowd screaming in terror. Amidst the chaos, a chilling realization dawns on Jian Li. As a monstrous, blue-skinned entity with piercing red eyes and razor-sharp claws begins to coalesce from the destructive aura, the creature lets out a guttural roar, its voice echoing with a sinister claim. Li Jian. Own my body. The sheer force of the entity's manifestation sends Jian Li reeling, his body convulsing as if fighting an unseen battle. His leg twitches, a desperate struggle against the encroaching power. The monstrous form of the entity expands, its maw opening wide to unleash a torrent of vibrant blue energy. Jian Li's hand reaches out, seemingly trying to grasp or push back against the overwhelming, swirling blue force that now engulfs him, which then erupts into a blinding vertical column of raw power. Overwhelmed, he collapses, falling amidst the debris as the monstrous entity's power continues to surge, its form still visible through the chaotic blue light. His face contorts in a silent scream, dark energy tendrils writhing around him as the artifact's power consumes him. The force of it throws him backward, his body a blur of motion amidst a blinding flash of light. As he struggles, a hand glows with an intense, golden light. And then his entire form erupts in a radiant, white aura, arms outstretched as the raw power surges through him. The ground beneath him shatters, a massive explosion of debris and energy tearing through the area. The destructive force continues to spread, a blinding white blast consuming everything in its path. The very earth groans and cracks, unable to contain the unleashed power. From a distance, Oteksu watches the cataclysm unfold, a wide grin spreading across his face. Ha ha ha, this is the first time I'm actually thankful to a calamity. His eyes gleam with a strange excitement as he continues. You've allowed me to immediately experience the power of a divine artifact. Wow. Stephen, battered and on the ground, cries out in desperation, his voice strained. Meanwhile, the colossal teleport zone, already unstable, begins to violently tear itself apart, debris scattering in every direction. Jian Li watches, a silent witness to the destruction he has wrought. From within the magic tower, Oteksu exclaims his alarm, as he and Jian Li observe the escalating catastrophe. The teleport zone continues its catastrophic descent, its very structure disintegrating into dust and debris. A blinding explosion erupts, consuming the collapsing mass in a furious burst of energy. Below, a terrified crowd screams in unison, their cries echoing the sheer terror of the moment. A woman, her face etched with fear, warns that the floating island itself will fall if the debris impacts the ground. Meanwhile, an unknown figure stands amidst the chaos, calmly clutching a briefcase, observing the unfolding disaster. As the world around them crumbles, an older man rallies his forces, his voice cutting through the din of destruction. All disciples, he commands, unleash our strength to block this. His followers surge forward, their forms blurring with nascent energy. A collective surge of mana erupts from them, their eyes glowing with an ethereal blue light as particles of pure energy swirl around them. The elder leader reinforces his command. All disciples, unleash your mana. Responding in unison, a colossal wave of brilliant blue mana erupts from the group, engulfing the immediate area in a blinding, protective aura. The surge intensifies, forming a swirling vortex of raw power that pushes back against the encroaching danger. At the heart of the maelstrom, a massive, spherical energy construct solidifies, pulsating with immense, contained power. The construct expands rapidly, its brilliant blue light pushing outwards, a desperate shield against the encroaching doom. With a final, unified cry, hands reach skyward as the command to fire echoes, unleashing the full force of their combined mana. The combined mana of the disciples erupted, unleashing a devastating wave of light blue energy that tore through the air. From the city below, a colossal pillar of that same brilliant blue light surged skyward, its power immense. Yet, a voice cried out, acknowledging the overwhelming scale of the threat. This won't work. It's so big that, at this rate, we won't be able to destroy it. As the blue energy bore down, Jian Li stood firm, arms raised, attempting to push back against the immense pressure. But the force was too great, and he cried out as the impact sent him reeling, his eyes flaring with a desperate green light. Behind him, his companion shouted, "Run!" Yet, in that moment of desperation, a new power surged within Jian Li, manifesting as the fury of Apollo. With a roar, he unleashed a torrent of fiery orange and red energy, pushing back against the blue assault. The inferno expanded, a blazing shield of power emanating from his form. A torrent of golden-orange flames erupts, consuming everything in its path as it spreads rapidly across the area. Two figures react with disbelief, barely comprehending the sheer power that has just been unleashed, one exclaiming, "Impossible. They were able to break through my barrier." While the other adds, "That ability is..." At the heart of the inferno, the Sagittarius Saint, Hugo Ottersnim, stands engulfed in a brilliant golden aura, unleashing the full, devastating force of his fiery attack. The ground beneath Stephen's feet glows with the intense heat of the spreading flames, a testament to the raw power being unleashed, as a voice comments, "That moronic lion. Learn to control your strength." He stands triumphant amidst the dissipating flames, receiving the heartfelt gratitude of the relieved crowd below, who cry out, "Hugo Nim, thank you. Thanks to you, we're saved." His face reflects the immense effort and concentration required to wield such devastating power, his eyes closed in a moment of respite. The fiery attack slams into its target with devastating force, creating a blinding flash and sending debris flying in every direction. The monstrous entity recoils as the golden flames engulf its form, its glowing core momentarily obscured by the inferno. Its hardened shell begins to crack and splinter under the relentless assault, revealing the deep damage inflicted. From the lingering chaos of the previous attack, a new horror emerges, a towering skeletal monster, its bone-like form riddled with cracks, yet its red eyes still glow with malevolent intent. Stephen Marker, witnessing the creature's resilience, recoils in disbelief, realizing with a jolt that there was indeed another one, or perhaps the first one had simply refused to die. The monster's head, though still intact, is visibly mangled, dark blood and viscous fluids dripping from its fractured bone structure. A torrent of the creature's dark essence pours onto the ground, staining the debris-strewn earth. Before Stephen can fully react, a shadowy, whip-like limb lashes out with terrifying speed. The attack connects with brutal force, sending him flying through the air as he cries out in pain and disbelief, "UGH. What the hell?" His face, now bruised and bleeding, contorts in agony from the impact. The monster's grip tightens around him, holding him captive as he struggles desperately, his pleas for help echoing, "KURGH. Help me." But then, a surge of raw power ignites within him, his eyes blazing with an orange glow as a fiery aura erupts, and he roars, "Bastard, how dare you!" Engulfed in a blazing aura, he prepares to unleash his fury. The fiery energy around him intensifies, surging with a powerful force. His arm, wreathed in flames, moves with incredible speed. Meanwhile, the monstrous maw of his attacker gapes wide, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. Stephen's eyes glow with fierce determination, his face set against the infernal glow. Even as the creature's fangs loom inches from his face, he remains resolute. His gaze, burning with an inner fire, meets the monstrous threat head-on. A surge of power courses through Jian, his form wreathed in a vibrant, blue-tinged aura. As a monstrous maw, glowing with malevolent energy, lunges forward. Nearby, Oteksu's own aura flares, a golden light radiating from his body in response to the escalating threat. While Stephen, too, is engulfed in a fierce, fiery glow, his expression grim. A violent impact sends crimson droplets scattering through the air. And then, impossibly, Jian is seen atop a massive, glowing beast, riding it through the chaos. "Jian," Oteksu shouts, his voice strained with urgency. "Hey Jian, get a grip." He lashes out with furious energy, a powerful attack tearing through the air. His leg snaps forward, delivering a devastating kick. Meanwhile, Oteksu turns to Stephen, questioning, "Aren't you still a saint when it comes to combat?" Jian, overhearing, bristles with indignation, demanding, "How are you weaker than a protagonist class like me?" Oteksu retorts, "Is that why you almost got killed by a calamity runt?" As Stephen tries to interject, "Don't you dare talk about what you're doing with that kid." Oteksu ignores him, letting out a frustrated yell. Jian's anger erupts, crackling energy surrounding him as he roars, "Bastards." His face contorted in rage, he shouts, "Are you thinking of disrupting my divine actor experience?" His eyes blaze with an intense, furious light. He stares up at the monstrous machine, a growl escaping him as he finds its incessant screeching unbearable, muttering about the fat bastard whose stench nearly killed him. Meanwhile, Oteksu, observing the scene, realizes another familiar presence has arrived. Standing side by side, Jian and Oteksu watch the unfolding chaos. As Steven, from behind, warns Jian not to interfere with his Big Bones performance. Suddenly, Jian's hand glows with an intense, golden light, energy crackling around him as he prepares to unleash his power. The golden lightning erupts, tearing through the air with blinding force. And he turns, his eyes blazing with fury, to confront Oteksu, demanding, "Don't tell me." His entire form becomes a conduit for the raw, golden energy, screaming as the power surges through him. The sheer force of it manifesting as an overwhelming, crackling aura. His golden lightning continues to tear through the surroundings, a raw, destructive force. Engulfed in the swirling energy, he can only think of how infuriating this entire situation has become. Meanwhile, a massive, powerful presence looms nearby. And Jian, still crackling with power, lets out a low chuckle as he stands at the heart of a lightning storm that seems utterly indestructible. Steven, having seemingly handled his own affairs, declares that the immediate threat has been dealt with. Meanwhile, Oteksu, now a towering, blue-skinned beast, struggles to comprehend his own transformation, muttering that he must have accidentally mixed his magic power while out of sorts. Observing the transformed man, Steven expresses a keen interest in seeing what Big Bone can truly accomplish alone. Steven Marker, the formidable saint who has surpassed even Li Jian, stands with his companions, assessing the chaotic scene. Still in his monstrous, big bone form, Oteksu bellows a challenge, daring Steven to attack him with full force. He stands firm, his massive legs planted on the ground, ready for the impending confrontation. Steven, however, remains calm, his voice cutting through the air with a chilling resolve, declaring that it's time for Oteksu to face the consequences of his berserk state. Without hesitation, he pulls back his arm, winding up for a devastating strike. The impact is swift and brutal, sending Oteksu reeling from the force of the blow, his massive form momentarily stunned. A look of shock and pain contorts Oteksu's face, while in the background, Jian Li and the others watch in utter disbelief at the display of power. Steven stands triumphant, a large bone weapon now clutched in his hand, having delivered the decisive strike that leaves Oteksu disoriented. Oteksu's transformed body begins to fall backward, defeated by Steven's overwhelming strength. Steven Marker, wielding his formidable bone weapon, stood ready to deliver the final blow to the monstrous form of Oteksu. A guttural roar erupted from the creature, a desperate cry against the inevitable. Inside, Oteksu's human face contorted in agony, his eyes glowing with a mix of pain and fear. Steven's attack landed with crushing force, sending shockwaves across the monster's head. He followed up with another powerful strike, the bone weapon tearing through the creature's defenses. The monster recoiled, its face twisting in a snarl of pure rage, but the damage was undeniable. It stumbled backward, claw marks appearing across its body, a final, pained cry escaping its maw as the transformation began to unravel. Steven observed the collapse, a flicker of confusion crossing his face as he mused. "This is strange. I'm sure my attack landed, though." With a final shudder, Oteksu's monstrous form dissolved, leaving him to fall unconscious to the ground, utterly defeated. A voice filled with alarm questions why Jian Li's weapon is suddenly ineffective against the new threat. Another, equally urgent voice, then asks what their strategy should be to escape the unfolding danger. Meanwhile, raw, untamed energy crackles and surges, illuminating the chaotic scene. Steven Marker, his expression tight with frustration, vows not to let his opponent escape, internally lamenting that he was brought here by his own power, and that using a royal skill would have unforeseen consequences. He stands beside Jian, both men observing the unfolding chaos before them. Steven dismisses the idea of using a royal skill, reiterating its limitations, and instead directs Jian to focus on the immediate monstrous threat. Jian, observing the growing horde of figures, questions if these smaller individuals are also calamities. The corrupted masses surge forward, their numbers overwhelming. A chilling realization dawns. These people, their minds twisted by the calamity's power, are being used as living shields, making them a strategic obstacle that must be overcome. He recoils, his luminous blue eyes narrowed, as an unbearable stench and deafening noise assault his senses. "What are you screaming about? That's unbearably loud," he mutters, then adds, "Oh, this fat bastard. The stench of his foot nearly killed me." The source of his disgust is revealed, a monstrous, glowing foot, radiating a foul aura. Looking up, his expression hardening, he declares, "I think we've got to go head on this." Huh. Before he can act, the vast horde of corrupted individuals and the towering monster behind them come into full view, as a voice from off-panel questions, "What? How? Do you have something in mind?" Steven Marker, his hand outstretched and glowing with a faint yellow aura, quickly interjects, Hey, wait a minute." He then lets out a powerful yell, his voice echoing with command, "Grow, in front of you, grow in front." His hand flares with an intense, vibrant yellow energy, particles swirling around it. But the effort twists his face into a mask of agony, a raw scream tearing from his throat. Suddenly, dark, shadowy tendrils lash out, wrapping around Jian Li, who cries out as the attack connects. He crushes the shadowy entity that had just attacked him, his grip tightening with immense force. Then, with a harsh laugh, he turns his glowing gaze to Stephen, grabbing him by the collar. Oteksu watches, a jolt of shock running through him as golden energy crackles around his own form. The protagonist holds Stephen firmly, his expression unyielding. As Oteksu rushes closer, asking if Stephen is all right, Jian Li simply states that it's simple, isn't it? Looking down at the unconscious Stephen, he confirms that he's just out cold for now. Meanwhile, the shadowy entity, now reduced to a viscous pool of dark liquid and glowing particles, dissipates completely on the ground. With a determined look, Jian Li declares that he did it with strength. Oteksu, still processing the events, protests that he doesn't know what Jian Li is talking about, as he himself is only able to use one of his skills. Jian Li simply walks away, leaving Stephen unconscious on the ground. A scoff escapes him as he stares down at the pathetic creature, dismissing the unconscious Stephen Marker with a casual remark. Meanwhile, a confident smile spreads across Oteksu's face, his form beginning to glow with a golden aura. As he surges forward, a blur of motion, he calls out, offering to cover the path ahead. Jian Li, his own eyes now glowing with a fierce green light, acknowledges the call, a blue aura flaring around him. Oteksu's smile widens, his golden energy now erupting into vibrant flames, a playful challenge in his voice. He continues to sprint, a fiery comet streaking across the landscape. While Jian Li's expression hardens with resolve, his own power surging in anticipation. Oteksu's voice echoes back, urging him to keep pace, as he vanishes into the distance. Oteksu's voice cuts through the chaos, offering his unwavering support. As Jian Li surges forward, a vibrant green aura flaring around him, Oteksu unleashes a torrent of scorching flames, creating a protective wall of fire in his wake. The protagonist glances back, a smirk playing on his lips as he acknowledges the saint's power, before declaring his intent to push ahead. With eyes closed in fierce concentration, Oteksu maintains his fiery barrier. While Jian Li's own emerald energy intensifies, his expression hardening with resolve. His hand glows with raw power, as he challenges his companion to keep pace. The ground beneath them erupts, a violent tremor shaking the very foundations of the dungeon. He wastes no time, closing the distance with blinding speed, green energy flaring around him as he prepares to strike, demanding an end to the confrontation. A monstrous, skeletal head emerges from the fiery chaos, its ancient form radiating an ominous power. The unnamed foe is sent flying backward, dark energy scattering from their form as they reel from the impact. Jian Li's boot slams down, cracking the earth with raw force. He unleashes a torrent of green energy, overwhelming the dark-clad opponent. The vibrant green particles of his power shimmer and fade, leaving only the lingering scent of ozone. Jian Li's green energy continues to surge, spreading like a net through the chaotic darkness, ensnaring the shadowy figures that surround him. With a focused burst, he dispatches one, then stands poised, his own aura glowing faintly amidst the swirling dark particles, ready for more. But a guttural roar echoes through the space, as a massive, monstrous entity emerges, its eyes glowing with malevolent intent. Its colossal, clawed hand slams down with devastating force, tearing through the very air. The impact sending Jian Li hurtling backward, landing hard as the creature's immense hand pins him to the ground, a mocking voice echoing, "You small fry." He glances back, a sudden realization dawning on him. Are they after the people behind him? He wonders, his eyes wide with concern. Before he can react, a searing pink and red energy arcs through the air. It slams into him, driving him to the ground amidst a swarm of shadowy figures, the monstrous creature looming overhead. The impact ripples outward, dark energy spreading across the desolate earth. Pinned and overwhelmed, he struggles as dark tendrils begin to coil around him. He looks up, his face etched with shock, as a new wave of intense, fiery energy engulfs him. A massive explosion erupts from his position. When the dust settles, he lies motionless, defeated amidst the debris and lingering dark tendrils. He flinches, clutching his head as an unbearable shriek assaults his ears. A scoff escapes him, his hand igniting with a fierce, orange glow as he thinks of the creature's foul stench. His luminous blue eyes narrow, a furious challenge forming on his lips as he prepares to strike, enraged by the creature's audacity and the thought of his ally. But before he can move, the monstrous creature lunges, its gaping maw filled with razor-sharp fangs. A swift, unseen blow sends him flying backward, his body arcing through the air as he struggles to regain his footing. The creature's voice echoes, a mocking challenge in its tone. Mid-flight, Jian Li twists, his fist glowing with a vibrant teal energy as he prepares a devastating counterattack. He closes the distance in an instant, burying his glowing fist deep into the creature, a shockwave rippling outwards. The impact erupts into a blinding explosion, engulfing the area in raw, destructive energy. The force of the blow erupts in a blinding flash of golden energy, tearing through the monstrous form. A guttural, dying roar echoes through the space, as the creature's head contorts in its final moments. Then, with a final surge of crackling power, it disintegrates completely, leaving only shimmering motes of light. The residual energy of the impact flares outward, a violent red shockwave marking the creature's demise. Amidst the settling dust and cracked earth, Jian Li stands, a faint blue aura still clinging to him. The battle concluded. Oteksu stares in disbelief, uttering that he ended it in an instant. Jian Li's hand continues to glow with residual power, a testament to the immense energy he just unleashed. Surveying the devastated landscape, Stephen exclaims in surprise, while Oteksu notes that the people formerly under the creature's control will soon recover. Stephen looks on, a question mark hanging over his head, still processing the sheer power displayed by Jian Li. He stares up, a thought forming in his mind. Huh? What's with this? As his hand begins to glow with intricate, swirling patterns, a shimmering blue energy construct materializes before him, displaying a series of system messages. You have ripped apart the divine power you have gathered. The system continues. Divine power 873. The charging rate has passed 70%. Would you like to use the remaining divine power to battle God Instinct? He is presented with a clear choice, yes/no. Considering the implications, he muses, so it's a skill that can only be used by consuming divine power past a certain amount. A slight smirk plays on his lips as he decides, nice. I guess I'll try it out since I have a chance. With a determined glint in his eyes, Jian Li affirms, I accept. Meanwhile, in a desolate, rocky expanse, a towering, muscular figure with wild hair and a thick beard stands, gripping a massive bone club. Damn it, Jian Li mutters, standing amidst the debris. He charges, a vibrant yellow aura erupting around him as he confronts the colossal white beast. His attack proves ineffective, and a frustrated thought crosses his mind. His big bone weapon remains unresponsive, its true strength locked away. He gazes up at the creature, its scales glowing ominously. A crushing realization dawning on him. Is he still too weak to defeat this formidable foe? Before he can fully grasp the thought, the monstrous creature retaliates, sending him flying backward with immense force, crashing into a nearby building. From a distance, Oteksu, Stephen, and a distressed woman watch the brutal exchange, Teksu exclaiming in despair that they are backed into a corner. Suddenly, fractured, crystalline green energy begins to crackle around Jian Li, intensifying into a blinding, lightning-like surge of power. As a fractured green energy erupts around him, Jian Li feels an overwhelming surge of power, his eyes glowing with an intense, luminous blue as he questions the very nature of this new ability. The raw, crackling energy expands rapidly, a vibrant green aura engulfing everything in its path. From a distance, an observer with a beard watches in disbelief, utterly stunned that anyone could tear through his royal skill with such force. The monstrous creature, caught in the blast, recoils sharply, its reptilian features contorted in surprise and pain as the green energy impacts it. Fueled by a burning rage, Jian Li unleashes a concentrated burst of power, his hand glowing intensely as he vows to end the beast. The creature is violently thrown back, its massive form sent tumbling by the sheer force of the attack. Maintaining his powerful stance, Jian Li holds the monster at bay, the green energy still swirling around him. With a final, overwhelming surge, the green energy explodes outward, engulfing the entire scene in its brilliant, destructive light. His eyes burning with emerald fire, Jian Li silences the creature with a single, decisive command. What are you screaming about? That's unbearably loud, he mutters, a flicker of annoyance crossing his face. Oh, this fat bastard. The stench of his foot nearly killed me, he adds. Before lunging forward with a burst of vibrant blue-green energy, the force of his attack slams into the monstrous creature, sending it reeling back with a pained shriek. The monster struggles, its massive form cracking under the immense pressure of Jian Li's power, letting out a final, desperate screech. The monstrous creature, writhing under the immense pressure, struggles to comprehend how a mere human could wield such authority. As Jian Li stands triumphantly atop its head, its fragmented thoughts coalescing into a terrifying realization. It is him. He stands poised, radiating immense power, ready to deliver the final blow. With a sneer, Jian Li dismisses its pleas, asking what it's screaming about. Then, his foot descends with crushing force. The impact shatters the creature's form, sending fragments of its body flying, its essence continuing to break apart, disintegrating into countless pieces, until nothing remains but dust and fading energy. He stares ahead, his mind reeling, unable to comprehend the sheer impossibility of what he's witnessing. A thought echoes through his consciousness, that such immense power could only belong to one man. His jaw clenches tight. As the realization dawns on him, this is truly beyond anything he's ever encountered. Jian Li stands amidst the swirling blue energy, his form radiating an overwhelming aura of power. The sheer force of his presence is palpable. As he turns his glowing gaze towards another figure, a sardonic greeting escaping his lips. So glad to meet you, lion bastard. He continues, his voice laced with a hint of challenge. It's been a long time since I've seen all of my name, yeah? The addressed figure, Stephen, can only stammer in disbelief. Steven's legs tremble beneath him, the impossible reality of the situation sinking in. Jian Li unleashes a powerful surge, his voice cutting through the air, demanding to know how anyone could possibly be him. The impact of his strike reverberates, a shockwave of dark energy radiating outwards, causing Steven to recoil, his face contorted in a grimace of disbelief and pain. With a swift, powerful kick, Jian Li shatters a massive bone fragment, sending it flying, then drops to one knee, channeling an intense, dark energy into the very ground beneath him. He rises slowly, the energy swirling and coalescing around his form, his fist clenching, crackling with raw power. A dark, swirling aura envelopes him completely, and a confident smile spreads across his face as he mutters, "It's just." As a piercing scream echoes through the space, he wonders what could possibly be so loud. His eyes glowing with an inner power, he realizes the source of the commotion, thinking to himself that the stench from the monstrous creature's foot nearly overwhelmed him. Meanwhile, Steven continues to shriek, a desperate cry of "damn it," escaping his lips. Blue energy erupts from an unseen impact, shattering the very ground. The force continues to spread, tearing through the environment with destructive power. A massive structure begins to crumble, collapsing into a cloud of dust and debris as Steven watches in horror. His face contorted in pure terror, Steven can only let out a guttural cry. Amidst the chaos, he screams, "Damn it!" once more, his voice cracking with despair. Finally, the monstrous creature reveals itself, its shadowy form towering over the destruction. After the monstrous creature's devastating attack, a lone figure plummets from the sky, crashing violently into the earth below, the impact sending tremors through the ground. A dazed voice questions the sudden shift in reality. As he slowly regains consciousness, finding himself inexplicably bound to a bed in an unfamiliar room. A throbbing pain radiates through his head, the ropes digging into his skin, confirming his predicament. Elsewhere, a massive, striped paw descends with powerful force, hinting at a new, formidable presence. A blinding flash of energy slices through the darkness. As the monstrous creature lets out a guttural scream, its form beginning to fragment under the assault. The destructive force continues, tearing through its shadowy mass. Oteksu can only watch, a frustrated, "Damn it," escaping his lips. The final impact shatters the remaining fragments of the entity, leaving only a swirling cloud of dust and a deep crater in its wake. From a vantage point above, Jian Li and Oteksu surveyed the devastation. Oteksu, still reeling from the sight, lets out a laugh, taunting, "See you later, Leon Marker," before wondering aloud, "What in the world did you just see at that height?" He questions the group before him, asking about the survivors, confident that he knows who made it out alive. Then, with a decisive gesture, he points towards a pig-shaped object, declaring it the piggy bank. He instructs his subordinates to retrieve it, referring to it as the scapegoat as they carry it away. Later, standing beside the man in glasses and the retrieved piggy bank, Oteksu confirms he has someone else with him, intending to take them back together. The man, looking up with a hint of confusion, is asked about the person who lent him their cell phone, and he recalls the name, Sungjae. Sungjae's expression remains neutral, his thoughts hidden behind a calm facade. As a figure enveloped in a vibrant blue aura stands below him, Sungjae is addressed as Captain, and it's confirmed that the glowing individual was the one who saved him. Overwhelmed, Sungjae clutches his head, a wave of distress washing over him as he acknowledges the mess he's found himself in. His gaze sharpens with resolve, vowing to do whatever it takes to get the two children out alive, having been careful to keep them uninvolved until now. He clutches his head, a monstrous shadow looming behind him, as a voice demands to know what he's screaming about, calling the noise unbearable. Sungjae retorts, his mind racing, that the stench of the fat bastard nearly killed him, before considering that if he could just call the divine cadre captain from Gemini, who uses teleportation magic, then. He looks back over his shoulder, a desperate plea escaping him, urging someone to just go. Oteksu then points out that as long as one of those Gemini guys is around, Sungjae and his companions would bother getting out of here, to which Sungjae muses, that now that he mentions it, he admits that they've been passing him off, a realization dawning on him. Teksu confirms this with a smirk, declaring that they think they don't need him, a thought of apology for the survivor briefly crossing his mind. He continues, stating that he figured he'd kick Sungjae out for fun, but then Sungjae adds that now that he thinks about it, they don't even want him, to which Teksu emphatically replies that those kinds of people don't deserve his attention either. Overwhelmed by the conversation and his own thoughts, Sungjae cries out, a single word echoing his despair. He looks up, a new realization striking him, as he recognizes the voice. As Sungjae grapples with his inner turmoil, the conversation continues around him, two figures standing with their backs turned. Meanwhile, a familiar face, Jian, looks down, a thought forming in his mind, wondering if this situation could somehow be connected to him. Elsewhere, two other individuals react with surprise, one of them clarifying, "You meant Lee Jian-nim?" Back with Oteksu, he stands casually, phone in hand, while the other figure remains by his side. Sungjae's face contorts in shock, the realization hitting him hard, as he questions, "Sungjae, why are you here? Could it be that he is already?" Overwhelmed, Sung-jae begins to fall backward, his body giving out, as Oh Taek-soo attempts to explain. As Sung-jae, you see well. In his mind, a name echoes with profound recognition, a desperate whisper of Lee Jia-dun. The name stretches, elongated by the force of his emotion, a drawn-out, agonizing cry of Lee Jion dash as dark energy swirls around him. He continues to plummet, engulfed by the swirling, crimson-tinged darkness, his body a mere silhouette against the overwhelming power. His eyes, glowing with an intense blue light, scan the immediate surroundings. A strange, pulsating red mass catches his attention, prompting a moment of surprise. As Jian Li falls, dark energy swirls around him, while a peculiar pink, gelatinous creature tumbles alongside. The creature lands with a soft, squishy impact. Jian Li carefully picks up the strange entity, a system notification confirming that his poison resistance has been activated as a beneficial effect. Oteksu recoils in disgust, holding the creature at arm's length, demanding to know why he's being told to consume some random monster's flesh. Meanwhile, Sung-jae, holding a small, skeletal creature, wonders aloud if it emerged from the mouth of the skeletal calamity. The remnants of the skeletal calamity lie scattered, a silent testament to the potential danger they faced. Sung-jae then recognizes the pink blob, recalling that he'd seen it in a book, identifying it as Li Jian's artifact. Still reeling from the sight of the strange pink artifact, Oteksu loudly questions what the other man is screaming about, finding the noise unbearably loud, before immediately complaining about the fat bastard and the stench of his foot, which nearly killed him. His face contorted in disbelief, he wonders if what he's seeing could truly be real, questioning if it's connected to Li Jian. A prolonged cry of shock escapes him, as his mouth hangs open in utter astonishment, the sound echoing his profound surprise. He lets out another desperate yell, his eyes wide with a mix of horror and fascination at the sight of the pink blob. The scene then shifts, revealing a sprawling city beneath a clear sky, dominated by a magnificent, towering structure that pierces the clouds. Above the city, immense, jagged land masses float in the air, adorned with glowing blue crystals that shimmer with an ethereal light. The scene shifts to the towering Divine Crane headquarters in the United States, where within its walls, the Leo Executive's meeting room stands ready. Leo Guild Captain Oliver, a man of stern demeanor, expresses his frustration, stating that they still haven't located the Castellan of Sagittarius's artifact. He warns that the elders are highly sensitive about such items and will likely be furious, urging his subordinates to find the missing piece. Meanwhile, Oteksu, with a skeptical glance at Li Jian, questions if he could truly have caused such a commotion after the events of Chapter 1, his voice laced with disbelief. A frustrated sigh escapes him, as he recalls rumors of Jian going mad, even killing and eating his own team. He then considers the implications of such a story, pondering if it truly sounds plausible, given that Jian was once defeated by their hands. Oteksu then declares with conviction that the Castellan is, in truth, the strongest, dismissing the lions and sharks as inferior with a dramatic flourish. His demeanor quickly shifts to one of intense admiration, as he repeatedly professes his love for Jian, insisting that everything should be given to him. The large meeting room remains empty, awaiting further developments. A young woman, engrossed in her phone, offers a casual apology. Her attention still divided, Cheon Yuha, the Leo Vice Castellan, repeats her apology, barely looking up from her device. Meanwhile, a blonde executive, clearly agitated, calls out to her with a desperate plea. He presses on, reminding her of an impending meeting and the urgent search for the Castellan, demanding she take the situation more seriously. Yuha finally looks up, her expression dismissive, and coolly states they should simply look for that bitch. Her bluntness shocks the surrounding executives, prompting the blonde man to quickly backtrack and offer a flustered apology, attempting to justify her words with a weak excuse about the Castellan's good looks. As Yuha rises from her seat, the executive nervously wonders if his outburst was truly a mistake. He internally chastises himself, reminding himself that as the Castellan's right hand and one of the 10 stars, she should be taking action herself. Suddenly, a message flashes across a phone screen, excitedly announcing a new uncle who is super cool and proclaiming that the legends were true. She glances at her phone, a thought crossing her mind about the caller. Turning her back on the two executives, she dismisses them with a casual instruction to do their best. A wave of shock ripples through the conference room, as multiple voices cry out in alarm. Elsewhere, Jian Li clutches his head, the cacophony unbearable, as he curses the source of the overwhelming stench and noise. The piercing sound intensifies, a deafening shriek. The scene shifts to the serene skies above the Aquarius Sanctuary, specifically Sophie Marty's residence. Below, a frantic Sung-jae, surrounded by other executives, desperately tries to get a word with the Saintess, barraging her with questions about Li Jian and a kidnapping at Drachma. The crowd murmurs as he presses on, demanding to know the meaning behind the truth from 20 years ago. Cheon Yuha, looking overwhelmed, is gently carried away by her attendants, while she calls out to the persistent crowd to disperse, insisting the Saintess needs her rest. Outside a grand, domed sanctuary, a voice urgently commands the gathering crowd to retreat. Meanwhile, from within, a cloaked figure gazes out a window, a silent observer to the commotion. their hand beginning to glow with an inner light as a frustrated thought escapes them. Damn it. Li Jian, that bastard. A low rumble echoes as the figure moves, the very ground seeming to vibrate with their displeasure. Their gaze falling upon the chaos below as they wonder aloud. Just how much trouble are you going to cause? The consequences of that trouble are starkly visible outside, where a massive section of the sanctuary now floats detached from its foundation. As the crowd below clamors, demanding passage for the saintess, while others whisper about a kidnapping and her unexpected return. Stepping out into the throng, the cloaked figure is immediately mobbed by eager onlookers and officials, a wry thought crossing their mind about the sheer desperation of the crowd. Their eyes, now glowing with an intense blue light, betray the immense power simmering beneath the surface of the saintess. Panic erupts among the onlookers, their faces contorted in fear as they scream, wondering what kind of terrorist attack could be unfolding. Others, more composed, question if this is not an attack, but rather a message, while a voice wonders aloud, whoever said the saintess was an embodiment of peace and love. High above the commotion, the figure of the saintess stands, radiating an intense light. As Li Jian grapples with the consequences of his actions, his mind racing. If he reveals the truth, the world will descend into madness, but if he doesn't, he knows he'll only make things worse. His face, framed by the saintess's hood, shows clear distress as he laments. How could he have messed up something so simple? He should have just passed out. The saintess's form continues to glow with an overwhelming aura as the cries of the crowd echo around him. A voice from the chaos directly blames him, declaring all of this to be Li Jian's fault. Later, back in his normal attire, Li Jian sits casually, eating instant ramen, as if nothing out of the ordinary has happened. Meanwhile, a news report states that the saintess, Sophia, has made no official statements and remains within her residence. A large ripple effect is expected after the chain of events at this year's drachma, and he lets out a soft sigh, his face etched with profound frustration. This isn't good. The scene shifts to the Sagittarius sanctuary, specifically Hugo's house, where an arrow perfectly strikes the bullseye of a target. A voice exclaims, 10 points. A close-up reveals the intricate design of a powerful, ornate bow, which Sung Jae holds with practiced ease at the outdoor archery range. Turning to an unseen companion, he asks, how are the weapons? Do you like him? He then answers his own question, thinking to himself that they are the best, incomparable to any made by the old guy. Another arrow, perfectly aimed, finds its mark dead center. A satisfied chuckle escapes Sung Jae as he observes the older man beside him, who seems equally impressed by the new archery equipment. He can't help but feel a surge of pride, even as the older man questions, do you seriously have to shoot like that? Meanwhile, Oh Taek-soo, poised with his bow, confidently declares his aim is true, even as he wonders aloud where the target has gone. Sung Jae, watching the display, can't help but comment on the sheer enjoyment his friend seems to derive from the practice, while Oh Taek-soo, with a playful smirk, insists that his purpose is simply to hit the target, no matter how much fun he's having. After his impressive demonstration, Oh Taek-soo takes a moment to cool down, sipping from a tall glass filled with ice. Soon, Jian Li arrives, offering Sung Jae a refreshing drink and a towel, who gratefully accepts the thoughtful gesture. The older man from earlier joins Oh Taek-soo and Jian Li, all three sharing a hearty laugh. Later, outside, Jian Li instructs Sung Jae to give some water to a young, red-haired boy, who stands patiently by a fence. Shivering slightly, the young boy complains about the cold, wishing for something to warm him. He responds, explaining that his abilities are still low, and he can't do much about the temperature, but notes the Puggy Bank system is now active, a new feature he's just discovered. Meanwhile, the sanctuary of the Serpent-Bearer constellation, his private palace, has fully formed, though its current low level means the space remains confined. Within its glowing, ethereal confines, Jian Li stands, observing the newly manifested structure. He surveys the intricate details of the sanctuary, its magical energy pulsing around him. A system message confirms that the sanctuary can now be managed, and even lower-class household members like the Puggy Bank can be moved into it. Pondering the implications of a human household member, Jian Li wonders if it's time to make a decision. Returning to the young boy, he offers him a drink, asking if he wants to leave the sanctuary's vicinity together. The boy, still looking a bit chilly, nods in agreement. A wide grin spreads across Jian Li's face as he looks up, a sense of anticipation filling him, knowing there are new people to meet today. He turns, his back to the viewer, and begins to walk away from the snowy landscape. His journey leads him to a bustling city, past the modern facade of the Red Eye Studio. He continues on, eventually arriving at a building marked Piccoma Chicken, with a staggering number displayed above its entrance. Inside, a man in a sharp suit, seated across from him at a table piled high with fried chicken, leans forward and asks, "You'll join Gemini, won't you?" Jian Li, still focused on devouring the chicken, hears a server standing nearby express her surprise. "You sure don't get tired of this. Didn't you say you were busy? Just how much does he eat?" The man in the suit, undeterred by the sheer volume of food disappearing, continues his pitch. "Even if I am busy, gathering talent is always important." He then adds, "Also." The recruiter, a man in a sharp suit, continues his pitch, emphasizing the immense value of the talent he seeks, with a minimum of 10 million units of currency at stake. He muses that using Gemini's name for recruitment is a good strategy, while across from him, Jian Li continues to devour an astonishing amount of fried chicken, the bones piling up around him. The recruiter watches, a slight smirk playing on his lips, confirming his assessment of the young man's unusual appetite, as he was entirely serious about his consumption. Jian Li, amidst his meal, considers the offer, acknowledging that while initially annoying, this opportunity might actually be a good one. His thoughts drift to the formidable opponents he's faced, a grotesque beast, a pest-like creature, a roaring lion, the Ashar, pest, lion he's conquered. And the next challenge that awaits him, a dark, armored figure radiating malevolent energy. The image of the powerful, demonic entity solidifies in his mind, its purple aura crackling with raw power. He then recalls another, a flowing figure he mentally labels as that rotten little witch. Finally, with a decisive declaration, Jian Li agrees to join Gemini's divine cadre. After his appointment, a hand holds a smartphone displaying messages from Li Donggun, who is already waiting at a cafe. Meanwhile, Sung Jae sits comfortably in a cafe, scrolling through his phone, thinking this particular spot, known for its gelato, would be perfect for Sanchin. A mischievous grin spreads across his face as he considers the bigger picture, realizing that Li Jian is their Sanchin, and his sis is in for quite a surprise. He anticipates the moment with relish, eager to witness her shocked expression for the first time in a long while. Holding a document, he muses on his next move, planning to have Li Jian sign the contract and then leave for a while once he arrives. A glint in his eye suggests a deeper scheme, as he warns Sanchin that something dangerous might happen while he waits. Looking down at a group of startled individuals, he hears their collective cry of confusion and alarm. A voice calls out to Shiwu as he enters, flanked by two companions. The system identifies him as Yun Shiwu, an A-rank Gemini disciple, who immediately demands the return of an item. As the trio makes their way into the cafe, one of Shiwu's companions questions the tone being used with their hyung. Meanwhile, a red-haired man seated at a table grumbles to himself, annoyed that the older man keeps picking on him, wishing he had gone somewhere else. Shiwu stands over him, contemplating how easily he could crush the man's head if he truly wished. However, he restrains himself, acknowledging that the man is the son of the Sagittarius saint, which prevents him from acting on his impulses. The red-haired man, fully aware of Shiwu's lineage, understands that this display is nothing more than a show of power. Despite the intimidation, he defiantly demands the item back, asserting that Shiwu doesn't know its true nature. A look of distress crosses the red-haired man's face as Shiwu and his companions stand over him. A hand reaches out, its fingers closing around a small, glowing object resting on a table. Meanwhile, Yun Shiwu stands over the red-haired man, who remains on the ground, his voice dripping with disdain, demanding to know what he's screaming about, calling it unbearably loud. His face contorted in a sneer, he presses further, wondering what could possibly get the man so worked up. He then suggests the item might be something Li Jian made, or perhaps something even more personal. As the red-haired man kneels, Shiwu leans in, delivering the cruelest blow, a taunt about the item being a memento of his deceased mother. The words ignite a furious blue glow in the red-haired man's eyes, his face contorting in pure, unadulterated rage as he screams, a single, expletive-laden word. With a surge of blue energy, he launches a devastating attack, the air crackling around him. These are divine artifacts, the narration explains, objects that respond to the gods themselves, true tools of the divine. Yun Shiwu's arrogant expression shatters into one of pure shock and disbelief, uttering a stunned, "W what?" The blue-hued attack connects with brutal force, striking him directly in the face. A deafening impact reverberates through the air, sending shimmering particles scattering as Jian Li recoils from the sheer force of it. The distant figures in the arena, along with two closer observers, all flinch in unison, stunned by the sudden, overwhelming power unleashed. Moments later, Jian Li finds himself in a different, modern setting, a small, glowing blue orb held firmly in his hand. Back in the arena, a pained cry escapes Yun Shiwu as his body finally gives way, collapsing under the devastating impact. A foot descends, pressing down on the defeated blonde man, the red-haired man remarking with disdain that the stench of his opponent nearly killed him. A satisfied smirk plays on the red-haired man's lips, his eyes gleaming with triumph. Back with Jian Li, a wave of confusion washes over him, muttering a familiar name in disbelief. He turns to face the red-haired man, who has now appeared beside him, demanding to know how he knew to come to this place. The red-haired man explains he was at a hidden location, but the portable summon skill he left with Jian Li was activated, the glowing orb now resting on the ground between them. He clutches the red-haired man, his voice sharp with annoyance, demanding to know why he's screaming so loudly. The red-haired man, now standing freely on a modern street, explains that the stench from the fat bastard nearly killed him, while Jian Li looks away, still processing the sudden change in scenery. Jian Li, still reeling from the abrupt transition, questions the red-haired man's audacity, asking how he dares to speak of his nephew in such a manner. His eyes glowing with a sinister blue light, Jian Li warns him, promising to make him regret his words. Dark energy crackles around his hands, a clear display of his formidable power. Onlookers recoil in terror, overwhelmed by the sudden surge of dark mana. The blue orb, a manifestation of the portable summon skill, glows with ethereal light, signifying the recent teleportation. Now standing at a counter, the red-haired man, unfazed by Jian Li's display, calmly states, "All right then, I'll have you take the badge in exchange. Please join immediately, right here." He listens to the man across the table, who exclaims with an almost theatrical flourish, "Oh, great." Internally, Jian Li dismisses the man's enthusiasm, thinking that such a small amount of effort is nothing if he can secure a significant catch like him. The recruiter continues, explaining his motivations. "Besides, after he joins the Divine Ladies, I can just recover my special condition." He gestures with an open palm. "I'll do my part." Then leans forward, urging Jian Li, "Now then, let's hurry and sign you up." A document on the table glows with a soft, ethereal light. As the recruiter looks on, repeating, "Now then." Meanwhile, elsewhere, a group of onlookers reacts with shock. A dine and dash? As a server presents a bill to a customer, stating, "Sir, the bill for the chicken is $790. The city hums with a quiet, almost eerie calm, its buildings standing tall under a clear sky. Inside, a sudden, brutal kick sends a man reeling, his glasses askew, as a voice demands to know why he's screaming so loudly, while the victim curses the fat bastard, whose foot nearly killed him with its stench. Nearby, a table laden with food remains untouched, a silent witness to the unfolding violence. Suddenly, Yun Shuwu's face contorts in shock and indignation, his eyes squeezed shut as he's caught off guard. Jian Li, his expression grim, holds the struggling man by his collar, who defiantly shouts about being an S-rank hunter and the son of a company president. The blonde man continues his desperate boast, his words cut short as the situation escalates. With a powerful motion, Jian Li sends Yun Shuwu plummeting downwards, the arrogant hunter still managing to taunt about Libra's saint, even as he falls. Both figures descend rapidly, a blur against the indistinct background. As he plummets through the air, a frustrated sigh escapes him. Below him, Yun Shuwu shouts, demanding to be heard. Ignoring the other man's protests, Jian Li descends even faster, his words cutting through the air, a clear dismissal of Shuwu's status. Shuwu, now looking down in disbelief, can only mutter, his defense crumbling under the unexpected assault. As they near the ground, Jian Li extends a hand, grabbing hold of something to control their impact, his grip firm. He maintains his hold, ensuring a controlled descent, despite the other's frantic struggles. Finally, he lands with a powerful thud, a vibrant blue aura flaring around him, his presence radiating immense power. A colossal, white, bull-like creature, known as Polaris's bull, stands imposing amidst a shimmering field of blue energy. Meanwhile, from above, he descends with incredible speed, a blur of motion wreathed in vibrant blue energy. His form remains a dark silhouette, the sheer velocity of his fall distorting the air around him. Then, with a powerful impact, he lands, sending glowing particles scattering in every direction. Nearby, Oteksu shouts a warning, concerned about the use of magic in such a public area, as Sung Jae and Cheon Yuha look on with apprehension. Yun Shuwu, however, simply laughs, mocking the display and asserting his own superiority. As Yun Shuwu unleashes a surge of vibrant green magical energy, Jian Li calmly dismisses his taunts, finding him merely noisy. Then, with a casual flick of his wrist, Jian Li conjures a powerful blue flame, mocking Shuwu's perceived lack of skill. Jian Li stands amidst a swirling blue aura, having just acquired data for Polaris's bull, a skill he can now utilize. Meanwhile, Yun Shuwu recoils, his face contorted in disbelief, unable to comprehend how this could be happening. The shock is palpable on his features. Unfazed, he dismisses the idea of being a mere blacksmith, considering the skill data he's acquired, which, if used permanently, would require consuming the data to craft a divine artifact. With a focused gaze, he extends his hand, blue energy coalescing as he declares his intent to demonstrate how to truly wield fire. A powerful blue light erupts from his chest, the chant of a man's burning chest, Polaris's echoing. The energy explodes outwards, culminating in the full activation of Polaris's bull. The sheer force of the activation sends ripples through the air, a raw display of power. A guttural scream of agony rips through the air, as the ground beneath him shatters into crystalline fragments. The remnants of the powerful magical construct dissipating into glowing dust, leaving behind a deep crater of broken earth, where Yun Shuwu lies defeated and tattered, his rage still burning as he vows, "I'll burn Sungjae." Meanwhile, in a different location, Oteksu playfully warns, "You for real, Sungjae, one more time." He adds, "If you meet anything like them, just call out. Your uncle's got your back." Jian Li grins, giving a confident thumbs up, "Yes." As Cheon Yuha approaches, her presence catches his attention, eliciting a surprised, "Oh." She surveys the damaged area with concern, while the red-haired ally calls out, "Nuna," asking, "What happened here?" She lets out a small giggle. As the red-haired ally insists their current topic isn't important, then points with a sudden realization, exclaiming that he's here. The screen before them displays a hero, one who has conquered countless calamities and saved humanity time after time. The protagonist they would watch again and again. The two allies, along with others, gaze intently at the screen, captivated by the heroic figure. Even children watching with wide, innocent eyes. The hero, with his sharp gaze and determined expression, is a formidable presence. A slight, confident smile playing on his lips. Someone whispers, recognizing him as Lee Jian-nim. As the heroic montage concludes, Cheon Yuha stands transfixed. Her gaze fixed on the image of the legendary figure. Beside her, the red-haired ally watches her intently. As she whispers in disbelief, "That guy is Lee Jian. No way." The image of Lee Jian, looking surprisingly youthful and handsome, fills the screen, prompting her to exclaim, "He's way too handsome." A stark contrast appears, revealing a past version of him from 2 decades prior, when he was covered in scars, a testament to his arduous journey. The red-haired ally muses that he must be used to his current state after 20 years, wishing he could be as cool, but Yuha quickly corrects him, asserting that his looks are what truly matter. She ponders her own words, a thoughtful expression crossing her face. The red-haired ally, with a knowing grin, points out, "Nuna, you're voicing your thoughts right now," as a burst of laughter escapes him. Still reeling from the unexpected sight of Lee Jian, Yuha finds herself unable to contain her thoughts, blurting out her surprise at his youthful appearance. A slight smile plays on his lips as Lee Jian responds with a casual, almost teasing remark, acknowledging the red-haired ally's connection to Hugo. He looks down, a hint of amusement in his posture. While the red-haired ally, ever the instigator, playfully nudges Yuha, asking if she's happy with her unfiltered thoughts. She can only offer a sheepish he in response. Yuha, now flustered, quickly tries to recover, apologizing to Lee Jian and attempting to shift the conversation. She asks if she could ask him a favor. As she speaks, a thought crosses her mind, wondering if she's about to be reprimanded for her earlier outburst. The group walks through a school hallway, and Lee Jian, seemingly unconcerned by her worries, simply asks, "If it's with you, would you?" Before he can finish his sentence, a monstrous maw, glowing with an ominous orange light, suddenly tears through the very fabric of reality, erupting into the hallway. The immense creature fully manifests, its terrifying presence causing debris to fly and Yuha to let out a piercing scream of pure terror as the unexpected horror unfolds before them. As the monstrous entity tears through the school, Jian Li stands his ground, a question hanging in the air. A grotesque creature lunges forward, its glowing eyes fixed on him, but he meets the attack head-on, a fierce determination etched on his face. Amidst the chaos, a voice calls out, concern lacing its tone, as Yuha is seen falling, caught in the destructive wake. Jian Li rushes to her side, debris scattering around them, as the red-haired ally watches, a plea for patience escaping his lips. With a resolute gaze, Jian Li declares his intent, promising to address any requests only after the immediate danger is quelled. As he speaks, a vibrant red aura begins to emanate from Yuha, her form glowing intensely on the ground. The red-haired ally observes the sudden change in Yuha, commenting on how being near Jian Li seems to have triggered something within her. Jian Li, hearing this, reacts with utter shock, his eyes wide in disbelief. The sky above the city begins to fracture, ominous cracks spreading across the firmament as a deep, resonant sound echoes through the air. An emergency broadcast blares, repeating the dire warning, declaring a full-scale calamity and emphasizing that this is no drill. From the fractured heavens, a colossal, monstrous claw descends, tearing through buildings as the broadcast urges citizens to evacuate immediately. The sky darkens further, not with clouds, but with a vast, winged swarm of grotesque creatures, their forms blotting out the sun as they pour into the world. Explosions erupt across the urban landscape, the city succumbing to the relentless assault. On the ground, reptilian monsters with glowing eyes surge forward, their hunger palpable as they join the fray. Cars explode in fiery bursts, and the air fills with the terrified screams of civilians, their panic a stark contrast to the escalating chaos. Amidst the destruction, Cheon Yuha's transformation intensifies, her eyes now glowing a fierce red as spheres of crimson energy erupt around her. The red aura around her crackles and expands, taking on the form of jagged lightning as her power surges uncontrollably. Crimson energy erupts from Cheon Yuha, coalescing into a volatile sphere. The sphere expands with terrifying speed as she urges it to move even faster. Lashing out with tendrils of destructive force that tear through the monstrous invaders, her power intensifying with each passing moment. Her form crackles with the raw power, eyes burning with an inner fire. As the energy around her explodes with even greater intensity, demanding to move more quickly, she pushes her limits, determined to end the chaos swiftly, thinking, "I want to finish this job quickly and propose to him." Above the ravaged cityscape, she stands amidst the swirling crimson, surrounded by the encroaching horde. A devastating bolt of lightning erupts from her, tearing across the street, as she curses the creatures for impeding her. "You just keep getting in my way, you damned." With a final surge of resolve, she prepares to unleash her full might, vowing to eliminate every last one in a single, overwhelming strike. Shion Yuha, engulfed in a swirling vortex of crimson energy, unleashes her power, tearing through the monstrous horde with explosive force. She moves with ruthless efficiency, a single thought echoing in her mind: don't get in the way. The vice castellan surges forward, a blur of black and red. Extending a hand, she prepares to deliver a decisive blow, a declaration forming on her lips. Proposal. A torrent of crimson energy erupts, shredding through another creature, the sheer speed of her attack leaving streaks of red light in its wake. As the remaining monsters shriek in agony, overwhelmed by her relentless assault, the crimson energy, unleashed by Yuha, coalesces into a massive, claw-like form, tearing through the very fabric of reality. It is the Phosphenoulous Lotus, a devastating technique that obliterates everything in its path. The attack expands rapidly, engulfing the city in a blinding flash of red light and destructive force. Jian Li watches the aftermath, the ground beneath him cracking and crumbling from the sheer power of the impact. He stands amidst the ruins, a lone figure contemplating the immense destructive capability he has just witnessed. A scoff escapes him as he stares down at the pathetic creatures that dared to challenge them, realizing the true scale of the battle they are now embroiled in. Nearby, Yuha looks on with a troubled expression, her gaze fixed on the lingering crimson energy. The attack continues to tear through the remaining monstrous forms, leaving nothing but ruin in its wake. As golden wings erupt from his back, Jian Li calls out to her, a sudden urgency in his voice. His powerful strike connects with a resounding crash, sending a shockwave rippling through the air. As the orange energy dissipates, his allies, the red-haired man and Yuha, watch the aftermath with expressions of concern. He extends a hand, his gaze fixed on something unseen. Suddenly, Yuha, her eyes wide with alarm, calls out, "Uncle." From above, a towering, red-skinned monster with a single glowing eye looks down, its voice echoing with a hint of amusement. "Heh, to think you're pretty good for a human." Its sharp-toothed maw curls into a predatory grin as it adds, "I like you." A massive, clawed hand gestures menacingly. As the creature continues, "I'll take you in specially as a pet." The monstrous entity lets out a guttural roar, its entire form radiating an ominous orange aura. Its single eye fixates on its target, as its mouth begins to glow with destructive energy, preparing to unleash an attack. The towering red monster, its form radiating an ominous glow, questions the audacity of its opponent, demanding to know why anyone would dare challenge it. Yet, a smirk plays on Jian Li's lips, his eyes glowing with an inner light, as he sees this confrontation not as a threat, but as a golden opportunity. He declares his intent to exploit the creature's immense power, envisioning it as a mere component for his own grand designs. The monster, its red eyes gleaming with a sinister amusement, finds the human's defiance entertaining, promising a cruel form of training. A figure with blonde hair, Yun Shiwu, sits upon a grand throne, bathed in an ominous red glow, his eyes burning with a similar crimson light. Nearby, a monstrous creature looms, its massive form radiating raw power, its single glowing red eye fixed on an unseen target. Molten gold drips slowly from an unseen source, pooling into a shimmering, dangerous liquid. As the scene unfolds, a confident voice cuts through the tension, declaring, "All right, I'll take you in as gas burner number 1. Jian Li, his eyes now glowing with a vibrant green energy, wears a smirk of absolute self-assurance. A demonic woman with blonde hair, red skin, and sharp horns, responds with a chilling smirk of her own. "Heh, I'll be fan-training you, human." Shion Yuha, with long black hair, watches the exchange, a look of stunned realization dawning on her face as she murmurs, "Those guys are." Beside her, Jian Li and his red-haired ally stand side by side, both observing the unfolding spectacle with intense focus. He winces, his luminous blue eyes narrowing at the unbearable noise, wondering what could be screaming so loudly. His companion, Shion Yuha, looks on with concern as he instructs them to leave the area, insisting that they find a safe place for the others. He then turns, a confident smirk playing on his lips, declaring that he will handle the situation alone, as he is strong enough. His luminous blue eyes glow with fierce determination, a silent affirmation of his resolve. As he sits, his allies, Shion Yuha and the red-haired man, look on with a mix of concern and trust, confirming their understanding of his decision. Suddenly, a colossal, light blue entity, wreathed in a golden halo and shimmering particles, manifests before them, its form towering over the red-haired man who stares up in awe. Without hesitation, Jian Li unleashes a devastating, glowing red attack, the fiery energy streaking towards the monstrous creature as his allies watch from behind. His hands come together, a determined expression on his face, ready for the ensuing battle. The monstrous creature, glowing with malevolent red energy, unleashes a relentless barrage of attacks, its form a blur of destructive force. Each strike echoes with a guttural demand for more, as Jian Li struggles against the overwhelming power. The creature's relentless assault proves too much, knocking him to the ground amidst a spray of blood and debris. Looming over his fallen form, The monster prepares another devastating blow, its voice a taunting growl, urging him to struggle even more. Before he can recover, thorny red tendrils erupt from the ground, coiling around Jian Li and binding him completely. As he struggles against his bonds, a new figure emerges, a red-haired woman with a sinister smile, her voice dripping with dark amusement as she declares, "That awakens it more worthwhile to train you." The monstrous creature remains poised, its red energy still pulsing as the woman surveys her captive. With a chilling, echoing laugh, she watches as the tendrils lift Jian Li higher into the air, his fate now entirely in her hands. A powerful, unseen force slams into him, sending a shockwave of red energy and debris outward. Yet even amidst the chaos, a defiant thought cuts through the din. "What are you screaming about?" he thinks, the impact continuing to ripple through the air. "That's unbearably loud." He's thrown backward, tumbling through the air as he struggles to regain his footing, a bitter complaint forming in his mind about the fat bastard whose stench nearly killed him. As red tendrils lash out to bind him, the red-haired woman's voice cuts through the air, mocking his efforts. "All style and no substance. Is that all you got?" His face contorts in a grimace of pain and fierce determination, the red energy of the bindings glowing ominously around him. He refuses to yield, a defiant roar echoing in his mind. Of course not. The monstrous creature responds with a terrifying, fiery attack, its maw swirling with destructive energy, but Jian Li is ready. He channels his own power, a brilliant blue aura flaring around him, preparing to meet the onslaught head-on. With a blinding flash, his counterattack collides with the creature's assault, erupting into a colossal explosion that engulfs the entire area. A golden, ornate structure begins to glow with immense power, as it fully manifests into a towering, humanoid guardian, radiating brilliant blue energy. Nearby, the red-haired ally urgently directs civilians away from the unfolding spectacle, while Cheon Yuha assists, ensuring everyone heads to safety. With the Golden Guardian now fully active behind him, Jian Li confirms the success of his efforts, a faint blue aura still clinging to him. As the last of the civilians are evacuated, the red-haired ally reports to Cheon Yuha, who listens intently. He responds with a hesitant affirmation, his expression reflecting the gravity of the situation. Cheon Yuha, staff in hand, gazes towards the unfolding events, her resolve hardening. She acknowledges the formidable challenge ahead, knowing that even their combined strength will struggle against foes above red rank. Meanwhile, in a different, darker location, a muscular figure with glowing red eyes and demonic features expresses a grim concern, wondering about unforeseen side effects from the demonic core. Despite the child's desperate plea to stay away, Yuha's resolve hardens, her voice ringing with determination as she declares her intent to help her uncle. With the ground cracking beneath her feet, she sprints towards the danger, instructing Sungjae to hide somewhere safe while she returns. Meanwhile, amidst a raging inferno, an unseen voice echoes, reveling in the chaos, wondering aloud if the others have had enough fun yet. The flames intensify, a shadowy, monstrous form beginning to coalesce within their fiery depths. The entire area is consumed by the overwhelming blaze, a small, distant figure barely visible against the backdrop of destruction. From the heart of the conflagration, a human-like hand emerges, untouched by the scorching heat. A red-haired man screams in agony and power, horns erupting from his forehead, and his eyes glowing with a malevolent red light as he declares, "This is it." As the shadowy monster fully emerges from the flames, the demonic man revels in the heat, asserting that the fire should be this intense. Then, with a chilling grin and glowing green eyes, he declares through Jian Li's face that the damn bastard's flames were too overbearing, and that he has chosen him as his new vessel. He stares at the vibrant, swirling flame in his hand, his eyes glowing with an intense blue light, as a voice echoes, demanding to know what he's screaming about, calling it unbearably loud. Then, a system message appears, confirming he has acquired a flame that can be used in the creation workshop. A scoff escapes him as he processes the information, the voice adding that the stench of some fat bastard's foot nearly killed it, before another message appears, stating that since he's got the flame, there's no reason to delay. A new notification then details a protection summary, showing a schematic of an axe he has summoned. The system continues, confirming that a flame usable in the creation workshop has been detected, and a random fee has been applied. He looks on, utterly bewildered, as the voice asks him to choose his subject for strong training. The flame in his hand flares even brighter, as he questions if this is truly happening. He admits he doesn't know what the creation workshop is, but the entity declares it will teach him how to do it. With a burst of fiery red energy, the demonic entity fully manifests, its red eyes glowing intensely, small horns protruding from its head, as it takes full control. The demonic entity, now fully in control of Jian Li's body, raises a hand, a crimson aura flaring around it as it prepares to activate a skill. With a thunderous roar, a monstrous head of pure red energy erupts from its form, tearing through the air. The terrifying maw of the energy construct surges forward, crackling with destructive power. Inside his own body, Jian Li can only watch in horrified disbelief, as the entity wields his form with such brutal force. The entity then turns its glowing red gaze toward an unseen foe, a defiant challenge echoing from Jian Li's lips. With another explosive surge, it unleashes a devastating attack, shattering the very ground beneath its feet. Debris rains down from the impact, as the force of the blast reverberates through the ruined landscape. But before the attack can fully connect, a sudden counterstrike lands, forcing Jian Li's body to recoil violently, blood erupting from his mouth. His form, still wreathed in the entity's red energy, stumbles back from the unseen blow. A chilling command echoes through the air, urging a monstrous entity to devour its target. Responding with a guttural roar, the massive creature lunges forward, its fiery maw agape. It tears through the urban landscape, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. Buildings crumble under its colossal claw as the creature continues its relentless assault. Suddenly, Jian Li's body, still possessed, is violently thrown back by an unseen force, a green glow flaring in his eyes from the impact. The possessor within him cries out in surprise, reeling from the unexpected counterattack. Through Jian Li's lips, the entity snarls, demanding to know where its attacker is, eager to continue the fight. But before it can react, the monstrous creature itself is struck by the same unseen force, beginning to shatter into fragments. The colossal beast dissipates completely, leaving only shimmering particles in its wake. The dark, angular silhouette of a structure looms in the background. The monstrous creature roars, its massive form surrounded by crackling energy. But then, its single, glowing red eye widens in surprise as it takes an unseen hit, the possessor's thoughts echoing that even this powerful beast would have its limits. Through Jian Li's body, the possessor's eyes glow crimson as he vows to eliminate the unseen foe if they utter another word. Then, a blinding flash of white energy erupts, consuming the space. The monstrous creature disintegrates into a shower of red particles, a small, dark figure falling away from its collapsing form. The possessor clutches his head, a wave of pain washing over him as he realizes the host body is in danger of being devoured. He struggles to comprehend the defeat, questioning how one of the four heavenly kings could be bested by a mere human. An overwhelming purple aura flares, radiating immense power and confirming the unseen attacker's presence. As the unseen power continues to surge, the possessor, inhabiting Jian Li's body, feels the immense pressure, a voice echoing in his mind, declaring that playtime has ended. A pained gasp escapes him as he clutches his chest, the force of the attack overwhelming his host body. Though he despises the attitude of this new foe, the possessor begrudgingly admits to himself that he must acknowledge the power, for now. Then, the true hunter Jian Li reveals himself, standing tall amidst a swirling vortex of purple energy, his form radiating the power of a chaos warrior. Undeterred, the possessor snarls, purple energy flaring around his hands as he vows to reduce both Jian Li and his companion to ash. With a surge of dark power, he begins to invoke a devastating technique, the Calamity skill. A monstrous surge of purple energy erupts, filling the space with a deafening doom. As the Calamity skill coalesces into a terrifying, horned entity with glowing red eyes, its form radiating malevolent power. The creature crackles with raw, destructive energy, a chilling crackle echoing through the void. The Calamity skill erupts, a surge of raw, destructive power, its purple energy expanding rapidly and distorting reality itself, violently throwing Jian Li backward through the air. The overwhelming force continues to spread, leaving him screaming in desperation, "Uncle!" Above the city, the skill coalesces into a colossal, glowing structure, its monstrous form dominating the skyline. A massive, pulsating sphere of pure energy at its core. As the city below is consumed by the encroaching purple light. As the city continued to be engulfed by the overwhelming purple energy, the monstrous entity at its heart solidified, its glowing eyes fixed on an unseen target. The destructive aura pulsed outward, spreading its chaotic influence even further across the landscape. A voice echoed through the devastation, remarking on the sheer utility of this newfound power. The source of this power was revealed to be a glowing hand, clad in an omni-shocking vinyl glove, imbued with the Hell Wing's flames, granting divine strength and the ability to absorb spell tools, though its durability was low. Even the monstrous creature itself reacted with profound shock, uttering a single word of disbelief at the unfolding events. Jian Li, witnessing the full scope of the Calamity skill's power, could only stare in stunned silence as a system window detailed the omni-shocking vinyl glove, super disintegration, and Hell Wing's abilities. The possessor's voice then cut through the air once more, promising that Jian Li would pay the ultimate price for daring to seize fate from their hands, vowing to take the rest of his life. Jian Li unleashes a torrent of blue energy, his hands glowing with immense power, a skill far more potent than he had anticipated. Yet, his devastating attack is met with an impossible defense, blocked by nothing more than a simple vinyl glove, leaving him utterly stunned. As his regeneration skill reactivates, the red-haired man's voice cuts through the air, incredulous that his hellhound fire was stopped by such a trivial item. The opponent, his eyes glowing with an eerie blue light, regards him with a confident, almost mocking smirk. He then issues a chilling threat, promising to make Jian pay for the damage by forcing him to work in his smithy for the rest of his life. Overwhelmed by the sheer audacity and the unexpected turn of events, Jian Li can only feel a profound sense of humiliation. The red-haired man continues to taunt him, mocking his reaction and questioning why he would look down on vinyl gloves. With his eyes still glowing, the opponent maintains his confident, almost playful demeanor, clearly enjoying Jian's distress. Jian Li prepares for battle, recalling the practical applications of his skills, like the purification ability, which he considers as useful as knowing how to eat spicy chicken. As a vibrant, yellow-green energy flares around his hands, he questions if his opponent is truly ready for such a cleansing. With a decisive motion, he unleashes the purification punch. The blow connects with a monstrous creature, sending it reeling as the purification punch takes effect. But when he attempts the same attack on the red-haired ally, the blow is effortlessly absorbed, leaving the hunter bewildered and demanding to know why his opponent isn't being purified. Before Jian Li can even process the failure, the red-haired ally retaliates with a swift, brutal counterattack, sending him sprawling. Lying injured on the ground, the hunter hears the red-haired ally's mocking voice, declaring that the subject is dead and cannot be purified. The ally continues to taunt him, suggesting that his purification punch is as useless as a gas burner against a corpse, implying a fundamental misunderstanding of his opponent's nature. Slowly, Jian Li pushes himself up from the dusty ground, his expression a mix of pain and profound surprise at the unexpected turn of events. Still reeling from his previous encounter, Jian Li finds himself facing a colossal, mechanical monster, its presence so overwhelming that he can only wonder what name such a creature might bear, while its foul stench nearly chokes him. As he and Yuha lie amidst the debris, she checks on his well-being, her concern evident, while he, in turn, asks if she is hurt. Rising to their feet, Yuha reassures him that they are both unharmed. With the immediate danger seemingly past, Yuha shifts the conversation, announcing that she has something important to tell him, a proper proposal regarding the current calamity. His eyes widen in sudden realization, a gasp escaping his lips as a shocking thought crosses his mind. He turns to Yuha, a question forming on his lips, but she simply states the name of her uncle. A look of disbelief crosses his face as he asks if her uncle truly sacrificed himself to be imprisoned in the Demon Tower. His expression hardens, revealing that he has always harbored doubts about that story. The framed image of a man with white hair and glowing red eyes appears, as the narrative recounts how other saints claimed he sacrificed himself for humanity. 20 years ago, in the brutal battle against the one-eyed demon that threatened to eradicate humanity, it seemed utterly illogical that the strongest among the saints would be the only one to fall. Unable to intervene due to a lack of concrete evidence, Yuha had buried this deep in her heart, allowing a righteous anger to fester. She knew it wasn't right, but rather, her uncle had been deliberately targeted with malicious intent. A slight smile touched Jian Li's lips, acknowledging her sharp perception. Yuha continued, revealing that 20 years ago, her uncle was betrayed in the Demon Tower. The betrayal came from one of the 12 saints who had accompanied him to subjugate the Crimson Eye. The weight of her words settled heavily, a visible distress clouding Yuha's features. The red-haired man, utterly bewildered, could only stammer, asking if the saints weren't supposed to save the world together. The red-haired ally's face contorts in disbelief, unable to accept the idea that Yuha's uncle, Li Jianim, the very hope of humanity, could have been betrayed. He questions the notion, while Jian Li, calm and observant, considers the possibility that the betrayal wasn't simply due to someone excelling more than the others. He muses on the true nature of the Crimson Eye, a formidable entity that he himself once faced. The ancient magical diagram, a symbol of immense power, seems to hold a key to understanding the past. He recalls the monstrous form of the Crimson Eye, a creature of pure terror. The saints, who were left behind to deal with the creature, faced their greatest obstacle, not in the monster itself, but in their own ranks. The faces of the other saints, obscured and indistinct, hint at the hidden motives and rivalries that led to the betrayal. Jian Li concludes that the betrayal was not about who was stronger, but rather a calculated move to eliminate him. The red-haired ally, still reeling from the implications, can only acknowledge that Jian Li's assessment is likely correct, given his own experiences. He listens as the red-haired ally, his frustration mounting, declares that it was all simply too much to bear. The red-haired ally's thoughts drift back to the past, recalling how they were left trapped alone in the dungeon, and how others shamelessly claimed the glory that should have been theirs. Shion Yuha, standing nearby, tries to interject, reminding them that Jian Li had saved them countless times. Jian Li's expression remains stoic, his gaze fixed, absorbing the raw emotions around him. A subtle tension tightens his jawline, a silent acknowledgement of the heavy atmosphere. The red-haired ally, still agitated, offers a sarcastic, "Thanks, guys," before adding that they didn't have to go through with it. His face contorted in a mix of anger and resentment, the red-haired ally struggles to reconcile the past with the present. Shion Yuha, however, looks determined, her resolve hardening as she vows to repay this debt a millionfold. Jian Li observes her fierce declaration, a silent understanding passing between them as the weight of their shared past settles. He scrolls through his phone, a moment of quiet before the next task. The screen displays breaking news. Saintess Sophie Marty is making an urgent flight to Korea, scheduled to announce a statement at 7 p.m. "This is the last thing on the schedule for today," he remarks, his voice carrying a hint of weariness. Towering skyscrapers stand against a dramatic, cloud-filled sky, setting a grand stage. Inside, a vast hall is filled with countless individuals seated at their workstations, awaiting the event. A throng of reporters, armed with cameras and microphones, jostle for position, ready to capture every word. An office worker glances at her phone, pondering the gravity of the situation. Announcing the truth from 20 years ago, she muses. I wonder what she's going to say for her to hold a press conference. A man with a thoughtful expression, a cigarette held between his fingers, muses on the recent shutdown message incident in Drachma. Or perhaps the widespread rumors of Lee Jian's return. One thing is certain to him. Something truly monumental is about to unfold. Meanwhile, bathed in a brilliant, almost blinding light, Sophie Marty stands poised at a podium, ready to address the public. Yet, beneath her composed exterior, she curses her predicament, feeling utterly trapped. Her mind races, wondering if she should abandon the press conference and simply flee. The reason for her fear becomes clear as a glowing, B-ranked divine artifact belonging to Li Jian is revealed around her neck, making her worry about what kind of backup artifact he might have given her. Elsewhere, Jian Li, his eyes glowing with an intense blue light, declares that he has no choice but to follow orders to stay alive, a skill or item named Liar Sinocchio seemingly active. Back with the man from the earlier panels, now tied up and distressed, he laments that Li Jian will surely erase him from existence, forgetting about any other saints. Despite her internal turmoil, Sophie Marty maintains a composed facade at the podium, letting out a subtle breath. She stands before the assembled crowd, her voice echoing through the hall as she declares her purpose for being there, to finally reveal the truth behind the events of 20 years ago. The question hangs in the air, a collective memory stirred. Did anyone truly remember the Demon Tower incident, or the Crimson Eye, as it was also known? A reporter, watching the broadcast, mutters in disbelief, recalling how the 12 saints were credited with subjugating the Crimson Eye, living out their lives as heroes because of it. But the woman at the podium continues, her voice unwavering, as she prepares to name the true hero who subjugated the Crimson Eye. Her gaze is sharp, betraying a hidden intensity beneath her composed exterior. And then the name echoes through the air, causing a ripple of shock among the reporters. Li Jian, she states, the revelation finally dawning on those listening. The unnamed reporter scribbles furiously in his notebook, the pieces of the puzzle finally clicking into place as he repeats the name, Li Jian. The entire newsroom is abuzz with the unexpected announcement, reporters exchanging stunned glances and urgent whispers. On a nearby screen, the name is already flashing, a headline confirming the shocking revelation, Li Jian. A collective gasp ripples through the grand hall, the sound of 100 voices rising in disbelief. His eyes wide with shock, the reporter can barely process the words, demanding to know if this impossible truth could truly be real. Another voice cries out, begging for more details, the implication that the saints had been lying for 2 decades sending a chill through the room. The unnamed reporter's mind races, grappling with the monumental deception and the sudden, terrifying question of whether Li Jian, too, might still be alive. Unfazed by the uproar, Sophie Marty stands calmly at the podium, a soft glow emanating from her as she prepares to continue her earth-shattering revelation. Meanwhile, in a shadowed location, Li Jian listens intently, his luminous blue eyes reflecting the weight of the unfolding news. A surge of crimson energy flares around him, his face contorting in a mixture of shock and disbelief as the words echo in his mind. How can that be possible? The hooded figure remains still, a silent observer to the powerful emotions swirling around him. As a dark, shadowy aura begins to coalesce around him, Li Jian's voice is barely a whisper, recognizing the impossible truth. As the shocking revelations about the Crimson Eye incident continue to unfold, a new, ominous presence emerges, his dark eyes glowing with an unsettling red light. Standing tall and imposing, he casts a long shadow, his tailored suit adding to his formidable aura. This is Jean-Louis Morin, the Capricorn Saint, now making his move. Addressing Sophie Marty, who appears visibly shaken, he remarks on her deteriorating composure, noting that she won't be able to continue the press conference much longer. A sinister smile plays on his lips, his glowing red eyes fixed on her with an unnerving intensity. He finishes his statement, a rhetorical question hanging in the air, right, Sophie? Jean-Louis Morin stands, a dark, menacing figure. A faint red glow emanating from his feet. He is known as the Cancer Saint, Jean-Louis Morin. Sophie Marty, looking visibly distressed, hears his words. Man, you don't look too good, Saintess. It looks like it'll be hard for you to keep up your act for any longer. A sinister smile spreads across his face, his eyes glowing crimson as he presses. Right, Sophie? The Saintess recoils, her expression a mix of shock and dawning horror. Jean-Louis Morin. This is... His smile widens, a silent threat. Before a sharp command cuts through the air, shut up. Sophie's eyes widen in terror, her breath catching in her throat. As Jean-Louis Morin leans in, his voice a low, menacing whisper, asking if she truly doesn't know her place, reminding her that he's always been there, watching her every move. He warns her to stay quiet if she doesn't want the world to see him tear her mouth off live. Sophie's face contorts in silent agony, tears welling in her eyes as she struggles to breathe. Moments later, Jean-Louis addresses a crowd of reporters, calmly apologizing for the inconvenience, and stating that the saintess has given false testimony. He stands before them, a picture of composure, his arms spread wide in a gesture of sincerity. He assures them that he will safely attend to the saintess from now on, his words carrying an unsettling undertone. With a final, polite apology to the gathered press, he announces the end of the conference. Among the onlookers, a reporter questions the sudden shift, wondering about Li Jian's involvement, while Cheon Yuha, her uncle, the red-haired ally, and Jian himself listen intently. His expression hardens, a shadow falling across his features. He dismisses the notion, stating that Li Jian died in the Demon Tower 2 decades ago, questioning what more explanation could possibly be needed. His gaze remains sharp, unwavering. He challenges further, suggesting that if Li Jian truly returned, he would simply show himself. Meanwhile, a reporter ponders why the figure in question isn't revealing himself. The red-haired ally, standing beside him, wonders aloud who then could be blackmailing the saintess. The reporter, still perplexed, asks why the culprit would even mention Li Jian's name. Back with Jean-Louis Morin, his face contorts in a snarl as he issues a chilling directive to silence anyone spreading such rumors by the end of the day, and if they resist, to deal with them as necessary. His hand crackles with a dark, crimson energy, his voice laced with venom as he curses the insects and demands they know their place. Jean-Louis Morin's voice cuts through the air, demanding to know what the commotion is about, finding the noise unbearably loud. His face contorted in a sneer, he dismisses someone as a fat bastard, claiming their stench nearly killed him. But before he can finish his tirade, a dark figure descends from above. Jian Li's foot connecting with Jean-Louis Morin's face in a brutal, unexpected kick. Without a moment's pause, he follows up with a powerful punch, sending Morin reeling. A brilliant blue-green aura flares around Jian Li's hand, as he unleashes a concentrated energy blast directly at his opponent. Morin is thrown violently backward, his body slamming into the ground amidst a shower of debris. The impact detonates into a massive explosion, engulfing the area in a blinding flash. From a distance, a figure in white robes watches in stunned disbelief, gasping at the sudden appearance of the protagonist. A pained grunt escapes Jean-Louis Morin, still reeling from the recent explosion. Suddenly, a monstrous, crab-like creature lunges forward, its voice booming. "It's been a while, rotten crab." Its grotesque face contorted in a sneer, the creature adds, "Your face is as wrinkled as always." Then, with a swift, brutal motion, it declares, "Here's a gift for you." The attack lands with a concussive force, sending debris flying. From a distance, Stephen watches the new threat unfold, his eyes widening in disbelief as he murmurs, "It's the tail." The monster's yellow eyes glow with an eerie intensity, revealing its true designation as an unarmed torch, a slave of Ophiuchus, as it lets out a low whine. Later, the creature, now known as Fred, is seen in a bustling street, with a man attempting to control it, urging, "Don't do that, Fred." A voice cuts through the chaos, remarking on the monster's coldness and the unbearable loudness of the screaming. Jean-Louis Morin, still reeling from the previous attack, recognizes the monster's tail, recalling that it was regenerating quickly, then wonders who could have delivered such a powerful kick. A powerful kick connects with the unseen entity, and the attacker mutters about the creature's foul stench, claiming it nearly killed him. He glares, accusing the bastard of still running around after making a clone. Morin watches, surprised that someone could possess a division ability from just a clone, wondering who this person could be. The figure responds with a confident declaration, revealing his identity as Li Jian. Li Jian stands tall and ready for battle. He had just revealed his identity, and the crowd's reaction was immediate, a wave of disbelief washing over them. A moment of stunned silence hung in the air, before the murmurs began to grow louder, culminating in outright mockery, as one man couldn't help but scoff, spitting in derision. Others openly laughed at the absurdity of the claim, jeering, "There's no way Li Jian is as young and handsome as you." Their voices echoed with scorn, as Jean-Louis Morin, observing the scene, maintained his composure, though a condescending smirk played on his lips. "It seems you're quite talented," he began, his voice dripping with disdain. "But you seem to be delusional. You shouldn't be on the phone. You should choose who you..." Before he could finish his patronizing sentence, a sudden, violent impact erupted, sending Morin flying, a blur of motion and red energy, crashing through the air. He doesn't hesitate, unleashing a powerful strike that sends Jean-Louis Morin hurtling through the air, a gasp escaping the shocked onlookers. As he sails helplessly through the air, Morin cries out, demanding to know what is happening. But before he can escape the trajectory, Jian Li snatches him back with an invisible force, pulling him closer. Morin's face contorts in terror as he realizes the hunter is far from finished with him. He crashes violently to the ground, crying out in pain and begging for help, hoping to use the chaos to flee. But Jian Li's foot slams down, pinning him, and Morin lets out another cry of shock and pain. Staring down with an intense gaze, he demands to know where Morin is going and insists he tell the truth. He continues, his voice laced with menace, accusing Morin of knowing about the Saintess and her limitless power, ordering him to confess everything. From a distance, Sophie Marty watches, her eyes wide with disbelief, uttering a shocked curse as she hears Jian Li's accusations. He stands over the fallen Jean-Louis Morin, his interrogation cut short by a sudden, ominous shift in the air, while Sophie Marty watches with a mixture of apprehension and shock. A chilling system warning echoes through the space, announcing the threatening energy of the darkest star is rapidly approaching, its dark, swirling essence already visible. Jian Li's head snaps up, his luminous blue eyes widening as he senses the immense power descending upon them. His gaze remains fixed on the sky, a grim realization dawning on his face. Below, the crowd erupts in screams, their terror palpable as the approaching entity causes widespread panic. Disbelief and fear ripple through the onlookers, who can only stare up in horror at the unfolding catastrophe. Jian Li's expression shifts from shock to a desperate plea, while Sophie Marty's face contorts in a silent scream of horror, both realizing the gravity of the situation. He clenches his fist, a growl escaping him, frustrated by the sudden, overwhelming disruption. Above them, the monstrous form of the darkest star fully materializes, its glowing red eyes and chitinous body radiating an immense, divine energy that promises utter devastation. As the system warning echoes, the very air begins to warp and darken, glowing red particles swirling ominously as a powerful presence makes itself known. A chilling smile spreads across Jean-Louis Morin's face, his red eyes gleaming as he remarks that he never expected the protagonist to be the true one. Beside him, Sophie Marty, her expression a mix of surprise and concern, acknowledges his return, wondering how he managed to survive the demon tower. From the swirling darkness, a monstrous maw opens, its voice booming a challenge, offering a welcoming party now that he has returned. The darkest star fully manifests, a towering, grotesque entity of red and black, looming over Li Jian, who stands firm, a faint blue aura beginning to emanate from his form. The Sagittarius Sanctuary, Hugo's house, stands quietly under a clear sky. Inside, a man sighs in relief, muttering that Sung Jae, Yuha, and Jian are finally gone, leaving him to enjoy some ramen for dinner. He relaxes on the couch, a bowl of noodles steaming before him. As he eats, the news plays on the television, reporting on Sophie Marty's press conference, which has devolved into absolute chaos. The broadcast shows a figure, Li Jian, descending rapidly, having intruded upon the conference and now engaging in a fierce battle. A reporter on screen confirms that he is currently in a fierce battle with the Cancer Saint. The man on the couch watches the intense fight, finding a strange amusement in the unfolding chaos. Suddenly, a blinding white explosion erupts on screen as the Cancer Saint's skill bursts forth with devastating power. He sits, calmly eating a bowl of noodles, when a sudden, piercing sound assaults his ears, making him question the source of such an unbearable noise. Suddenly, the scene shifts, and he finds himself back in the thick of battle, a disgusted scoff escaping him as he curses the fat bastard, whose foul stench nearly claimed his life. Dark, shadowy forms lash out around him, but he moves with practiced ease, deflecting their attacks. The sheer force of his counter-assault sends some of the entities reeling, their panicked cries echoing through the chaotic space. He dismisses their efforts with contempt, declaring that such weak attacks will never faze him. But before he can press his advantage, a red-haired man appears, tendrils of dark, glowing energy erupting from his form, snapping, "Got you," as the attack engulfs him. The dark, crimson-tinged energy swirls violently, trapping him within its suffocating embrace. He struggles against the overwhelming force, his form contorting as the magical binds tighten around him. He remains trapped, dark tendrils of energy coiling around him, glowing with an ominous red light. His face contorted in a grimace of effort and pain, he struggles against the overwhelming force. The dark energy spreads across his suit, consuming him further. Yet, a glowing blue, serrated blade manifests from his hand, a desperate counterattack against the binding magic. The dark energy responds, solidifying into a spiky, cage-like structure, trapping him completely. Suddenly, Sophie Marty is caught in the same dark energy, her body enveloped in glowing particles as she begins to fall. She plummets deeper, the spiky energy structure below her. The dark energy closes around her, sealing her fate within its shadowy embrace. As Sophie Marty impacts the structure with a violent crash, the reporter, a blonde woman, and the handler cry out in unison, their faces etched with utter disbelief. Jian Li thrashes, his body twisting against the unseen force that binds him, blue energy crackling around his form. His eyes blaze with a fierce, luminous blue, as he channels raw power to break free. A powerful kick shatters the last vestiges of his restraint, sending fragments flying. Now fully enveloped in crackling blue lightning, he stands liberated. A roar of exertion escapes him, his face a mask of fierce determination. With an outstretched arm, the last of the binding energy dissipates, leaving him momentarily disoriented. Before he can fully recover, a man with dark hair grabs him firmly, demanding, "Gun, were you practicing acrobatics for the past 20 years?" Meanwhile, the destructive red energy continues its spread, leaving dark, jagged marks across the ground. The chaotic aftermath of the attack intensifies, a testament to its raw power. Unleashing a torrent of blue energy, Jian Li bursts forth, leaving streaks of power in his wake. He moves with blinding speed, shattering an unseen barrier as he closes the distance. His eyes glow with fierce determination, a fist crackling with power ready to strike. A challenge rips from his throat. "Is this all you've got?" Before his opponent can react, Jian Li's fist connects with the suited man's face. A guttural cry of pain escapes him. Jian Li's expression shifts to surprise, a silent question hanging in the air. The suited man collapses, his body sinking into a strange, green-yellow goo. Meanwhile, the man who had intervened earlier cries out, engulfed by the spreading red energy. Amidst the spreading chaos, he simply smirks, taking the insult as a compliment. The ground around them lies shattered, a testament to the raw power unleashed. Nearby, the red-haired man and the intervener writhe in agony, their screams echoing as the crimson energy consumes them. An unseen voice curses the chaos, wondering how anyone could possibly cover up such a mess. But Jian Li, now radiating a vibrant blue aura, stands resolute amidst the destruction. His gaze fixed forward as he declares his intention to deal with the situation when the time comes. He has decided that using the surrounding crowd to his advantage is the most crucial task at hand. A confident laugh escapes him, as Jean-Louis Morin, eyes glowing crimson, steps into his path, demanding to know if he was the one who stabbed him in the tower. As Jean-Louis Morin stands over the unconscious figures, he muses, "Were we truly so obsessed with finding the culprit? So much so that the hero who saved the world should succumb to evil? Shouldn't he?" He considers how easily people would sacrifice a true hero for the sake of a false one's death. Dark, shadowy energy begins to swirl around him. While Jian Li, witnessing the scene, clenches his jaw, his luminous blue eyes burning with fury. "How dare you call me a false hero?" he thinks, a hero who has never known his limits. Jean-Louis Morin then reveals the true nature of the unconscious figures, a cruel smile playing on his lips. They aren't mere clones. I created these clones by gathering the life force of the journalists here." He continues, explaining the grim implications of his power. If you could only find out any clones, their life force would be drained, and there'd be no guarantee for their lives. Turning his attention to one of the kneeling clones, who bears a striking resemblance to Jian Li, he sneers, "Those filthy, stinking hands of yours sure match your face." With a final, menacing declaration, Jean-Louis Morin prepares to unleash his power upon the assembled clones. Now then, a surge of dark, crimson energy erupts from him, as he screams, "Die!" The destructive force expands rapidly, engulfing everything in its path. Jean-Louis Morin, his voice dripping with condescension, reveals a grotesque, demonic tale, asking how Jian Li could have possibly missed it. The tail, thick and scaled, whips into full view, a clear sign of his transformation. He continues to mock, questioning how his opponent could have allowed such a thing to happen right under his nose. Enraged, Jian Li lunges forward, a surge of blue energy crackling around his fist as he aims a powerful blow. But before his attack can connect, Jean-Louis Morin intercepts with a swift, red-tinged kick, deflecting the punch. The force of the counterattack sends him reeling backward, his body momentarily airborne. As he recovers, a system message flashes, detailing a new skill, "Get hit in my place," which allows the user to transfer damage to a designated target. His eyes glow with intense blue light, his hand radiating power as he declares his intention to make his opponent pay. The system message elaborates, explaining that the skill can only be used on targets of a lower rank or those who have been defeated, and that the designated target must be within a certain range. A sharp sensation courses through him, causing Jian Li to cry out, wondering what could be so loud. He realizes it's the stench of his opponent, nearly overwhelming him, as a glowing red crystal forms in his outstretched hand, surrounded by a vibrant blue aura. With a powerful surge, the crystal unleashes a blinding flash of light and energy. His eyes glowing with fierce determination, he confirms that even a demonic constellation wouldn't be able to find him with sensing abilities. The massive, glowing red crystal, now fully formed, hurtles through the void. It strikes Jean-Louis Morin squarely in the chest, embedding itself deep within him as he recoils in shock. Morin cries out in agony as the crystal, a fragment of the cancer god's core, begins to drain his very essence, containing 20% of a saint's soul. A large crack forms in the constellation as the god of the cancer constellation becomes greatly disconcerted, absorbing its energy and causing the magic power of the dark stars surrounding Morin to vanish. Inside a grand, ornate hall, Morin clutches his chest, his mind reeling, unable to comprehend what just happened. Still reeling from the unexpected attack, Jean-Louis Morin struggles to comprehend what has just happened to the tower, a strange, dark energy swirling around him. Meanwhile, Jian Li, observing the chaos he has wrought, acknowledges his busy schedule but promises to wait for Morin, hinting at more tricks up his sleeve. Morin, however, is consumed by a searing pain, realizing the profound trouble this encounter might cause him. His eyes glow with a furious red light, his face contorted into a mask of pure, unbridled rage. Jian Li, still observing, wonders if Morin has any more cards to play, concluding that, given his past actions, he likely won't escape the consequences. Suddenly, his phone buzzes, and he checks the news, a look of surprise crossing his face as he reads about an impending missile strike. Morin, his voice laced with fury and urgency, screams at him to get out of there immediately, warning that there's no time for explanations. Jian Li's eyes widen in shock as he processes the news. Jean-Louis Morin's high-ranking subordinates have been alerted. Morin's enraged voice echoes, confirming that a barrage of missiles is about to fall directly on their position. Still reeling from the unexpected attack, Morin's face contorts in a silent scream, blue energy lines tracing the agony across his features. High above, the atmosphere churns with violent speed lines, as something massive tears through the sky. From the cold vacuum of space, multiple dark projectiles streak towards the vulnerable blue marble of Earth. One colossal missile, sleek and deadly, descends with an ominous electronic beep. As a green targeting reticle locks onto its destination, Jian Li's mind races, the chilling realization echoing in his thoughts. Missiles? Jian Li recoils, a look of utter disgust on his face, as a loud, unbearable scream pierces the air, followed by the overwhelming stench of a foot that nearly kills him. Meanwhile, high above Earth, a faint, rhythmic beeping begins to echo through the silent void of space. As a sleek, angular craft drifts into view, the beeping persists, a constant signal accompanying the craft's silent vigil over the blue marble of Earth. Before a truly colossal, intricate structure, adorned with glowing red accents and crackling energy, reveals itself. This immense construct, dwarfing the planet below, continues its rhythmic beeping, as lines of light and energy surge from its core, signaling its activation with a final, resonant pulse. A colossal, intricate structure hangs silently in the vastness of space, its lower section glowing ominously as it aims a powerful beam of orange energy directly towards Earth. Then, a soft, mechanical beep echoes through the void, signaling the structure's activation as red energy pulses begin to emanate from its core. The structure's central mechanism flares with an intense, fiery red light, churning with destructive power. The concentrated energy beam strikes Earth with devastating force, erupting into a cataclysmic explosion that engulfs a vast portion of the planet. A holographic schematic flickers into view, displaying the chilling designation, Missile Monad. This catastrophic-class weapon, the Monad, was forged through the combined efforts of Capricorn and Gemini, a project initiated after the disappearance of Li Jian. As humanity found itself increasingly overwhelmed by unprecedented catastrophes, a monstrous, multi-headed dragon, crackling with purple energy, emerges as a terrifying example of the new threats. Meanwhile, a smaller, glowing object descends rapidly from orbit, a harbinger of further destruction. The colossal space structure, now fully deployed, unleashes a barrage of multiple energy beams, relentlessly bombarding Earth as explosions ripple across its surface. It became humanity's ace in the hole, burning catastrophes to ashes from its orbit. Lying defeated on the ground, Jian Li can only think, so they made something like this. Jean-Louis Morin stands over him, scoffing. Jean-Louis, that bastard, made it so his vital signs automatically fire if his vital signs ever cut out. The hero remains motionless. As he curses them internally, well, high-rank scumbags are always the ones that are critical to him, after all. Morin continues to taunt him. This isn't the time for games, easy. You have to get out of there. He presses on. You think you can just run away? Well, go ahead and try. Not at this size. Morin then questions, what do we do there? What you say? Meanwhile, Sophie Marty reacts with a sharp gasp of surprise. Still reeling from the confrontation, Jian Li's expression hardens as a thought sparks within him. Nearby, Sophie Marty observes the scene, her gaze fixed on the unfolding events. Suddenly, a colossal surge of fiery red energy erupts into the sky. The blast expands with terrifying speed, its blinding light illuminating the darkness. Miles away, the sprawling metropolis of Seoul sleeps under a blanket of stars. The energy converges on a single point, the imposing silhouette of the Macramat Tower. A frantic broadcast warns citizens of a targeted attack, urging immediate evacuation as a catastrophe-class weapon strikes downtown Seoul. Amidst the ensuing panic, civilians scramble through the streets, one man desperately asking if anyone possesses a teleportation skill. Amidst the chaos, a young man desperately tries to escape, shouting that he's already out. But a massive, dark force descends, crushing him instantly, as another civilian cries out in terror, begging for someone to save them. Nearby, another witness can only stare in horrified disbelief, uttering a choked, disbelieving question. The crushing impact continues, glowing particles erupting from the point of contact, leaving behind only a swirling cloud of dust and debris. From above, another civilian watches the devastation, a single word of shocked realization escaping him. As the dust begins to settle, the civilian's eyes widen in recognition as he cries out a familiar name, Uncle Jian. Indeed, Jian Li descends with a powerful, glowing strike, his attack tearing through the dark mass with explosive force. With a guttural cry, Jian Li unleashes a torrent of purple energy. His face contorted in a desperate struggle as he pushes his power to its absolute limit. The sheer force of his Stone Crush ability is directed at the incoming threat, shattering the missile and obliterating the Gemini group's base in the process. The purple energy engulfs the missile's front, consuming it entirely. A blinding explosion of violet light erupts, followed by a secondary burst of fiery orange and yellow, as the missile is utterly annihilated, leaving only a lingering haze of power. From a distance, a Gemini group member shouts, demanding the pest return what he's taken. He then erupts into maniacal laughter, confident that his plan cannot be thwarted, while Sophie Marty watches with a flicker of concern. Panic grips the Gemini group members as a missile hurtles towards them, one of them screaming in terror, wondering how they could possibly stop it. His face contorted in a desperate snarl, he threatens Sophie Marty, reminding her that if she fails, they, and everyone below, will perish. Before she can even fully process the threat, Jian Li, with a sudden, powerful motion, hurls her directly towards the incoming missile, commanding her to do her job. Mid-flight, Sophie Marty screams in outrage, cursing the crazy bastard who dared to throw her. Forced into action, her body glows with nascent power, a complex magic circle forming beneath her as she prepares to unleash a spell. Still airborne and radiating a vibrant aura, she lets out a furious cry, calling Jian Li a bastard, even as she channels her magic. Her divine god, shocked by the sudden turn of events, can only utter a bewildered howl. As Sophie Marty's power intensifies, the divine god whispers curses against Jian Li, but Sophie Marty, desperate, urges it to focus and act, demanding it stop cursing and hurry up. Responding to her frantic plea, Sophie Marty's divine god begins to cast every possible buff, granting her boosts to magic power, stamina, mental strength, defense, and even luck to aid her vision. Overwhelmed by the sudden, terrifying turn of events, Sophie Marty lets out a piercing scream, her voice echoing with pure terror. Tears stream down her face, her eyes wide with a mixture of shock and despair. Yet, even in her distress, a faint, ethereal glow begins to manifest around her, tiny particles of light shimmering into existence. One of her tears, falling slowly, begins to glow with an intense, divine light. As the light intensifies, her expression shifts from fear to fierce determination, her eyes now blazing with a brilliant blue as she activates a royal skill, the goddess's tears. A powerful blue aura erupts around her, her form enveloped in the radiant energy of the goddess's tea. With a surge of divine power, she channels a torrent of glowing blue energy from her outstretched hand. Meanwhile, the fiery missile continues its relentless descent, a blazing spear hurtling towards its target. It slams into the nascent magical barrier, creating a swirling vortex of fire and light. The divine energy from Sophie's goddess's tears erupts, meeting the fiery missile in a blinding flash of blue and orange. Expanding rapidly, the ethereal blue power consumes the destructive force of the impact, creating a maelstrom of light and shadow. As the energy begins to dissipate, large chunks of debris are sent flying, scattering across the devastated landscape. The remnants of the clash rain down, settling amidst the fading blue glow on the scorched ground. Sophie Marty stands amidst the settling dust, a small, triumphant smile gracing her lips as she whispers, "I did it. I did." But her relief quickly turns to wide-eyed shock, a sudden, horrifying realization dawning on her face. A familiar, taunting voice cuts through the silence, as Jian Li emerges from the shadows, his eyes glowing crimson. "You catch me." With a final, mocking wave, he turns and sprints away, leaving her stunned, a promise echoing in the air, "See you. I'll be back for you, Saintess." The last vestiges of Sophie's powerful magic swirl on the ground, a silent testament to the battle and the unexpected encounter. Sophie Marty stares up at the falling debris, a look of utter shock on her face, as a voice from behind her dismisses the chaos, finding the screaming unbearable. Below, a crowd of onlookers gazes skyward in terror, wondering if meteorites are falling and desperate for guidance. He, however, remains focused, connecting the falling fragments to the Gemini group's earlier attack. A faint, almost mocking smile touches his lips, as he mentally gives the Saintess zero credit for handling the situation. His attention shifts abruptly, calling out to someone named Teksu, demanding to know if he can hear him. The urgency in his voice grows, explaining that it's an emergency and he'll explain later, but he needs Teksu to lend him power, considering the activation of an absolute skill called Absolute Aura, which can create a safe zone and whose power becomes immense when combined with Absolute Aura. The gravity of the situation weighs heavily on him, realizing that for him to be this pressured, things must be truly dangerous. His eyes ignite with resolve, knowing he has no choice but to deploy the powerful ability. From an unseen source, a voice confirms, "All right, Jian, I'll send it all to you." As an electronic chime sounds, Jian Li glances at his phone, a message appearing on the screen. The message contains comprehensive data, stating, "The information you gave me and what I've gathered, it's all here. Now, this much should be more than enough." With the critical data received, Jian Li begins to glow with a powerful purple aura, initiating the transfer of Li Jian's law through Texu's scan. The energy surges, cascading downwards, a visible stream of power flowing from him. In the sky above, the missile and its fragments are met by this overwhelming force, exploding into nothingness as the purple energy engulfs them. Maintaining the powerful projection, Jian Li considers his next move, wondering if he should now send some punishment to that witch. Below, the crowd stares up in disbelief, one person exclaiming, "I look at that," while another cries out in awe. The missile and its fragments have completely vanished, leaving the onlookers to confirm, "Aye, it's true. We're safe." The city breathes a collective sigh of relief, the crowd erupting in cheers for Li Jian, wondering how they could still be alive after such an attack. Even Otexu, witnessing the impossible feat, can barely comprehend how the monstrous missile was neutralized, expressing disbelief at its complete disappearance. Meanwhile, in a different location, Jean-Louis Morin, known as Divine Cadre Captain Jin Donghyun, stares out a window, his expression shifting to one of profound annoyance, muttering a confused "huh" at the unfolding events. A voice from an unseen source questions the identity of the speaker, asking about Divine Cadre Captain Seo Donghyun and Ken, but Morin's focus remains fixed on the scene outside. His annoyance quickly boils over into rage as he shouts, demanding to know what the dumb F***CK is doing with his property. Outside, the remnants of the missile, now mere fragments, rain down upon the city, a destructive shower impacting buildings and infrastructure. Morin watches in horror as the Twin King Palace, his prized possession, is relentlessly assaulted by the falling debris. His hand clenches, reflecting his impotent fury as the destruction continues. The city below suffering widespread damage from the neutralized missile's fragments. The impact reverberates, a heavy, dull thud, as the remnants of the neutralized missile strike the Twin King Palace.